CM is about to arrive in 5 minutes. and please keep your mobile phones or silent mode or switch off. Especially students, we kindly request you not to hoot or howl.
చంద్రుడా ఇంద్రుడై రాధిరా ఏనాడు నీ పరిపాలన మాకు వరం నీ వల్లే ఈ రాష్ట్రపు సంక్షేమం సత్యం నిత్యం సఫలం జనగణ మంగళ గాయకుడా ఘనమగు చరితల నాయకుడా పలుతరములు మము పరిపాలించర స్వాత్మికుడా నవయుగ మేధో సైనికుడా సమయము తెలియని సేవకుడా యువన వ్యాంధ్రకు ప్రగతిని చూపర సాధకుడా వైతాళికుడా
21 countries, sir.
21
60 plus
countries.
teams, they have given their entries, sir. And then we have collaborated with IBS Global, and their CEO is present here.
Okay.
CEO.
Hello. Hello, Namaskar. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you so much.
Good.
It's an honor to meet you.
Thank
sir.
you. Very nice of you to see you here.
Thank you for having this opportunity.
Thank you. Very nice.
Sir is TCS head from Hyderabad, sir.
Oh.
నమస్తే సార్
Namaskar, Andy.
థ్యాంక్ యూ
Thank you, brother.
Murli Mukupattu.
మురళీ పుట్టుపట్నం చాలాసార్లు కలిసాము
अच्छा अच्छा.
వాషింగ్టన్ డీసీ 1999 నుంచి మీతో పాటు చాలా ట్రావెల్ చేశాను హిందూపూర్ నేటివ్
Thank you.
నవ్ ఐఎమ్ ది చైర్మన్ ఫర్ టై గ్లోబల్ సార్
Thank you. Tai.
యా టై మన కన్వల్ రేగి అండ్ ఆల్ ద సార్ మీ గురించి చాలా
Okay. Excellent. Very, very happy. Please come.
యా
These are all our sustainable Andhra.
Sir.
Brief.
Yes, sir. So
Okay.
we are working on this precision agriculture. So we have developed our own algorithm on the that is the disease detection, sir. So we are flying the drone over the field and where the disease are affected. So we are just getting this feed here, and we are just sending this. A small drone is a surveillance, the bigger drone we are sending. So after that, sir, we have one actually. This patented technology we have adopted, which is for these are spraying these are seeds as well as the liquid also. So that also we are spraying through that. Even if that's we have developed another that is a power grid monitoring system also to drone. So here you can see, sir, that in our campus we have done. So any defected or maybe no, that is the defected components over there. So we are just monitoring over this from the drone, and we are getting the video feed on that. So
No, what are all the use case?
use case that, sir, actually with the if you fly in the drone, these are monitoring. There are some poles, bigger poles are there, right? It will fly there where this component defective, because the human can reach to there. It is a long day. So within 5 minutes we can detect it, and in the there is a control room. You can get the video feed directly.
That is only electricity you are
It
talking.
is electricity, sir.
Power sector.
Power side.
Use
And-
case.
Use case, sir. Another one, the cloud system also.
No, in power cases, what are all the various defects you can analyze?
That is the insulator defect, and then wire is broken. That defect we have done. And this is the height of the pole. In pole is a disalignment. That also we can do. Sir, APEP DCL is a Visakhapatnam. They called us for the demo. So after this, we will go there. We are ready with this thermal camera. Even if line is heated, that also we are checking.
You
that.
work it out.
Thank you, sir. APDC
Good.
also we are closing. Sir.
Thank you. What, brother? What you are doing?
So this is Visu. It's a humanoid robot that it's a humanoid robot that we have been working on building it in my university. Everything that it's made of is 3D printed inside the university. So right now it has a lot of features like it can express emotion, it can differentiate between people that it is talking with, and it has speech to speech, so you can talk to it and it waits for your turn, and then it speaks and you wait for its turn. So if you want, I could give you a little demo right now and you can just talk into the mic. Would you like to?
And we have our own PQC done. So we have our post-quantum done. We have the algorithm done, and we are the only one after Google to work with that. And we have made our own key right now. So this is it works with security. And right now we are the only one doing in Andhra. And we are doing
No,
it
this
from
robo, what is the main purpose you are aiming?
Right now, sir, we want to emulate a lot of the purposes that human intelligence. I feel like human intelligence can be put to use a lot better than repetitive tasks. So whatever these repetitive tasks and unskilled laborers and such are there, it is to slowly push away those jobs to push humans into something which requires their intelligence and their ability to change and adapt to the new environments and such. So right now, what we are trying
If
to
you do this adaptability, everything, what you are expecting efficiency level of human replacement?
So right now we are facing a little bit because in the research
That is
work,
what I am asking.
so right
I
now
am
we are
aware
facing
of
a lot-
robots, all these things. Where are you today? I want to ask. Okay. It will take some time.
how long?
Yeah, you are.
So in that meantime, this is the paper we showed, and you can see we have drafted this paper, and only after Google only we have done it. So this will be next level, since these computers can be hacked and can be used anywhere. So right now you've seen this CPU, it doesn't have hard disk. It's running directly from the Google cloud. So we have deployed everything over there, and even without hard disk, this CPU is running. So now you imagine, next it's a very disruptive technology. Now we can have CPUs running without any hard disk. We just have the main server.
So yeah, we can start talking to it. Hello, Visu. Okay.
We're just waiting for it to talk, but since resources are a little bit high right now.
Maybe return. Okay.
Sure.
What are you doing?
We are converting plastic waste and biomass waste into
Emma?
graphene, sir.
Plastic waste?
Plastic waste biomass waste ఉంటుంది కదా సార్, దాని నుంచి గ్రఫీన్ అనే నానో మెటీరియల్ని మేము సింథసైజ్ చేస్తున్నాం సార్. సో ఆ నానో మెటీరియల్ వచ్చేసి మనకి సో ఇది వచ్చేసి మనం సెమీ కండక్టర్స్ చేయడానికి, బ్యాటరీస్ చేయడానికి, సిమెంట్ ఇండస్ట్రీస్లో
అవన్నీ ఉపయోగిస్తారు.
వీటన్నిటిలో యూజ్ చేస్తారు సార్. సో వీటి అప్లికేషన్స్ పౌడర్స్ వచ్చేసి సో ఈ 2D మెటీరియల్.
వాట్ ఈస్ ది కాస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది ప్రాజెక్ట్ కాస్ట్ ఎంత?
ఇది మొత్తం 1 ton ప్లాంట్ చేయడానికి వచ్చేసి 1 crore అవుతుంది.
₹1 కోటి. కెపాసిటీ ఎంత?
1 ton కెపాసిటీ.
1 ton కెపాసిటీ. 1 ton ప్లాస్టిక్.
1 ton ప్లాస్టిక్ వేస్తే మన గ్రఫీన్ వచ్చేసి 100 to 200 kgs వస్తుంది.
వాట్ ఈస్ ది వైబిలిటీ?
సో ఆ ప్రోడక్ట్ వచ్చేసి 1 kg వచ్చేసి 60,000 ఉంది సార్ మార్కెట్ ప్రైస్. సో 60,000 to 1 lakh మార్కెట్ ప్రైస్ ఉంది. మేము వచ్చేసి మా కాస్ట్ వచ్చేసి 35,000 పడుతుంది మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్.
అంటే రిటర్న్స్ ఎంత వస్తుందని?
సో 30 times రిటర్న్స్ ROI వచ్చేసి 30.
కాదమ్మా, ROI
వచ్చేసి 67%
ఇస్తున్నారా? ఓకే. కెన్ యూ ప్రూవ్ ఇట్? ఓకే, లెట్ us see. వాట్ ఈస్ ది
Myself, our company
Youngsters?
NXTGATech Private Limited.
ఏదిమా?
NXTGATech Private Limited.
Okay.
మేము మానిటరింగ్ సిస్టమ్స్ తయారు చేస్తుంటాము. మానిటరింగ్ సిస్టమ్స్ ఏ పారామీటర్స్ అయినా మెజర్ చేయడానికి ఉపయోగపడతారు. జనరల్గా ఇది మనకి కోల్డ్ స్టోరేజెస్కి, వేర్ హౌసెస్కి, పౌల్ట్రీ ఫార్మ్స్కి, అలానే మనకి సీవేజ్, అది ఎక్కడే చాలా పెద్ద ప్రాబ్లం. మనకి గ్యాస్ లీకేజెస్ వల్ల మనుషులు చనిపోతూ ఉంటారు సీవేజెస్ లోపలికి వెళ్ళిన వాళ్ళు. ఇది ఒక మానిటరింగ్ సిస్టమ్, ఇది రెగ్యులర్గా చూస్తూ ఉంటుంది, మనకు ఒక ప్రాపర్ ఇండికేషన్స్ అనేవి ఇస్తూ ఉంటుంది. మనకి ఇలానే కాకుండా రోబోట్స్ కానీ వేరే వేరే చోట్ల డిప్లాయ్ అయిన రోబోట్స్ మనకి అవి సరిగ్గా పనిచేస్తున్నాయా లేదా, వాటికి మెయింటెనెన్స్ కావాలా లేదా అనేది కూడా మనకి ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ వస్తుంది. ఎందుకంటే మనకి రిపేర్ చేయడం తక్కువ, రీప్లేస్ చేయడానికి ఎక్కువ కావాల్సి వస్తుంది. సో ఈ హోల్ సిస్టమ్ అనేది ఎకనామికల్గా కానీ ఎలాగైనా కూడా
అంటే ఇది ఫ్రమ్ రిమోట్?
ఎస్, రిమోట్ మానిటరింగ్ మొత్తం.
రిమోట్ మానిటరింగ్ విత్ సెన్సార్స్. అదే డాష్ బోర్డ్ అవన్నీ నాకు తెలుసు. నేను డాష్ బోర్డ్ మీకు నేర్పించాను, మీరు నాకు నేర్పిస్తున్నారు. డాష్ బోర్డ్ అవన్నీ ఐఎమ్ అవేర్. విత్ సెన్సార్ బేస్డ్, విత్ సెంట్రల్ మానిటరింగ్, అంతేనా? ఓకే. ఏంటా? గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్. హర్షవర్ధన్, గట్టిగా. బీ లౌడర్ ఆల్వేస్.
My name is J. Harshvardhan Naidu. This is our product called N-Switch Kit. It's a universal compatibility battery swapping. What we are doing is like already you'll be having a fixed battery. So here in the port we are giving a additional port where you can use battery swapping as an additional option. Even so, this scooter was owned by a government employee who sold this to us because the range was very limited, because he was facing a lot of problems. That's why he was telling that I don't need this scooter. Again, he switched to an ICE vehicle. So what we did, the same scooter, we added a port over here where you can use battery swapping as an additional option. Whenever the main battery is going below 35%, you can see here, whenever the main primary battery is going below 35%,
It switches to the secondary
it switches suddenly to the secondary battery, 36 to 35. And it suddenly switches to the secondary battery. You don't have to switch any mechanism, there is nothing. Automatically it will switch. Only the problem is you need to be having an additional battery available.
అంటే ప్రైమరీ సెకండరీ యు ఆర్ గోయింగ్ టు
Primary, secondary we are doing it.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఏం బ్రదర్?
Yes, sir.
What are you doing?
So that is actually use cases for our police and then civil engineers and civil persons work. Actually, there is we're sending these lasers. Okay, so such that we can alignment also building alignment we can do. And sir, actually these we talked to APDC, Andhra Pradesh Drone Corporation. They suggested that low cost you please build up. So within 5,000 we made it. So throughout the world there is a high cost. Very it is near about 20,000 above. So right now it is doing some laser things that they are giving. So fan also we have set up. So people are working outside, sir. So fan also right now working and the lights also there.
Which companies can use this?
Any
Mining,
and then
majority
fire,
mining.
Fire.
And also it will be useful in steel factories,
Rescue also, sir.
risky places.
Because we are sending this one signal to receiver, so you can check. You can send the SOS to this person also. Sir,
Okay.
another, sir, this one actually that is Andhra Pradesh Greenery and Beautification. They have given our project. So
What you are going to do with
actually,
that?
we know this bougainvillea. We are giving this plantation, right? So it is automatically it will rotate and it will spray, sir. So only one person job. Right now, what is happening? So people are using the car, truck, and the driver is there, and then person is spraying. So we are making it fully autonomous. So one 20-liter one jar is there right now for the prototype thing. So we are getting the POC from them. So it will spray, monitor the disease, and automatically it will go. And
It is a disease control.
disease control and spraying also. We have to maintain.
Spraying for fertilizers,
Yes, whatever water if you want, you can do.
watering or fertilizer,
and
both.
it is a foldable we design. Okay, so you can carry through motorbike also.
Yeah, how much this for one operation? How much area you can cover?
Actually, sir, it is a plantation in the roadside, no?
Yeah.
So from 3 feet it can operate. So it will go slowly. One remote control. will
What
be
is
there.
the water? Can?
It is a 20-liter jar right now.
20 liters.
So anything
Even you
can
can increase.
Yes,
Okay,
thank you, sir.
that's good. And what are you doing? Good afternoon.
This is Pocket Labs. This is basically kits for people that live in rural areas and they don't have access for laboratories. So they can buy these kits and do the experiments and they'll get course.
According to the course, they can do their experiment, which will help them to grow more in that rural areas, which the experiments, their kit is not available.
Currently, we're working on
This kit is meant for what are all the experiments they can do?
Yes, every experiment, like in 12th and 10th books, all the experiments they are having, all segregated, and all this stuff we will give in a very cheap and a very affordable price so that they can assess it.
Okay. And what is your experiment?
My name is Muthu. I'm from VIT Vellore, sir. A lot of people before going to hospital would like to know how much the bill will come, right? So here we have 5 steps. We go there. Someone wants to do a knee replacement. They click here, and here it comes step 4. They have multiple tariffs. So someone thinks 4 lakh is comfortable for them. They click 4 lakh. They know which all hospital in their city operates at 4 lakhs. We sell insurance first.
Yeah,
we are IRDA registered brokers.
Okay.
We sell insurance.
You are going to give optimization, cost optimization
Cost
and insurance,
optimization,
everything.
Also claim settlement. Understanding what is included in the insurance, what is not.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. Thank you, ma. Thank you. Thank you. Very nice of you. Hello. You.
My name is
My name is Dr. Himraj Lambuji, representing VIT Bhopal. Here we have product with AI vision. Now the main problem around the world is 1.5 billion people are facing problem of hearing loss, and another people are
AI vision, what you are doing?
Yes, a device that will help blind people and deaf people to see a world from a digital light. That is from camera using GPU power devices, and that will help blind people to listen to an audio. That there are people standing here, there is a standee, there is a display board.
Artificial intelligence support for blind people.
And when it comes to competitors, there are 4 major competitors, including Ray-Ban and others. That device costs them around $1,500. But here, from manufacturing side, we are providing the device would cost around $150 to $180 only.
And I am very happy.
Thank
Good.
you, sir.
Excellent.
We also
Hello.
need to go.
Hi. What you are doing?
It's Vidyut Jain. Sir, it's an energy trading platform for small householders like Andhra Pradesh people, those who are producing and generating energy in their home only by solar panels, and they can sell and buy energy in our platform only. It's transparent, secure, and easy to use.
As on today, it is established in grid.
Yes, sir.
Which state is doing? Now,
Uttar Pradesh is doing.
Uttar Pradesh, they introduced this concept.
Power is a company Australian based. They are doing this only, but they don't use blockchain technology and AI for. They don't use the technology that will help normal people to trade and buy the energy.
No, what we are thinking as on today,
Yes.
every home can use it.
Yes, sir.
Surplus they can give it to grid,
Yes, sir.
and then they can go for swapping.
Swapping. Yes, sir.
Night times they need. At the end of the day, we are giving 2 rupees 9 paisa for unit.
Yes, sir. But in our
surplus.
platform, if any user is bidding or buying the energy, it will be around 5 to 6 rupees per unit.
No, it won't come 5 to 6 rupees.
Yes,
it is only demand and supply.
Yes, sir. It will
Real time
depend on
monitoring. Real time.
Yes, sir. Dynamic pricing.
Dynamic pricing will be there. Okay, good. Good initiative. Congratulations. Okay, what are you doing?
So we are doing an AI solution and blockchain solution for mental health, integrating the services in education system, hospitals, and in the corporate well-being. So where we provide well-being services in the school level to the corporate level, starting at an age group of 5 years to 60 years. So that's where we concentrate in analyzing the voice assessments, taking your voice for 5 minutes, using golden standards of psychology tools. We take voice, we are building even speech-to-speech LLMs, so where we can be ahead in worldwide also in creating as a mental health AI exclusively, where we can be accessible to everyone. And we see mental health is still a taboo in the Indian communities. So that's where we are trying. So there is a detailed proposal regarding integrating in AP in the education schools, government schools as well.
Yeah, we will work it out.
Thank you.
Edward, what are you doing?
Our electronic systems private limited in since 1985 from AP, and we are developed products in Indian Railways. 7 lakh stations our products will installed, and 1.5 crores data per day recognize and analyze the fail-safe systems. In this microprocessor based company started. Present we have FPGA and microcontroller based fail-safe product will introduce in Indian Railways. Present these products will RDSO approved also, sir, Indian Railway government.
Thank you. Hello. Youngsters, what are you doing?
Good afternoon, sir. We are Team Prime, driven by vision, charged with purpose, sir. So, sir, in recent days you have heard that many of the companies are getting fire accidents due to their battery management system, sir. And people are getting injured also. So, our BMS is different from other competitors, sir. He will just demonstrate and
Yeah.
So it's a rental bike model. We have planned to launch in large area scales like universities, warehouses, and other sort of things which has a large area, so the people can use it as a rental. The registered users has an ID card. They can just register using our portal, and when the user taps here, the bike starts to on, and you can drive the bike. When the user has to end it, they can end like this, and they can start.
That is central control.
Yes.
And our EMS control system
Bike or starter.
does not catch
Power. And when the user has to enter, right, just tap it. The bike
using
stops.
mini IoT like geofencing.
And we are
Okay, that's nice. Good. Sir, what are you doing?
సో ఇది ఇండియాలో తయారు చేసిన అగ్రికల్చర్ స్ప్రే గ్రౌండ్ సార్ 75% కాంపోనెంట్స్ అన్ని ఇండియాలో వాడాము. ఇది ప్రిసిషన్ అగ్రికల్చర్ మనం చేస్తాం సార్ దీంతో.
What is the use cases?
ఇది వచ్చేసి అగ్రికల్చర్ స్ప్రే ఎక్కడైతే మనకి క్రాప్ వీడు ఉంటుందో అక్కడ మాత్రమే స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది. ఇది మనకి మ్యాప్స్ అది మనకి ఎంత ఉంది ఇది మనం మ్యాప్ చేసాం ఏరియా. తర్వాత మనకి ఈ టూల్స్లో మనకి స్ప్రేయింగ్ టూల్స్ అనమాట. దీన్ని మనం డ్రోన్లో ఫీడ్ చేస్తే అది ఎక్కడ కావాలంటే అక్కడ స్ప్రే చేస్తుంది. 52% సేవ్ చేసే పెస్టిసైడ్ ఇక్కడ మనం దీంట్లో. ఇది వచ్చేసి ఉమెన్ సేఫ్టీ కోసం చేశాను సార్. ఎవరైనా ఆపదలో ఉన్నప్పుడు పట్టుకున్నప్పుడు అయితే ఫస్ట్ రెస్పాండర్ డ్రోన్ లొకేషన్కి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. అది మనం లైవ్ డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ చేసాం సార్. మన దగ్గర రెడీగా ఉంది ప్రోడక్ట్ అది.
ఓకే.
ఫస్ట్
బటన్ నొక్కితే అంటే ఎట్లా మొబైల్
సాస్ బటన్ నొక్కితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా మనకి అది నెట్వర్క్ కనెక్ట్ అయ్యి నియరెస్ట్
ఆటోమేటిక్గా అలర్ట్
అయిపోయి లొకేషన్కి వెళ్తుంది సార్.
ఓకే, గుడ్. What are you doing?
We develop satellite technologies to enable universities and pharma companies to develop better drugs. And that's the technology which I developed when I went to do my master's in Australia. I flew several space missions. Now I brought this technology to India to help Indian universities and industries participate in this project, where we are sending India's first ever commercial mission to the ISS next year, International Space Station, where Sunita Williams went and was stuck.
What is the exact product?
The exact product is this. Inside this, we can run multiple drug experiments, biological experiments, stem cells experiments, all automated, collecting data, samples posted, frozen, and then brought back. And then we bring it back. We have our partner in the US who will take our payload, launch it to the ISS. When it's in the ISS, we'll stream down the data. And after the ISS, we'll bring it back down and give it to our customers. So this is something which has never been done in India before. And this is what I'm right now reaching out to universities and industries to do it for the first time from India in February of next year. So it's a deep tech market where companies like Merck, some of the largest pharma companies in the world, Merck, Novartis, Amgen, they are all doing these kinds of experiments where they can generate different types of crystals in space.
Good.
Thank you.
Thanks. Ready?
Sir, I think there are 2 more.
1 minute, we'll go there. Okay. Then, what are your product?
Sir, it's an education technology product, sir. So we have been in this field for 10 years, and right now for the past years we're using AI to provide career guidance to students who want to have a successful transition to IB without any experience or without any knowledge. We are capable of using our AI. It will evaluate the skills, skill assessment, and then guide students.
No, only skill assessment you want to do, they have to appear.
Yes, sir. And
or some people are doing now touch points they are taking online.
Yes, sir.
Just like credit rating. Now skill rating they are doing.
Yes,
Is it possible for you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And we provide a custom personalized learning path, sir.
No, what I'm saying is the next step. First step, how to diagnose skill gap.
The skill gap analysis.
Skill gap analysis.
Yes, sir.
Mass, can you do that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
If they come to you, you will do. I am asking you online digital touch points. Basing on that, you are having any product?
Yes, sir. Yes, that is the core USP of our product.
We are having 5 crore population.
Right.
I am giving you job. 5 crore population, skill development, skill census. Can you do that?
Yes,
basing on its touch points?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir. If we have the data points that we want to capture.
Chudu. We will interest, our people will talk to you. Let us know. And what is the product?
Our company is Jesuit Cryo Technologies Private Limited, sir. Our office is in Mangalagiri. We are working on green hydrogen, green ammonia project, sir.
Okay.
We did this planted to NTPC Noida, sir, Netra. It is a hydrogen refueling station. We did entire engineering for NTPC, sir. So we are the company from the Mangalagiri only. We are working on completely green hydrogen and green ammonia. It is advanced technology, sir. We used to hear your speeches in the TVs. So we are the company in India working on green hydrogen, green ammonia.
I am very happy.
Yeah, thank
Keep
you.
it up. ఇది వీళ్ళు స్కిల్ సెన్సస్ చేయగలుగుతామంటున్నారు. డెమాన్స్ట్రేట్ పిలిచి మాట్లాడండి. స్కిల్ సెన్సస్ వీళ్ళు చేయగలిగితే ఆటోమేటిక్గా
చంద్రుడా ఇంద్రుడై రాధిరా ఏనాడు నీ పరిపాలన మాకు వరం నీ వల్లే ఈ రాష్ట్రపు సంక్షేమం సత్యం నిత్యం.
Honorable Chief Minister is about to arrive in a minute.
జనగణ మంగళ నాయకుడా ధనమగు చరితల నాయకుడా పలుతరములు మము పరిపాలించర స్వాత్మికుడా నవయుగ మేధో సైనికుడా సమయము తెలియని సేవకుడా యువన వ్యాంధ్రకు ప్రగతిని చూపర సాధకుడా వైతాళికుడా.
Request everyone to kindly avoid movement. Please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. Request everyone to kindly stand up. We request everyone to kindly stand up as a mark of respect. We request everyone to kindly stand up. Please request everyone to kindly stand up. మీ కరతాళ ధ్వనులతో సీఎం గారిని వెల్కమ్ చేయగలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం.
ప్రతి గడప నీకే స్వాగతమంటోంది ప్రతి మనసు నువ్వే గెలవాలంటోంది పెద్ద కొడుకు నీవై తోడున్నావు చాలు జరుగుతుంది మాకు మేలు మేలు ఇంటి పెద్ద నీవై నీ జీవం చాలు విసి రాష్ట్రమంతటా శాంతి క్రాంతి సంతోషాలు నాయకుడా నాయకుడా మళ్ళీ నువ్వే రావాలి నవ్యాంధ్ర పాలకుడై నువ్వే గెలవాలి నాయకుడా నాయకుడా మా తోడై నువ్వుండాలి మేమంతా నీ వెంటే ముందడుగెయ్యాలి
మీ కరతాళ ధ్వనులతో సీఎం గారిని వెల్కమ్ చేయవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం.
ఓ ప్రతివాడ నీకే మద్దతు పలికింది
మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారిని వేదికను అలంకరించవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం. అలాగే మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ కందుల దుర్గేష్ గారిని, ఎమ్మెల్యే శ్రీ తెనాలి శ్రవణ్ కుమార్ గారిని కూడా వేదిక మీదకి రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం.
సదమున ఆగిన ఉన్నతి కోసం
We request Miss Editha Wojcik also to kindly come on to the stage. May we kindly have your attention? We are starting the program. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. వి లాంచ్ ప్యాడ్ 2025 కి విఐటిఏపి యూనివర్సిటీ సాదర స్వాగతం పలుకుతుంది. ఇప్పుడు మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారిని జ్యోతి ప్రజ్వలనం చేసి కార్యక్రమం మొదలు పెట్టవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాము. ఆయనతో పాటు విఐటి ఛాన్సలర్ శ్రీ జి విశ్వనాథన్ గారిని, శ్రీ కందుల దుర్గేష్ గారిని, శ్రీ తెనాలి శ్రవణ్ కుమార్ గారిని కూడా కంపెనీ చేయవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాము. వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ శ్రీ శంకర్ విశ్వనాథన్ గారు, కాదంబరి మేడం, రమణి మేడంని కూడా వాళ్ళతో పాటు ఉండవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాము. The rest of the dignitaries kindly accompany them. అందరికీ నమస్కారం. వేదికను అలంకరించిన మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, పర్యాటక, సాంస్కృతిక మరియు సినిమాటోగ్రఫీ శాఖ మంత్రి శ్రీ కందుల దుర్గేష్ గారు, తాడికొండ ఎమ్మెల్యే శ్రీ తెనాలి శ్రవణ్ కుమార్ గారు, విఐటిఏపి యూనివర్సిటీ ఛాన్సలర్ శ్రీ జి విశ్వనాథన్ గారు, వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ శ్రీ ఎస్వి కోటారెడ్డి గారు, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ శ్రీ శంకర్ విశ్వనాథన్ గారు, రిజిస్ట్రార్ శ్రీ జగదీష్ చంద్ర ముదిగంటి గారు మరియు పెద్దలు, పత్రికా విలేకరులు, ఫ్యాకల్టీ, స్టాఫ్, స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరికీ విఐటిఏపి యూనివర్సిటీ సాదర స్వాగతం పలుకుతుంది. A few words about today's program. VITAP University's V Launchpad 2025 is a pioneering business pitching competition by VITAP's School of Business VSB and Innovation, Incubation and Entrepreneurship Cell IIEC. This event offers a dynamic platform for startups and participants to showcase their groundbreaking ideas and interact with key stakeholders in the entrepreneurship ecosystem. We Launchpad provides an opportunity for celebrating innovation, entrepreneurship, and leadership skills among students and startups. ఇప్పుడు విఐటిఏపి యూనివర్సిటీ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ శ్రీ ఎస్వి కోటారెడ్డి గారు ప్రసంగిస్తారు. Sir, kindly give welcome address.
Good afternoon, everyone. వేదికను అలంకరించిన పెద్దలందరికీ నా నమస్కారం. We are very delighted and excited to have the Honorable Chief Minister of Government of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu, with us as the chief guest for today's event. He is an eminent personality, a visionary leader, the long-lasting serving chief minister in the political history of Telugu states, an architect of high-tech city and wishes to build a quantum valley in Amravati. He is determined to create on any one entrepreneur from each family to eradicate poverty in Andhra Pradesh, to make AP as a Swarna Andhra by 2047 by boosting of economy of $2 trillion. We are really glad and honored to have you with us on this momentous occasion to inaugurate 4 buildings and the Global Innovators Challenge 2025. Sir, we are honored to welcome you to VIT AP University. మనం అందరం పెద్ద కరతాళ ధ్వనులతో మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని ఆహ్వానిద్దాం. I am very delighted to welcome Sri Kandula Durgesh Garu, Honorable Minister for Tourism, Culture and Cinematography, Government of Andhra Pradesh. Sir, under your leadership, the state of Andhra Pradesh will reach new heights in the tourism sector. A cordial welcome to you, sir. We are delighted to have with us our beloved Honorable Chancellor, Dr. G. Vishwanathan, sir. He is a great visionary, philanthropist, the leader of people, parliamentarian, educator, entrepreneur, a great orator. In other words, he is an institution by himself. His ambition is to place VIT University in the top 200 universities of the world. Sir, under your able leadership, VIT will certainly accomplish this goal. A hearty welcome to you, sir. I am privileged to welcome our MLA, Tadikonda constituency, Sri Tanali Shravan Kumar Garu. He has earned a reputation as a sincere and service-oriented MLA in the state. A warm welcome to you, sir. It is my honor to welcome our beloved Vice President, Sri Shankar Vishwanathan, sir. He has been instrumental in spearheading the progress of VIT campuses. With his in-depth insight into the education, he continues to take VIT brand to the greater heights. A warm welcome to you, sir. It is with my great pleasure I welcome our AVP Madam, Ms. Kadambari Vishwanathan Madam. She is key person behind VIT University acquiring the status of Institution of Eminence. She has been instrumental in establishing VIT Bhopal. Under her able leadership, VIT Bhopal is emerging as one of the finest universities in the country. Hearty welcome to you, Madam. I am very delighted to welcome Srimati Ramani Balasubramanian, Madam, Trustee, VIT Bhopal. Madam is very kind at heart and you are people's person. As trustee, you inspire people to make VIT Bhopal a world-class institution. A warm welcome to you, Madam. I am very delighted to welcome Sri Murali Bukkapatnam, Chairman, TRI Global and Founder and CEO, Volsky Technologies. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation in spite of your busy schedule. A warm welcome to you, sir. A cordial welcome to Ms. Edaita Volsky, CEO, IBS Global and Director Marketing Development, World Invention Intellectual Property Association, Poland. We are honored to have you with us, Madam. I would like to welcome Sri Challa Nag, Head TCS Hyderabad. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation and extending full support to allowing our students to work with TCS. A big round of applause for TCS Head. I am honored to welcome the Collector of Guntur District, Srimati Nagalakshmi Madam, and SP of Guntur District, Sri Satish Garu, and all other members of the Guntur District Administration. I cordially welcome the members of the Board of Management, Governing Body, Academic Council, Finance Committee, Planning and Monitoring Board, Research Advisory Committee, members of Board of Studies and advisory boards of all the schools of VIT AP University. A warm welcome to our Registrar, Dr. Jagadish Chandra Mudiganti, and our Dean Academics, Dr. N. Madhusudan Rao, for this function. A hearty welcome to Deans, Directors, HODs, Coordinators, Section Heads, Faculty and Staff members to this function. A warm welcome to the members of media and press. I am very delighted to see the large number of students who are gathered here to listen to our Honorable CM sir. I extend a cordial welcome to each one of you. మనం అందరం సాధారణంగా మరొకసారి మన Honorable CM గారిని ఆహ్వానిద్దాం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు ఛాన్సలర్ జి విశ్వనాథన్ గారు ప్రెసిడెన్షియల్ అడ్రస్ ఇస్తారు సార్.
అందరికీ నమస్కారం. ఆనరబుల్ చీఫ్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు, ఆనరబుల్ మినిస్టర్ శ్రీ దుర్గేష్, ఆనరబుల్ ఎమ్మెల్యే శ్రీ తెనాలి శ్రవణ్ కుమార్, other friends from industries, Vice President Mr. Shankar Viswanathan, Assistant Vice President Ms. Kadambari Viswanathan, Vice Chancellor Dr. Kota Reddy, Registrar Dr. Jagdish, other professors, deans, directors, my dear students, party leaders and other invitees. Very good morning to you. It is indeed a happy occasion when our Chief Minister came to our campus after a long time. And today, he unveiled the statue of Mahatma Gandhi, the father of the nation, and also opened 4 blocks, 4 buildings. Mahatma Gandhi block, V.V. Giri block, Acharya N.G. Ranga block, and Durgabai Deshmukh block. We named them specifically in these names because we want our youngsters, our students, to know about them and be proud of them. I don't know how many of you had the opportunity to see them or meet them. Fortunately, I had the opportunity to talk to them, to sit with them, especially Professor Acharya N.G. Ranga. I had the opportunity to serve with him in a committee on defense in Lok Sabha. And I also addressed a meeting in his favor in Chittoor constituency. And I don't know how many of you are aware that he is in the Guinness World Record of 61 years in Parliament in India. Parliament, Provisional Parliament and Constituent Assembly put together. He was for 61 years, but he never served as a minister. In fact, Pandit Nehru invited him to join the cabinet. Professor Ranga refused. This is the kind of person we had in this part of the country. He hails from Niduburulu. We have named a building after him. President V.V. Giri, you would have known, is a popular vice president and president. And I had the opportunity to meet with him and talk to him. Of course, his son studied with me in college. And I voted for him. When we were in Lok Sabha, there was a by-election to the president post. President Zakir Hussain died, and there was an election. Congress party nominated Neelam Sanjeev Reddy. The opposition nominated V.V. Giri, but the Prime Minister, Mrs. Indira Gandhi, chose to support the opposition candidate. And in the history of India, he was the only independent elected as President of India, V.V. Giri. He is such a wonderful man that he served various cabinets. He was in Rajagopalachari, Rajaji's cabinet. He was in T. Prakasam cabinet. Then he was a minister, vice president and president of India. We can never forget him. Originally, his district is Berhampur in Orissa, but that family belongs to East Godavari. From there, they migrated to Berhampur. At that time, the Madras province consisted of entire South India, and the eastern border was Berhampur district. That's how V.V. Giri was called a Madrasi. Of course, he lived in Madras. And another important figure is Durgabai Deshmukh. She belongs to Andhra Pradesh, married outside. Later on, Deshmukh became the finance minister in the Nehru cabinet. And she is the champion of women's causes. These are the names we have given to various buildings to tell you, to inform you, to know about them and follow them. I am happy that the CM has allotted sufficient time today, not only to inaugurating the buildings, also to inaugurate the V Launchpad 2025, where he spent a lot of time with our students and outsiders. I am happy because we have a visionary chief minister here. I don't know how many of you have the opportunity to compare. There is no other chief minister with a vision like him. He wants the entire Andhra Pradesh to lead the country. I always remember once when 5-6 years ago, when we had a discussion, he told me that there should be 5 lakhs of students in higher education in Amaravati, Guntur and Vijayawada, and VIT should take care of 10%, that is 50%. We assure him we will do it, because I want, the higher education, it is more the parents who are responsible than the governments, because they spend the money. Of course, government also spends, but to a lesser extent. And among the parents in India, the parents in southern India spend more. Among South Indian states, the parents in Andhra Pradesh spend more than all other parents. That's how the Andhra students are there in various parts of the country. And in fact, VIT, once in Vellore, now it has come to, now we have 17,000 students in Andhra campus, 44,000 students in Vellore campus. Even now, next to Tamil Nadu, it is Andhra Pradesh, which sends maximum number of students in Vellore. In fact, once Andhra Telugu speaking were more than Tamils in Vellore. That's why we are known as Telugu University. That's how, because we had very close relationship with Andhra Pradesh. Vellore was part of Chittoor district under the British, and Telugu is understood throughout Tamil Nadu. They may not be able to read and write, but they will speak. That's the relationship we have with the neighboring Andhra Pradesh. And we are here to support the Chief Minister. I want all the people to be with him so that this state is going to lead the country in economic development, in education, in whatever it is. And in fact, he is the one who feels that the growth should take place and the benefit should reach all. At present, it is not happening. There are many reasons. I am not going into it. One reason is that all the people do not get higher education. That's one reason. There are other reasons also. Because I went to Thailand 3 months back, and about reading their economy, they say Thailand is one of the most unequal countries in the world, next only to Russia and India. That's how India is known outside. We have so much inequality in the country because 10% of the Indians own 80% wealth of the nation. And the below 50% own only 3% wealth of the nation. But when it comes to taxation, when paying GST, these 50% who own only 3% pay 66% of the tax, and those who own 80% pay only 3 to 4%. That's how inequality exists, and we have a chief minister who wants to eliminate this inequality and bring about equality among the people, and that's, I would like to thank him. In fact, we should have thanked him on the same day. Now it is a belated birthday for him. We are all so happy to celebrate his 75th birthday, and he is going to lead this state. In fact, we are so fortunate to have him back because 5 years have gone wasted. Now it is resuming, and Amaravati, according to him, will be a model capital in the country and in the world. That's what he is planning. We will be with him. We will be with him. VIT will be with him in economic development, in educational development, and whatever steps it takes in the benefit of for the benefit of the people of this country and the state, particularly the poor and the downtrodden. I would like to thank him for inaugurating these buildings and also be present here to address you. Thank you very much.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. మీ మాటలు ఎప్పుడు మమ్మల్ని చాలా ఇన్స్పైర్ చేస్తూ ఉంటాయి. ఇప్పుడు మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు సెంట్రల్ బ్లాక్ బిల్డింగ్ లాంచ్ చేస్తారు.
Yes, launch.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు మన విఐటిఏపీ యూనివర్సిటీ గురించి ఒక చిన్న ఏవి.
విజ్ఞానానికి నెలవుగా, జ్ఞానానికి పుట్టినిల్లుగా, యావత్ ప్రపంచానికి సాంకేతికతను పరిచయం చేసిన చరిత్ర మనది. క్రీస్తు పూర్వమే ఉన్నతమైన విద్యా విధానాలను అవలంబించిన కీర్తి మనది. శతాబ్దాలకు పూర్వమే ప్రపంచ వ్యాప్తంగా విజ్ఞానానికి, విద్యకు తలమానికమై నిలిచిన నలంద మరియు తక్షశిల విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలే ప్రేరణగా, అవే విలువలతో, రెట్టింపైన నిబద్ధతతో, విద్యే సాధనంగా లక్షలాది మంది విద్యార్థుల బంగారు భవిష్యత్తును 37 ఏళ్ల ముందే కళ్ళారా చూశారాయన. ఆయనే శ్రీ జి విశ్వనాథన్, ఫౌండర్ అండ్ ఛాన్సలర్ ఆఫ్ విట్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్. స్వాప్నికుడై ఆయన చూసిన ఆ స్వప్నమే విట్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కు పునాది చేసింది.
ప్రైవేట్ సెక్టర్ లో మొట్టమొదటి ఇండస్ట్రీ గాని యూనివర్సిటీ ఉంటే విఐటి.
విద్య అనేది పదవుల కోసం కాదు, పరిపూర్ణత కోసం, సత్యాన్వేషణ కోసం, వికాసం కోసం అనే ఆయన నమ్మకమే నేడు విట్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ను దేశంలోనే అత్యున్నత విశ్వవిద్యాలయాల్లో ఒకటిగా నిలిపేలా చేసింది. అందులో భాగంగానే వెలగపూడి, ఐనవోలు, శాఖమూరు అనే 3 గ్రామాలను దత్తత తీసుకుని మట్టి పుట్టన మాణిక్యాల్లాంటి ప్రతిభావంతులకు ఉచిత విద్యను అందించడం ద్వారా విద్యా ప్రమాణాలను పెంచడమే కాకుండా ప్రతి ఏటా జరిగే క్యాంపస్ ప్లేస్మెంట్స్ తో ప్రపంచ ఉత్తమ సంస్థలకు అత్యుత్తమ విద్యావంతులను అందిస్తున్న ఘనత విట్ గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ది. నిత్య సాధకుడై నవ్యాంధ్ర రాష్ట్ర ప్రగతికి తన వంతు అంటూ 2017లో విట్ సంస్థను అమరావతిలో సగౌరవంగా స్థాపించడమే కాకుండా విజ్ఞానానికి విలువ ఉండాలి, కానీ దానికి మార్కులు కొలమానం కాదు అని నమ్మే వ్యక్తిగా విద్యార్థుల సర్వతోముఖాభివృద్ధి కోసం విశ్వనాథన్ గారు పడే తపన అనిర్వచనీయమైనది. అలాంటి విశ్వనాథన్ గారి కార్యదక్షతకు రూపంగా అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయి విద్యా ప్రమాణాలతో వెలిసిందే ఈ మహాత్మా గాంధీ బ్లాక్. ఇప్పటికే నంబర్ 1 పేటెంట్స్ పబ్లికేషన్స్ సంస్థగా 70కి పైగా జాతీయ, అంతర్జాతీయ స్థాయి కంపెనీలతో MOU చేసుకున్న ఏకైక సంస్థగా ప్రతి సంవత్సరం సరికొత్త వికాసానికి నాంది పలుకుతూ విట్ ఏపీ విశ్వవిద్యాలయంలో AI రోబోటిక్స్ వంటి పలు రంగాల్లో అత్యాధునిక ల్యాబ్స్ ఏర్పాటుతో పాటు పరిశోధనను ప్రోత్సహిస్తున్నారు. తద్వారా ప్రతిష్టాత్మకమైన హ్యూమనాయిడ్ రోబో విసు, అలాగే చిన్నదైన చమత్కారమైనది మరియు అసాధ్యమైన పనులను చిటికలో చేసే స్పూకీ వంటి మరెన్నో ఆవిష్కరణలకు విట్ ఏపీను నిలయంగా మలిచిన విశ్వనాథన్ గారి ముందు చూపు అమోఘం, అనితర సాధ్యం.
The main aim of building such a robot is to go for defense-related application, where these kind of robots will have a small sneaky camera and it can sneak into places and it can be used for recon purpose and all. So that's the main motto of this particular project.
VTBIF పేరుతో IIEC ను ఏర్పాటు చేసి స్టార్టప్ మద్దతుకు మెంటర్షిప్, ట్రైనింగ్, వనరులు అందిస్తూ ఇప్పుడు వి లాంచ్ ప్యాడ్ తో కొత్త అధ్యయనానికి అంకురార్పణ చేసిన విశ్వనాథన్ గారు విట్ ఏపీను స్టార్టప్ హబ్ గా నిలిపి ప్రపంచ వ్యాప్తంగా ఉత్తమ సంస్థలన్నీ అమరావతి వైపు దారి తీసేలా చేశారు.
Project where we converted a basic model cycle into a electrical vehicle. So this is the prototype of GUNTUR. It is again 6 years old prototype.
It also has person-based memory, so it remembers every individual person uniquely.
తరాలు మారిన చెదరని నిబద్ధతతో విశ్వనాథన్ గారిది ఒకటే సంకల్పం. భారతదేశం విశ్వ గురు కావాలి. ఆ భారతదేశానికి విట్ సారథ్యం వహించాలి. ఆ రోజు కోసమే విశ్వనాథన్ గారి ఆరాటం, ఆ రోజు కోసమే ఆయన అలుపెరగని పోరాటం. నిస్వార్థపరులు, నాయకులై నడిపించేవాడు. ముందుండి నడిపిస్తూ ఉంటే అభ్యుదయం తానే దరికి వస్తుందని నిరూపిస్తూ అనుక్షణం శ్రమించే విశ్వనాథన్ గారికి, చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారికి, వెంకయ్య నాయుడు గారికి ఎన్నో వేల మంది విద్యార్థుల తరపున పేరు పేరున కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ మీరు కన్న కలలే బాటగా దేశం, మన రాష్ట్రం మరింత ఉన్నత శిఖరానికి చేరుతుంది అని ఆశిస్తున్నాను.
నేను మనస్ఫూర్తిగా వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ విశ్వనాథన్ అభినందిస్తున్నా. ఇది నా జీవితంలో ఎప్పుడూ మర్చిపోని రోజు. మొదటి యూనివర్సిటీకి ఇక్కడ మనం ఫౌండేషన్ ఇస్తున్నాం. నా ఆలోచన ఉంటే ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాబోయే రోజుల్లో నాలెడ్జ్ లో భారతదేశానికి నెంబర్ 1 గా ఉంటా. దీంట్లో అనుమానం లేదని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా.
Thank you. That was a wonderful video. Next, సార్ నాటి పెంచి పోషించి ఇంత పెద్దగా చేసిన మన అమరావతి పైన ఒక వీడియో.
అమరావతి పరవళ్లు తొక్కే కృష్ణమ్మని ఆనుకుని వెలసి భారతదేశ చారిత్రక సంపదలో వెలకట్టలేని మణిపూసగా, సాంస్కృతిక కేంద్రంగా 2000 సంవత్సరాల ఘన చరిత్ర కలిగి ప్రపంచానికే విజ్ఞానాన్ని పంచిన విద్యా నగరిగా ఖ్యాతిగాంచిన గొప్ప ప్రాంతమే మన అమరావతి. బౌద్ధ ధర్మం వికసించిన ఆధ్యాత్మిక కేంద్రంగా, ఆచార్య నాగార్జున వంటి మేధావులు ధర్మస్థాపన మొదలుపెట్టిన పుణ్యభూమిగా చరిత్ర కలిగిన అమరావతి మహానగరం శాతవాహనుల కళా వైభవానికి నిలువెత్తు నిదర్శనం. రాజ్యాలు, రాజవంశాలు కాలగతిలో కలిసిపోయినా అమరావతి ప్రాముఖ్యత మాత్రం తగ్గలేదు. చరిత్రలో ధాన్య కటకంగా ప్రసిద్ధి చెంది అటు విజ్ఞానానికి, సంస్కృతికి ప్రాతినిధ్యం వహిస్తూనే శాంతికి సైతం ప్రతినిధిగా నిలిచింది అమరావతి. అమరావతి ఇది కేవలం ఒక నగర నిర్మాణం కాదు, పునర్నిర్మాణము కాదు. ఇది ఒక స్వప్నము. ఆంధ్రులంతా ఒక్కటిగా కలియచూసిన కలల నగరం. నవ్యాంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం ఉదయించిన వేళ సరికొత్త చరిత్రకు నాంది పలుకుతూ అమరావతిని రాష్ట్ర రాజధానిగా ప్రకటించడంతో జనరంజకంగా ప్రజల ఆశలతో కూడిన రాజధాని కలకు నిలయమై వెలిగింది. అందుకే ఎన్నో వేల ఎకరాల భూమిని రైతులంతా ఒక్క మాటపై చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారు రాజధాని అభివృద్ధికి బాట వేస్తారని నమ్మి తృణప్రాయంగా అర్పించారు. అయితే వారి నమ్మకమే ఊపిరిగా విశ్వవిద్యాలయాలు, ఐటీ హబ్లు, ఫైనాన్షియల్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్, ప్రపంచ స్థాయి రోడ్ నెట్వర్క్, ప్రతి దశలో ప్రణాళికాబద్ధమైన అభివృద్ధిగా, కాలుష్యరహిత పచ్చదనంతో అమరావతిని గ్రీన్ ఫీల్డ్ స్మార్ట్ సిటీగా, ప్రజల ప్రతి అవసరాన్ని తీర్చే అక్షయ పాత్రగా అతి త్వరలో రూపొందించడమే చంద్రబాబు గారి లక్ష్యం. ఆ లక్ష్యమే వారధిగా, ఎన్నో వేల మంది రైతుల త్యాగమే పునాదిగా, అభ్యుదయానికి నిలయమై వెలగాలనే 5 కోట్ల ఆంధ్రుల ఆశకు రూపమై, చంద్రన్న నేతృత్వంలో మహానగరమై ప్రపంచానికే తలమానికంగా మన అమరావతి నగరం నిలవాలని ఆశిస్తున్నాం.
థ్యాంక్ యూ. చరిత్రలో నిలిచిపోయే వ్యక్తి అతడు, చరిత్ర సృష్టించే వ్యక్తి అతడు, అంతర్జాతీయ కీర్తి ఉన్న నాయకుడు అతడు, అందరికీ అందుబాటులో ఉండే నాయకుడు అతడే. వయస్సు 7 పదులు దాటినా అభివృద్ధికై పరుగులు పెట్టే 25 ఏళ్ల పిల్లాడు అతడు. జనహితమే ఆయన అభిమతం, జనం కోసం ఆయన ఎల్లప్పుడూ సంసిద్ధం. హైటెక్ సిటీ తెచ్చిన, ఐటీని తెచ్చిన అద్వితీయ మేటి అతను. పరిచయం అక్కర్లేని పేరు. ఆయన పాలనలో రాష్ట్రమే అభివృద్ధితో అలరారు. యువజన నాయకుడు అయినా, పలుమార్లు ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయినా ఒకటే నైజం, ప్రజల శ్రేయస్సే ఆయన ఇజం. P4తో పేదల జీవితాలను మార్చే కార్యశీలకుడు అతడు. పైన దేవతల కోసం రాజధాని నిర్మించాడు ఆ ఇంద్రుడు. ఇక్కడ ప్రజల కోసం రాజధాని నిర్మిస్తున్నాడు ఈ చంద్రుడు. ఇప్పుడు మన ప్రియతమ నేత శ్రీ నారా చంద్రబాబు నాయుడు గారిని ప్రసంగించవలసినదిగా సవినయంగా, సగౌరవంగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం.
సెట్ చేసుకో. అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా విఐటి స్టూడెంట్స్కి అందరికీ, ఆ తర్వాత ఫ్యాకల్టీ మెంబర్స్కి అందరికి కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా నమస్కారాలు. గుడ్ ఆఫ్టర్నూన్ టు ఎవ్రీబడి. ఛాన్సలర్ రెస్పెక్టెడ్ విశ్వనాథన్, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ శంకర్ విశ్వనాథన్, మినిస్టర్ ఫర్ టూరిజం కందుల దుర్గేశం గారు, అసిస్టెంట్ వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ మిసెస్ కాదంబరి విశ్వనాథన్ గారు, వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ మిస్టర్ ఎస్వి కోటారెడ్డి, విఐటి ట్రస్టీ రమణి బాలసుందరం, ఎమ్మెల్యే తాడికొండ రెస్పెక్టెడ్ శ్రీ శ్రావణ్ కుమార్ గారు, చైర్మన్ టిఐ గ్లోబల్ హైదరాబాద్ మురళి బుక్కపట్నం, వైస్ ప్రెసిడెంట్ టీసీఎస్ హైదరాబాద్ చల్లా నాగ్, సిఇఓ ఐబిఎస్ గ్లోబల్ WIPA పోలాండ్ మిసెస్ ఎదిత్య, రిజిస్ట్రార్ జగదీష్ చంద్ర, and invitees of this meeting. Wonderful meeting. After a long time I am here. Today is a very good occasion, wonderful occasion. మా స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరినీ చూస్తూ ఉంటే ఎక్కడ చూసినా కేరింతలు, ఎక్కడ చూసినా మిమ్మల్ని చూస్తే ఎంత అభిమానం ఉందంటే, రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఈ అభిమానాన్ని మీ అందరికీ భవిష్యత్ ఇచ్చే విధంగా ఏ కార్యక్రమాలు చేయాలో చేయడానికి నేను సిద్ధంగా ఉన్నాను. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినప్పుడు మీరు ఒక్కసారి చూస్తే విశ్వనాథన్ గారు ఒక మామూలు వ్యక్తి. ఆయన జీవితం కూడా మీరు ఒకసారి చూస్తే 20 ఏళ్ళు రాజకీయంలో ఉన్నాడు. ఆ రోజుట్లో అన్నాదురైతో పార్లమెంట్లో ఉండి, మళ్ళీ కరుణానిధితో కూడా పనిచేసి, తర్వాత ఎంజీఆర్తో పనిచేసి, తర్వాత జయలలిత క్యాబినెట్లో 2 ఏళ్లు పనిచేసి, తర్వాత వచ్చి విట్టు ప్రారంభించాడు. ఈ విట్టు ప్రారంభించినప్పుడు మీరు చూస్తే దగ్గర 180 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్తో ప్రారంభించాడు వెల్లూరులో. అయితే ఈజ్ ఎ గ్రేట్ విజనరీ. 2014లో రాష్ట్ర విభజన జరిగింది. నేను అప్పటికి ఎలక్షన్ కూడా కాలేదు. కానీ మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా వచ్చి వారు ఒకటే చెప్పారు, మీ మీద నాకు నమ్మకం ఉంది, మీరు గెలిచిన వెంటనే అమరావతిలో
నేను విట్టు పెడతానని చెప్పిన మొట్టమొదటి వ్యక్తి విశ్వనాథం గారు. ఆ తర్వాత నేను గెలిచిన వెంటనే ఆయన రమ్మన్నాను. ఇక్కడ ల్యాండ్ కూడా మీరు ఒక్కసారి చూస్తే ప్రపంచంలో ఇలాంటి ఎక్స్పెరిమెంట్ ఎక్కడా జరగలేదు. ఒక వ్యక్తి మీద నమ్మకం పెట్టుకొని 29,000 మంది రైతులు 34,000 ఎకరాలు భూమి రాజధానికి ఇచ్చారు. మేము కూడా అభివృద్ధిలో భాగస్వాములు అవుతామని ఫార్మర్స్ ముందుకు వచ్చారు. అది ఒక టర్నింగ్ పాయింట్. మీ అందరికీ ఒక ఐడియా ఉంది, నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా అభివృద్ధిలో ముందుంటాను. అందరమారిగా మాటలు చెప్పను. ఒక్కోసారి ట్రాక్ రికార్డు కూడా ఉంది. హైదరాబాద్లో ఎవ్వరు కూడా జూబ్లీ హిల్స్ అవతల ఏది చూడని రాళ్ళు రెప్పలు. అలాంటి రాళ్ల రెప్పల్లో భవిష్యత్తును చూసిన వ్యక్తి, భవిష్యత్తును చూసిన పార్టీ తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ. ముప్పై సంవత్సరాల కంటే ముందు విజువలైజ్ చేశాం. భవిష్యత్తు ఏ విధంగా ఉంటుందో ఆలోచిస్తే ఆ రోజు నాకు అనిపించింది ఐటీకి భవిష్యత్తు ఉంది, అందిపుచ్చుకోవాలనే ఉద్దేశంతో నేను ఆ రోజు ప్రారంభించాను. కనీసం ఈ రోజు ఇక్కడికి వస్తే ఒక విట్ ఉంది, ఒక ఎస్ఆర్ఎం ఉంది, అనేక కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి. ఆ రోజు ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఏమీ లేవు. హైదరాబాద్లో ఏ విధంగా టెక్నాలజీ ప్రమోట్ చేయాలని బ్రెయిన్ స్టార్మింగ్ పెడితే ఆ రోజు ఒక ఆలోచన వచ్చింది. ఆ ఆలోచనలో పుట్టిందే హైటెక్ సిటీ. 14 నెలల్లో హైటెక్ సిటీ పూర్తి చేశాం. ఐటీకి ప్రాధాన్యత ఇచ్చాం. ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే కంపెనీస్ అన్ని తీసుకొచ్చాం. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళైతే నేను ఒక మాట చెప్తే చూసి రమ్మంటే చూసి రావడమే కాదు, కాల్చి పని చేసుకొని తిరిగి వస్తున్నారు తప్ప ఎక్కడా వెనకబడరు. ఆ రోజు నేను ఒక పిలిపిస్తే తల్లిదండ్రులకు ఒక పిలిపించాను. భవిష్యత్తు ఐటీది, మీ పిల్లల్ని బాగా చదివించండి. మీరు ఎంత ఆస్తి ఇచ్చారనేది ముఖ్యం కాదు. మీరు బాగా చదివిస్తే మీరు అనుకున్న దానికంటే 1000 రెట్లు ఎక్కువగా సంపాదించే శక్తి నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీకి ఉందని చెప్పాను. 25 ఏళ్లే నేను గర్వపడుతున్నా. ఈరోజు మీరు ఒకసారి చూస్తే ప్రపంచంలో ఎక్కడికి పోయినా భారతీయులు ఉంటారు. భారతీయుల్లో అగ్రస్థానంలో తెలుగువాడు ఉన్నాడని చెప్పి మరొకసారి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. ఈరోజు ఒకప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఉండేటివి కాదు. లేనప్పుడు విట్ చూసినా, ఎస్ఆర్ఎం చూసినా, బిడ్స్ పిలాని చూసినా, ఎక్కడ చూసినా తెలుగు వాళ్ళు ఉండేవాళ్ళు. మన జనాభా 5-6%. కానీ ఐఐటీల్లో సీట్లు మాత్రం 20% వచ్చేటివి. నేను మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయినప్పుడు 1-2% ఉండేది. ఆ రోజు కావాలని ప్రమోట్ చేస్తే ఈరోజు ఏ ఎగ్జామ్లో కూడా నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీలో భారతీయులు ప్రథమ స్థానంలో ఉంటే దాంట్లో ట్రెండ్ సెట్టర్గా తెలుగు వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారంటే అది ఈరోజు నేను ఆలోచించిన విధానం. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడ మీరు అందరూ ఉన్నారు. మిమ్మల్ని చూస్తే నాకు చాలా ధైర్యం వస్తూ ఉంది. రేపు 2వ తారీఖున ప్రధానమంత్రి గారు అమరావతి పునఃప్రారంభం. ఈ కార్యక్రమం అదిరిపోయే విధంగా మీరందరూ కూడా రావాలని మీకు కూడా స్వాగతం పలుకుతున్నా. ఆ రోజు హైదరాబాద్లో నేను హైటెక్ సిటీ గురించి మాట్లాడి హైటెక్ సిటీ కట్టాం. అదే మాదిరిగా లేనన్ని అవకాశాలు మన దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి. మీరు అనుకుంటే అది సాధ్యం. ఒకప్పుడంతా కూడా బాగా చదవాలనే తపనుండేది. చదువు ముఖ్యం, అది నాలెడ్జ్ మాత్రం ఇస్తుంది. కానీ చదువుకున్న నాలెడ్జ్ని అప్లికేషన్ చేయాలంటే వినూత్నమైన పద్ధతిలో ఇప్పటి నుంచే మీరు ఆలోచించాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఈరోజు ఇక్కడుండే పిల్లలందరూ ఒక మంచి యూనివర్సిటీలో ఉన్నారు. ఉద్యోగం కావాలంటే పెద్ద సమస్య కాదు. విట్టు అమరావతి చూస్తే 95% ప్లేస్మెంట్లు వచ్చేసాయి. ఉద్యోగం గ్యారంటీ. నేను ఉద్యోగంతో సాటిస్ఫై కావడం లేదు. థింక్ గ్లోబలీ, యాక్ట్ గ్లోబలీ. దట్ ఈస్ వాట్ ఐఎమ్ ఎక్స్పెక్టింగ్ ఫ్రమ్ మై చిల్డ్రన్, మై స్టూడెంట్స్. ఇది సాధ్యమా అంటే సాధ్యం. ఎందుకంటే సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీ నుంచి స్పేస్ ఎక్స్ వరకు, గూగుల్ నుంచి మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ వరకు, నాసా నుంచి వాల్ స్ట్రీట్ వరకు ఎక్కడ చూసినా భారతీయులే. అందులో అగ్రస్థానంలో తెలుగు వాళ్లేనని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఒక సుందర పిచ్చాయ్, నాదెళ్ల సత్య, ఇంద్రా నోయి, అజయ్ బంగా, శాంతను నారాయణ ఇలాంటి వాళ్ళందరూ ఇంటర్నేషనల్గా వెళ్ళి బ్రహ్మాండంగా పనిచేస్తున్నారు. S&P 500 బోర్డు మెంబర్స్లో భారతీయులు 25% ఉన్నారంటే నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీలో ఏ విధంగా రాణిస్తున్నారో ఒక ఉదాహరణ. గ్లోబల్ కెపాసిటీ సెంటర్స్లో దగ్గర 13 నుంచి 15% మన వాళ్లే ఉండే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. ఇలాంటివి అరుదైన సంఘటనలు ఉన్నాయి. ఈరోజు నేను మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరేది, తొందరలోనే రతన్ టాటా ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్ ఇక్కడ పెడుతున్నాం. 5 జోన్స్లో విశాఖపట్నం కేంద్రంగా, విజయవాడ కేంద్రంగా, తిరుపతి కేంద్రంగా, అనంతపూర్, రాజమండ్రి కేంద్రంగా 5 జోన్స్ పెడతాం. అదే మాదిరిగా పారిశ్రామికవేత్తల్ని, అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ని, స్టార్టప్ ఎకోసిస్టానికి కావలసిన ఎకో ప్లేయర్స్ అందరినీ కూడా పిలిపిస్తాం. నా ఆలోచన ఒకటి, ఈరోజు ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ప్రపంచం మొత్తం సేవలు అందించే సిటిజన్స్గా తయారు కావాలని నా కోరిక అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఒక ఉదాహరణ మీకు చెప్తున్నాను. ఈరోజు వాట్సాప్ గవర్నెన్స్ ఉంది. ఒకప్పుడైతే ఏ చిన్న పని కావాలన్నా ఎంఆర్ఓ ఆఫీసు పోవాలి, క్యాస్ట్ సర్టిఫికేట్ కావాలన్నా, డేట్ ఆఫ్ బర్త్ కావాలన్నా, నేటివిటీ కావాలన్నా అన్నిటికి వెళ్ళాలి. అన్నెసరీ సర్టిఫికేట్లు అన్నీ ఇచ్చేవాళ్ళు. స్టూడెంట్స్ కూడా గంటల తరబడి ఆఫీసుల చుట్టూ తిరిగేవారు. ఈరోజు నేను వచ్చిన తర్వాత ఒకటి ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశాను, వాట్సాప్ గవర్నెన్స్. 1000 సేవలు వాట్సాప్ ద్వారా మీ సెల్ ఫోన్లోనే ఏ సేవలు కావాలన్నా ఇచ్చే ఏర్పాటు చేశామంటే అది తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ ఎన్డీఏ గవర్నమెంట్ అని చెప్పి తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అందులో కూడా మీరు ఫిల్అప్ కూడా చేయక్కర్లేదు. నెంబర్ కొట్టి హాయ్ అని ఏం కావాలనో చెప్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా సేవలు మీకు అందించే పరిస్థితికి వస్తున్నాం. నేను ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తున్నాను ఇక్కడుండే స్టూడెంట్స్కి అందరికీ. స్వర్ణ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ 2047కి ఒక రోడ్ మ్యాప్ తయారు చేశాం. 10 ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ పెట్టుకున్నాం. ఈరోజు మన ఆదాయం మీరు చూస్తే దగ్గర 2,60,60,000 రూపాయలు ఉంది పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్. 2047కి 58 లక్షల రూపాయలు పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్ చేయాలని ముందుకు పోతున్నామని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఈరోజు రాష్ట్ర సంపద జీఎస్టీపీ మీరు చూస్తే దగ్గర 16,50,000 ఉంది. దీన్ని 3,05,00,000 చేయడానికి ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. అంటే మన ఎకానమీ $2.4 ట్రిలియన్ చేరే విధంగా కార్యక్రమాలు ఏర్పాటు చేస్తున్నాం. మోడీ గారు అయితే వికసిత్ భారత్ 2047 ప్రణాళిక తయారు చేశారు. ఒకప్పుడు 10వ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ, నిన్నటి వరకు చూస్తే 4. ఈ రోజు IMF అనౌన్స్ చేశారు 4వ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థ భారతదేశం. ఇంకొక 2 ఏళ్లలో 3వ ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థకు వస్తాం. 2047కి మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ చూస్తే నాకు ఆ ధైర్యం ఉంది. భారతదేశం ప్రపంచంలో నెంబర్ 1గా నెంబర్ 2గా ఉంటుంది తప్ప ఇంకోటి కాదని కూడా విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. నిన్నే మనం చూశాం కాశ్మీర్లో టెర్రరిస్టులు చేసిన పని. ఈ దేశం యొక్క శక్తి ముందర ఇలాంటి కుయుక్తులు ఏమీ పని చేయవు. అది గుర్తుపెట్టుకోమని హెచ్చరిస్తున్నా. ఎవరైనా భారతదేశ జోలుకొస్తే అక్కడి నుంచి మటాష్ అయిపోతారు తప్ప వీళ్ళు చేయగలిగింది ఏమీ ఉండదు. తీవ్రవాద సమస్య కానీ టెర్రరిస్ట్ సమస్యలు కానీ ఈ దేశాన్ని ఏమీ కూడా షేక్ చేయలేవు. అది భారతీయుల్లో ఉండే ధైర్యం, ఐకమత్యం. అవసరమైతే ఇలాంటి సవాళ్లు వచ్చినప్పుడు మనం అందరం కూడా సంఘటితంగా ఉండి ఈ దేశాన్ని రక్షించుకునే శక్తి, యుక్తి భారతీయులకు ఉందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినప్పుడు నేను మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ ఒకటే కోరుతున్నా. నేను ఎప్పుడూ మాట్లాడినా 20 ఏళ్లకు 30 ఏళ్లకు ముందే మాట్లాడుతూ ఉంటాను. చాలామంది అంటారు ఇవన్నీ మాకు అర్థం కావని. అర్థం చేసుకున్న వాళ్ళు బాగుపడుతున్నారు, అర్థం చేసుకోలేని వాళ్ళు అక్కడే ఉంటున్నారు. ఈరోజు నేను మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కోరేది ఒకటే. ఈరోజు ఆధార్ ఉంది. ఏ దేశానికి లేనటువంటి అడ్వాంటేజ్ భారతదేశానికి. డూప్లికేషన్ ఏం లేదు. ఇక్కడుండే అందరి ఫోటోలన్నీ తీసుకొని రియల్ టైంలో ఈ మీటింగ్కి ఎవరెవరు వచ్చారో ఐడెంటిఫై చేయగలుగుతామంటే దానికంటే శక్తి ఏం కావాలని మిమ్మల్ని అడుగుతున్నా. మీరంతా కూడా ఐటీ పిల్లలు కాబట్టి మీరు ఇంకా బాగా అర్థం చేసుకోగలుగుతారు. రెండోది, నేను చేసిన పని ప్రతి ఒక్క సిటిజన్ని పుట్టినప్పటి నుంచి అందరికీ ఆధార్ అథెంటికేషన్ చేస్తున్నాం. అక్కడి నుంచి ప్రతి ఒక్కరిని ఏ ఫ్యామిలీలో ఉంటారో ఫ్యామిలీకి కూడా బాండేజ్ పెడుతున్నాం, కలుపుతున్నాం. ప్రతి ఒక్క ఇల్లు జియో ట్యాగింగ్ చేస్తున్నాం. రేపు ఏదైనా ఒక విపత్తు వస్తే ఎవ్వరు చెప్పక్కర్లేదు. ప్రోగ్రామ్ చేసి వాళ్ళకు మెడిసిన్స్ కావాలన్నా, ఫుడ్ కావాలన్నా డ్రోన్స్ ద్వారా పంపించే పరిస్థితి వస్తుందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇంకో పక్కన ఈరోజు నేను ఒకటే గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా కానీ గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ కానీ ఇచ్చే సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు లేకుంటే మనం అందించే సేవలన్నీ కూడా ఇంటిగ్రేట్ చేస్తున్నాం. ఇక్కడి నుంచి ఏ విధంగా వాళ్ళ ఆరోగ్యాన్ని బాగు చేయాలి, చదువు విషయంలో ఏ విధంగా మనం క్యారియర్ బిల్డప్ చేయాలి, ఏ విధంగా వాళ్ళ ఆదాయం పెంచాలని ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. ఈరోజు ఒక్క విషయమే మీకు చెప్తున్నాను. డేటా ఉంది, హిస్టారికల్ డేటా, టూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏఐ వచ్చింది, నాలెడ్జ్ ఉంది. ప్రపంచమంతా ఎక్కడుండే నాలెడ్జ్ కూడా తీసుకునే అవకాశం వచ్చింది. కంప్యూటింగ్ ఇంకో పక్కన రియల్ టైం డేటా ఉంది. సెటిలైట్స్ వచ్చాయి, డ్రోన్స్ వచ్చాయి, సీసీటీవీ కెమెరాలు ఉన్నాయి, వేరబుల్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఐఓటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. రియల్ టైం డేటా వస్తుంది. ఇవన్నీ ఉపయోగించుకొని రియల్ టైం సొల్యూషన్ కూడా 90-95% మనం ఇచ్చే అవకాశం వస్తుంది. ఇది ప్రివెంటివ్ హెల్త్ కావచ్చు, అగ్రికల్చర్ ప్రొడక్టివిటీ, మార్కెటింగ్ కావచ్చు, లేకపోతే ఏదైనా చేసే అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. అందుకే నేను అన్నాను మనం అందరం కూడా ఒక ఇన్స్పైరింగ్ టైంలో ఉన్నామని. అది చేసే శక్తి కావాలి. ఆ శక్తి భారతీయులకు ఉంది. మీరు ఒక్క విషయం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, 91లో ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు వచ్చాయి. ఈ తెలుగు బిడ్డే పివి నరసింహరావు గారు ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు ప్రారంభించారు. అదే సమయంలో మిడ్ 90లో టెక్నాలజీ వచ్చింది. మనం అందరం ఫస్ట్ మూవర్ అడ్వాంటేజ్ కింద ముందుకు పోయాం. మనకు కలిసి వచ్చింది డెమోగ్రఫిక్ అడ్వాంటేజ్, డివిడెంట్గా వచ్చింది. యువత ఏ దేశంలో ఉన్నారో ఆ దేశానికి భవిష్యత్తుకు భరోసా లేదు. అందుకే ఈరోజు భారతీయులు ఎక్కడ పోయినా బ్రహ్మాండంగా చేస్తున్నారంటే అదే కారణం అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇక్కడ నేను ఆలోచించేది సంపద వస్తూ ఉంది. నేనే సెకండ్ జనరేషన్ రిఫార్మ్స్ కూడా తీసుకొచ్చాను. పవర్ సెక్టర్ కానీ ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్లో తీసుకొచ్చాం. దీనివల్ల ప్రజలకు బెనిఫిట్స్ వచ్చాయి, కొంతమందికి డబ్బులు వచ్చాయి. దీనివల్ల ఆర్థిక అసమానతలు పెరిగాయి. ఎన్టీ రామారావు గారు ఎప్పుడో ఒకటి చెప్పేవారు, సమాజమే దేవాలయం, పేదవాళ్లే దేవుళ్ళని చెప్పిన ఏకైక వ్యక్తి నందమూరి తారక రామారావు గారు. ఆ స్ఫూర్తితో ఇప్పుడు నేను ఆలోచించి P4 తీసుకొస్తున్నాను. పబ్లిక్ ప్రైవేట్ పీపుల్ పార్ట్నర్షిప్. హై నెట్వర్త్ ఇండివిజువల్స్ టాప్ 10%, బాటమ్ 20% అడాప్ట్ చేసుకోవాలి. మెంటర్ చేయాలి, అసిస్టెన్స్ ఇవ్వాలి. ప్రభుత్వం ఇచ్చేట అన్నీ ఇస్తాం, మీరు కూడా చేరండి. మీకు ఒక బాధ్యత ఉంది. సమాజం మీకు గుర్తింపు ఇచ్చింది. ఆ రోజు ప్రజలు ట్యాక్స్ పే చేస్తే స్కూళ్ళు కాలేజీలు పెడితే అక్కడ చదువుకున్నారు. మీ అదృష్టం కలిసి వచ్చింది, మీరు పైకి వచ్చారు. మీకు బాధ్యత ఉంది. ఒకప్పుడు నేను జన్మభూమి కాలు ఇచ్చాను, బ్రహ్మాండంగా పనిచేశారు ఊర్లోకి వచ్చి. ఆ రోజు గ్రామాభివృద్ధి కోసం ముందుకు పోయాను. ఇప్పుడు P4 ద్వారా మార్గదర్శి బంగారు కుటుంబం అనే పేరు పెట్టి ప్రజల్ని మూలధనంగా ఆలోచించి ప్రజల జీవితాలను మార్పు చేసే బాధ్యత ఈ మార్గదర్శకులు అప్పచెప్తున్నానని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇది జరిగితే మొదటి విడత జీరో పావర్టీ 2029. ఈ రాష్ట్రంలో ఎవ్వరు కూడా నేను చదువుకోలేకపోయానని చెప్పకుండా అందరినీ చదివించే బాధ్యత, ఏ చదువు కావాలంటే ఆ చదువు చదివించే బాధ్యత ఈ ప్రభుత్వం తీసుకుంటాం. 2, వాళ్ళ జీవన ప్రమాణాలు మెరుగు చేయడం. అవసరమైతే ఎన్నోసార్లు మీ అందరికీ చెప్పాను, హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయక్కర్లేదు, స్మార్ట్ వర్క్ చేయాలి. పిల్లలు మీరు కూడా గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ఒకప్పుడు బాగా రుద్దుడు కార్యక్రమం ఉండేది. ఇప్పుడు అవసరం లేదు, ఆడుతూ పాడుతూ చదువుకుంటే సరిపోతుంది, వాళ్లే రాణిస్తారని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. స్మార్ట్గా తయారు కావాలి, ఇన్నోవేషన్లో మీరు ముందుండాలి, అందరికంటే డిఫరెంట్గా మీరు ఆలోచించాలి. అప్పుడే ఇవి సాధ్యమని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. నేనైతే ఒకటే మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోండి, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ని రాబోయే రోజుల్లో ఒక ఇన్నోవేషన్ వ్యాలీగా తయారు చేస్తాను. ఒకప్పుడు మీరంతా కూడా సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీకి వెళ్ళారు. ఇప్పుడు ప్రపంచం మొత్తం క్వాంటమ్ వ్యాలీ వైపు చూసేట్టుగా దానికి చిరునామా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అని చెప్పి మరొకసారి విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. దానికి సారథులు మా యువత, ఈ పిల్లలేనని చెప్పి మీ అందరికీ విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నా. అందుకని ఈరోజు విశ్వనాథ్ గారికి ఒకటే కోరాను. నేను మొట్టమొదటి అడిగినప్పుడే 200 ఎకరాలు భూమి అడిగితే ఆ రోజే నేను చెప్పాను ఒకే కండిషన్, అమరావతిలో 5 లక్షల మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ అంతా కూడా హైయర్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ చేయాలి. మినిమం 5 లక్షలు. ఇప్పుడు 100 ఎకరాలు ఇచ్చాం. 17,000 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు. 5 సంవత్సరాలు సమయం అంతా కూడా వృధా అయిపోయింది. ఈరోజు వారికి కావలసిన భూమి ఇచ్చే బాధ్యత నాది. అయితే 50,000 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉండాలి ఇక్కడ. ఇది ఒక ఇన్నోవేషన్ హబ్గా తయారు కావాలి. ఇప్పటికే ఎన్నో ఇంటర్నేషనల్ అవార్డ్స్ వచ్చాయి. టాప్ 100 యూనివర్సిటీస్ ఇన్ ది వరల్డ్లో విట్ ఉండడం మనందరికీ సంతోషించదగ్గ విషయం. అదే సమయంలో నేను విట్ అయితే ముందుండాలి. ఆ విట్లో కూడా విట్ అమరావతి నెంబర్ 1గా ఉండాలని నేను కోరుకుంటున్నా. మా పిల్లలు చాలా స్మార్ట్ పిల్లలు, తెలివైన పిల్లలు కూడా. మీరు మంచి ఫ్యాకల్టీని పెడితే అక్కడి నుంచి వీళ్ళు దూసుకుపోయే పరిస్థితి ఉంటుంది. యూ బ్రింగ్ బెస్ట్ ఫ్యాకల్టీ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ది వరల్డ్. అండ్ ఆల్సో నేను కూడా ఇంకో మాట కూడా చెప్పాను. ఒక ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ స్టూడెంట్సే కాకుండా ఒక 15% ఇంటర్నేషనల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉండాలి. ఒక 20% నేషనల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉండాలి. ఒక 65% తెలుగు స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉంటే అప్పుడు మీరందరూ కూడా గ్లోబల్ సిటిజన్స్ కావడానికి అవకాశాలు ఉంటాయని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అందుకని మీరు ఇంకో మాట కూడా చెప్పాను. 200 acres of it. I am going to create competition. It should be unique campus for all its purposes. Either solar energy, they have to generate their own energy here. It is possible. I am making Amaravati clean and green, green and blue. 30% of land is going to cover with water and greenery. That is the beauty of this city. Here we are going to use only green energy. All utilities are coming in duct. And also even we are going for district cooling. Even any building wanted to have any AC, we will provide air conditioning. That is the planning we are doing. This will be 21st century, futuristic century, creative key. This will be the best place. That is where we are working. Now Amaravati, FIT is here, SRM is here, Amma University is here, and also now BITS Pilani is coming, SLR is coming, and ultimately best university in the country, 7-8 are going to be here. And we are going to bring international universities. We are trying to bring University of Tokyo, Purdue, Wales University, different universities all over the world we are going to bring. I am requesting Viswanathan also, we have MOUs with different universities globally. Best knowledge you have to bring it to Amaravati. Then you take it to your other branches. Earlier I have seen your university, that is WITS, Vellore. There I spent so much of time. There also same response. 60% of your students are from my state, from Telugu community. I am very happy for that. That is where not only WIT, even SRM, any premier institute, Telugu people are more. That is the commitment they wanted to study. Even IITs, we are getting more seats now. So, ఇవన్నీ చూసిన తర్వాత సమయం కూడా అయింది. మిమ్మల్ని కూడా నేను విసిగించదలుచుకోలేదు. చాలా రోజుల తర్వాత ఇక్కడికి వచ్చాను. 5 సంవత్సరాలు చాలా బాధపడ్డాను. మళ్ళీ అభివృద్ధి స్టార్ట్ అయింది.
ఇంకా అమరావతి అన్స్టాపబుల్ అని చెప్పి మీకు అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తూ ఈ అన్స్టాపబుల్ గేమ్లో మీ భవిష్యత్తు కూడా ఎక్కడుండాలో మీరు ఆలోచించండి. మీ అందరి భవిష్యత్తుని ఎలాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్స్ క్రియేట్ చేయాలనో చేసి లాజికల్గా తీసిపోయే బాధ్యత నేను తీసుకుంటా. ప్రపంచంలో ఉండే టెక్నాలజీస్ అన్నీ తీసుకొస్తాం, నాలెడ్జ్ మొత్తం తీసుకొస్తాం, మీకు అందుబాటులో పెడతాం. మీకు ఎలాంటి అవకాశాలు కావాలనో కల్పించే బాధ్యత నాది, ఈ ప్రభుత్వాన్ని. దాన్ని అందిపుచ్చుకునే బాధ్యత ఈ యువతదని చెప్పి మరొక్కసారి మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఈరోజు ఒక పక్కన చూస్తే ఒక్క అమరావతి గురించే నేను మాట్లాడడం లేదు. ఇక్కడ అమరావతిలో ఏమేం పనులు చేయాలో చేస్తున్నాం. విశాఖపట్నం హైయెస్ట్ పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్ యాజ్ ఆన్ టుడే. దట్ ఈజ్ ఎ గేమ్ చేంజర్. ఈరోజు దేశంలో విశాఖపట్నం స్టీల్ ప్లాంట్ ఉంది. అదనంగా ఆర్సిలర్ మిత్తలో ఒక స్టీల్ ప్లాంట్ పెడుతున్నాడు. ఈ రెండు వస్తే ఇండియాలో స్టీల్ ప్రొడక్షన్ హైయెస్ట్ ఎక్కడ వస్తుందంటే దానికి చిరునామాగా విశాఖపట్నం ఉంటుంది. కొత్త ఎయిర్పోర్ట్ వస్తూ ఉంది, మెట్రో వస్తుంది. ఇంకో పక్క తొందరలోనే గూగుల్ విశాఖపట్నం రాబోతుంది. గూగుల్ విశాఖపట్నం వస్తే ప్రపంచ డేటా అంతా కూడా వచ్చి ఇక్కడ అనలిటిక్స్ తయారు చేసి AI ద్వారా ప్రపంచానికి అందజేయబోతున్నారు. అంటే నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీకి చిరునామాగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఉంటుందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఇది కాకుండా తిరుపతి ఒక స్పిరిచువల్ హబ్గా తయారవుతుంది. తిరుపతిని నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్కి తీసుకెళ్తాం. శ్రీ సిటీ ఉంది, కృష్ణపట్నం ఉంది, ఆటోమొబైల్ ఇప్పటికే ఉంది, అక్కడ డెవలప్ చేస్తాం. ఇది కాకుండా ఇంకొక పక్క అనంతపూర్ మీరు చూస్తే బెంగళూరు పక్కనే అనంతపూర్ ఉంది. లేపాక్షి దగ్గర నుంచి ఓర్వకల్లు వరకు ఒక నాలెడ్జ్ హబ్గా తయారు చేసి HAL సెకండ్ యూనిట్ కూడా అక్కడికే వచ్చేట్టుగా చేసి డిఫెన్స్ కారిడార్ తయారు చేసి ఆటోమొబైల్ ఇప్పటికే కియా వచ్చింది, నేనే తీసుకొచ్చాను. భవిష్యత్తులో అలాంటి ఆటోమొబైల్ ఎక్కువగా తీసుకొచ్చి ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ అంతా కూడా భవిష్యత్తు ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు మనందరం నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీ మాట్లాడుతున్నాం. ఈ నాలెడ్జ్ ఎకానమీ నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్కి పోవాలంటే హార్డ్వేర్ కావాలి, ఎలక్ట్రానిక్స్ కావాలి. ఇప్పటికీ మోడీ గారి నాయకత్వంలో మేక్ ఇన్ ఇండియా ప్రోగ్రాం కింద ఇప్పటి వరకు మీరు చూస్తే $130 బిలియన్ మనం హార్డ్వేర్ డెవలప్ చేసే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చాం. ఇంకా భవిష్యత్తులో $500 బిలియన్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చరింగ్ చేసే కెపాసిటీ ఇండియాకు ఉంది. అందుకనే అనంతపూర్ దగ్గర పెద్ద హబ్ తయారు చేస్తున్నాం. ఇది కూడా వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడే మీరు డ్రోన్స్ అన్నీ కూడా ఇక్కడ తయారు చేస్తున్నారు. భవిష్యత్తు డ్రోన్స్ది ఐడెంటిఫికేషన్కి కానీ, రెండోది అప్లికేషన్కి కానీ రాబోయే రోజుల్లో డ్రోన్స్ అన్ని మేజర్ రోల్ ప్లే చేయబోతున్నాయి. అందుకని ఓర్వకల్లో డ్రోన్ సిటీనే పెట్టి భారతదేశంలో మొట్టమొదట డ్రోన్ సిటీ ఓర్వకల్లో వస్తుందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. అదే ఓర్వకల్లో సెటిలైట్స్ కూడా తయారు చేయాలని ఆలోచిస్తున్నాం. గవర్నమెంట్ ఆఫ్ ఇండియా ఇటీవల ఒక నిర్ణయం చేశారు. ప్రైవేటైజేషన్లో కూడా సెటిలైట్స్ని లాంచ్ చేసే అవకాశం వచ్చింది. ఒకప్పుడు ఒక్క శ్రీహరికోటలోనే మనం లాంచ్ చేసేవాళ్ళం. ఇప్పుడు ఎక్కడైనా లాంచ్ చేసుకునే అవకాశాలు వస్తున్నాయి. దీనికి కూడా నాంది పలుకుతాం. గ్రీన్ ఎనర్జీ దేశంలో మొట్టమొదటిసారిగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో ముందుకు పోతున్నాం. ఇప్పుడే ఇక్కడికి వస్తే ఒక డెమాన్స్ట్రేషన్ చూపించారు. గ్రీన్ హైడ్రోజన్, నైట్రోజన్, అమోనియా ఇవన్నీ కూడా చూపించారు. అవన్నీ కూడా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో తయారు చేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది. ఇక్కడుండే స్టూడెంట్స్కి, ఫ్యాకల్టీస్కి ఒకటే విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తున్నారు. lot of opportunities, lot of futuristic technologies. దానికి చిరునామాగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఉంటుంది. దానికి ఫస్ట్ మూవర్ కింద విట్టుండి ఎక్కడికక్కడ మీరు కానీ అకాడమిక్ ఎక్సలెన్స్లో ముందుకు పోగలిగితే, ఇన్నోవేషన్లో ముందుకు పోగలిగితే అది దేశానికి ఉపయోగపడుతుందని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఈరోజు పబ్లిక్ పాలసీల ద్వారా వినూత్నమైన కార్యక్రమాలు చేపట్టే బాధ్యత మాది. దాన్ని సద్వినియోగం చేసుకునే బాధ్యత ఈ అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ కానీ ఈ స్టూడెంట్స్ అని చెప్పి మరొకసారి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, ఈ అవకాశాన్ని ఇచ్చిన మీ అందరికీ, ముఖ్యంగా వీట్టు విశ్వనాథం గారిని ఇంకొక విషయం కూడా కోరాను. ఇక్కడ చాలామంది రైతులు, 29,000 మంది రైతులు, అదే మరి చాలామంది రైతు కూలీలు ఇక్కడ అమరావతికి సహకరించారు. వాళ్ళందరినీ ఏ విధంగా ముందుకు తీసుకుపోవాలనో, కొంతమందిని మీరు దత్తత తీసుకునే విధంగా, లేకపోతే హ్యాండ్ హోల్డ్ చేసే విధంగా విట్టును కూడా తీసుకోమని చెప్పి ఒక కార్యక్రమం అడిగాను. అది కూడా చేయమని చెప్పి ఒక రిక్వెస్ట్ చేశాను. అదే మరి ఇంకొక పక్కన స్కిల్ డెవలప్మెంట్, టెక్నాలజీ పెనిట్రేషన్, ఆన్లైన్ ఆఫ్లైన్ ట్రైనింగ్ కూడా పెట్టని చెప్పి కోరాను. ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఆలోచిస్తామన్నారు. నేను వీటిని ఒకటే చెప్తున్నా, మీతో నేనుంటా. ఈ రాష్ట్ర అభివృద్ధికి, ఈ దేశ అభివృద్ధికి మీరు సహకరించండి. మీరు ఏ కార్యక్రమం, మంచి కార్యక్రమం చేసినా దానికి పూర్తిగా సహకరిస్తామని చెప్పి మరొక్కసారి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, చాలా స్టూడెంట్స్ని చూస్తే ఉత్సాహం ఎక్కువైపోయి తెలుగుదేశం పార్టీ జెండా కూడా పట్టుకొచ్చే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. అంటే మామూలుగా యూనివర్సిటీలు జరగవు, కానీ జరగకూడదని నేను కోరుకుంటున్నా. ఆ ఉత్సాహం అవసరం లేదు. కానీ నేను మిమ్మల్ని కోరేది ఒకటి, మీరు రాజకీయాలు అవసరం. ఎందుకంటే రాజకీయాలు లేకపోతే అభివృద్ధి లేదు. మీరు చూశారు 2019లో మళ్ళీ కానీ తెలుగుదేశం గెలుసుంటే ఈరోజు విట్టెట్టుండేదో ఒక్కసారి ఊహించుకోండి. దట్ ఈజ్ పవర్ ఆఫ్ పబ్లిక్ పాలసీ. ఈరోజు వచ్చాం. ఈరోజు మీరు చూడబోతున్నారు, ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 7 సంవత్సరాల్లో 50,000 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్తో విట్ కళకళలాడబోతుంది అమరావతి. దట్ ఈస్ ది టార్గెట్ ఐ హావ్ గివెన్ ఫర్ హిమ్. దీనివల్ల 12,000 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఎకనామిక్ యాక్టివిటీ వస్తుంది. డైరెక్ట్గా, ఇండైరెక్ట్గా 15,000 మందికి ఉపాధి అవకాశాలు కలుగుతాయి. అభివృద్ధి అంటే, సంపద సృష్టించడం అంటే ఎక్కడికక్కడ ఇలాంటి ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ వస్తేనే సాధ్యమవుతుంది. ఇదే మరి నేను హైదరాబాద్లో చేస్తా ఉంటే చాలామంది ఎగతాళి చేశారు. ఈరోజు మీరు ఒక్క విషయం గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి, ఆలోచనలు ఎంత పవర్ఫుల్ అంటే, పబ్లిక్ పాలసీస్ ఎంత వినూత్నంగా ఉంటాయంటే, ఈ అమరావతి ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్. చాలామంది డబ్బులు లేవని అభివృద్ధి ఆపేతారు. కానీ నేను ఆలోచించింది, సంపద సృష్టిస్తే ఆటోమేటిక్గా వస్తుందని ఒక వినూత్నమైన ఆలోచన ఇచ్చాను. ఆ ఆలోచనే ల్యాండ్ పూలింగ్. ఆ ల్యాండ్ పూలింగ్ వల్ల రైతులు ముందుకొచ్చారు. ల్యాండ్ మానిటైజేషన్ వల్ల అమరావతి నిర్మాణం సాధ్యమైంది. అంటే ఈరోజు ప్రభుత్వం ఒక్క పైసా ఖర్చు పెట్టే పని లేకుండా కొన్ని వేల కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఖర్చు పెట్టి ఒక నవ నగరాన్ని మనం నిర్మాణం చేయగలిగామంటే అది ఈరోజు ఈ కాన్సెప్ట్ యొక్క విలువ అని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. రాష్ట్రంలో ఉండే అందరూ కూడా ఆలోచించాలి, అభివృద్ధికి ముందుకు రావాలి. అభివృద్ధి వల్ల సంపద సృష్టించబడుతుంది, సంపద వల్ల ఆదాయం పెరుగుతుంది. దానివల్ల మళ్ళా సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు కానీ ప్రజల సాధికారత సాధ్యమవుతుందని చెప్పి తెలియజేసుకుంటూ, మరొక్కసారి ఇలాంటి బ్రహ్మాండమైన కార్యక్రమానికి వచ్చిన స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరినీ పేరు పేరున అభినందిస్తూ అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు. థ్యాంక్ యూ అని అంటారు. ఇప్పుడు ఎవరైనా క్వశ్చన్స్ అడగాలంటే దిస్ ఇస్ బెటర్ ఆర్ దట్ ఈస్ బెటర్?
మిస్టర్ శ్రీవర్ధన్ ఏలూరి.
ఎనీ క్వశ్చన్స్? 2, 3.
హలో, నమస్కారం సార్. I'm Srivardhan,
Where are
final
you?
year student.
Okay, you are here. Capital, mentoring, దానికి కావాల్సిన ఎకో సిస్టమ్ అందరం తీసుకొస్తాం. దీనివల్ల ఏమవుతుందంటే ఇంతవరకు ఇండియాలో అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ వారుగా పనిచేస్తున్నాయి, పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలు వారుగా పనిచేస్తున్నారు. ఆ ఇంట్రాక్షన్ మిస్ అయింది. ఫస్ట్ టైం భారతదేశంలో ఈ యొక్క అకాడమిక్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ అన్నీ తీసుకొచ్చి ప్రాక్టికల్గా ఉండే ఇండస్ట్రియల్ సిస్టమ్లు తీసుకొచ్చి ఒక ఎకో సిస్టమ్ క్రియేట్ చేయబోతున్నాం. ఇట్ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు హెల్ప్ ఏ బిగ్ వే. అంటే ప్రతి ఒక్క స్టూడెంట్ కూడా ఇన్నోవేటర్గా తయారు కావాలి. మీ స్కూల్ డేస్లోనే మీకు ఆలోచన రావాలి. అది ఆలోచన వస్తే ఏదైనా సాధ్యం. ఈరోజు విశ్వనాథం గారు ఒక సాధారణ మనిషే. నేను కూడా ఒక సాధారణ కుటుంబంలోనే పుట్టాను, మధ్యతరగతి కుటుంబంలో పుట్టాను. ఎన్టీఆర్ అంతే, అంబేద్కర్ అంతే, గాంధీజీ అంతే, కడన అబ్దుల్ కలాం అంతే. కానీ వాళ్ళ జీవితంలో వాళ్ళు చేసింది రైట్ మైండ్ సెట్తో ముందుకు పోయారు, పాజిటివ్ మైండ్ సెట్తో ముందుకు పోయారు. ఈరోజు అచంచలమైన వ్యక్తులుగా తయారయ్యారు. నేను నిన్ను కూడా హర్షవర్ధన్ శ్రీవర్ధన్ నేను నిన్ను కూడా ఒక గ్రేట్ విజనరీగా చూడాలనుకుంటున్నా, అచీవర్గా చూడాలనుకుంటున్నా. రతన్ టాటా కూడా చిన్నప్పుడు ఎన్నో అవమానాలు పడ్డాడు. ఆయన పుస్తకంలోనే చెప్పాడు, వాళ్ళ తల్లి డివోర్స్ ఇస్తే స్కూలుకు పోతే పిల్లలందరూ ఎగతాళి చేశారు ఆయన. అక్కడి నుంచి కష్టపడి పైకి వచ్చాడు. ఈరోజు ఒక ఎంపైర్ క్రియేట్ చేశాడు. కాబట్టి నీకు కూడా ఆ శక్తి ఉంది. నీకే కాదు, ఇక్కడుండే పిల్లలందరూ కూడా ఈరోజే సంకల్పం చేసి సమాజంలో మీరు కూడా ఒక ఉన్నతమైన వ్యక్తులుగా తయారు కావాలని ఆలోచించడమే కాకుండా దాన్ని సాధించడానికి మీరు శ్రీకారం చుట్టండి, మీరు అవుతారు.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Then anybody?
Sanya Suraj Sadanand.
Yes, here.
చెప్పమ్మా.
Namaskara, sir.
గట్టిగా మాట్లాడమ్మా.
Namaskara, sir.
చెప్పమ్మా, మీ పేరేంటమ్మా?
I'm Sanya.
వినపడుస్తుందమ్మా?
I'm a...
మైక్ వినపడుస్తుందమ్మా? క్యారీ ఆన్.
Hello.
హలో.
Yeah.
క్యారీ ఆన్. చెప్పమ్మా.
Yeah. I'm a third year here at VIT AP. I've had the privilege to lead the student body here, and we are also inspired by your journey in terms of your company's heritage and high-tech city, now quantum city. We are also inspired. Now that you've completed almost 53 years since you graduated in economics, what advice would you give your college self if you could go back in time?
ఏదమ్మా లాస్ట్లో?
If you could go back in time, what advice would you give to your college self? Would you do anything differently in your journey so that we can learn from you?
అదేమ్మా. ఎస్. ఇప్పుడు మీ అందరికీ ఒకటి గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాలి, నేను ఫస్ట్ చదువుకున్న రోజుల్లో ఆలోచించాను, నా జీవితంలో ఏముండాలి, ఏ విధంగా డైరెక్షన్ ఉండాలో ఆలోచించాను. చాలామంది నాకు ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్ అయితే బాగుంటుందని సజెస్ట్ చేశారు. నేను ఎప్పుడూ చదువు మీద ఎక్కువ శ్రద్ధ పెట్టేవాడిని కాదు. కాబట్టి ఆటోమేటిక్గా నేను ఐఏఎస్ పోతే ఐఏఎస్ రాకపోతే ఫెయిల్ అవుతాం. సో దాన్ని రూల్ అవుట్ చేశాను. ఆ రోజుట్లో మా యూనివర్సిటీ వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ పిలిచి యూనివర్సిటీలో లెక్చరర్ కండి సరిపోతుంది బాగుంటుందని అడిగాడు. అన్నింటికంటే బెస్ట్ జాబ్ టీచింగ్, ఎందుకంటే ఒక 2 గంటలు పనిచేస్తే సరిపోతుంది, కనీసం విట్స్లో అయినా ఎక్కువ టైం పనిచేస్తారు కానీ యూనివర్సిటీలో చాలా తక్కువ టైం పనిచేస్తూ ఉంటారు. కానీ నేను ఆ రోజు మా వైస్ ఛాన్సలర్ ఒకటే చెప్పాను, నా జర్నీ నేను డిసైడ్ చేసుకున్నా, నేను ఎమ్మెల్యేగా పోటీ చేస్తున్నా, నేను గెలుస్తా, నేను రాజకీయం ద్వారా ప్రజలకు సేవలు అందిస్తానని చెప్పి 78లో ఎమ్మెల్యేగా నిలబడి గెలిచాను. 2 ఏళ్లలో మంత్రి అయ్యాను. అక్కడి నుంచి అంచెలంచెలుగా ముందుకు పోయాను. నేను ఏదైతే అనుకున్నానో, ఒకవేళ కానీ మనం ఐఏఎస్ అయితే ఒక్కరుగా ఉంటాం, కానీ మనం ఏదైనా గవర్నమెంట్లోకి వస్తే ఐఏఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ మన దగ్గర పనిచేసే పరిస్థితి వస్తుంది అనుకున్నాను. ఆ తర్వాత ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయ్యాను. ఈరోజు అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ నేర్పించే పరిస్థితికి వస్తున్నాం. అంటే మీకు ఆ శక్తి సామర్థ్యాలు ఉన్నాయి. ఇంకొక విషయం కూడా రెఫర్ చేశారు మీరు. ఎగ్జాక్ట్గా 35 ఇయర్స్ బ్యాక్ ఎప్పుడు కూడా రాజకీయ నాయకులందరూ కూడా రాజకీయాలు చేస్తూ ఫ్యామిలీని కూడా చూడకుండా వదిలిపెట్టేస్తూ ఉంటారు. లైవ్లీహుడ్ కోసం రాజకీయాలపైన ఆధారపడతారు, చెడ్డ పేరు వస్తుంది. నేను ఎప్పటి నుంచి ఒకే మాట చెప్పాను, ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా వ్యాపారం అన్నా చేయండి, ఒకరు ఉద్యోగం అన్నా చేయండి, రాజకీయాలపైన లైవ్లీహుడ్ కోసం ఆధారపడకూడదు. అప్పుడే మీకు గౌరవం ఉంటుంది, నీతివంతమైన పాలన ఇవ్వగలుగుతారని చెప్పేవాడిని. ఆ ఉద్దేశంతోనే 91లో ఆర్థిక సంస్కరణలు వస్తే 92లో హెరిటేజ్ స్టార్ట్ చేశాను. ఈరోజు 2 ఏళ్లే నేను ఆ పని చేశాను బిగినింగ్లో, అది కూడా పార్టీ వర్క్ చూసుకుంటూ. ఈరోజు ఏమాత్రం ఎత్తుక్కోకుండా మా మిస్సెస్కి అప్పచెప్తే బ్రహ్మాండంగా పనిచేసింది. ఈరోజు ఒక కంపెనీ నిలబెట్టే పరిస్థితికి వచ్చారు. అంటే కొంతమంది మీరందరూ ఏం ఆలోచిస్తున్నారంటే రాత్రికి రాత్రి ఏదో రావాలనుకుంటున్నారు, అంటే జాక్పాటో లేకుంటే లాటరీ మారిగా. అది శాశ్వతం కాదు. మీరు ఏదైనా సరే ఒకటి విజువలైజ్ చేయండి, అది చేసి నిరంతరం దాన్ని సాధించడానికి కష్టపడండి, పర్సువేషన్ చేయండి, మీరు సక్సెస్ కాకపోతున్నాను అడగండి. ఒకసారి కొన్ని కలిసి రావు, కలిసి రానప్పుడు నిరుత్సాహం అవసరం లేదు. దట్ ఈజ్ వేర్ స్టార్టప్. ఒక స్టార్టప్ ఫెయిల్ అయితే 2వ స్టార్టప్ పోదాం. నేను అలాంటి ఎకో సిస్టమ్ కూడా ఇక్కడ క్రియేట్ చేస్తానని చెప్పి కూడా నేను మీకు తెలియజేస్తున్నా. ఒకప్పుడు నేను హైదరాబాద్ నిర్మాణం చేశాం, తెలుగు జాతి కోసం చేశాను. ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్ తెలంగాణకి వెళ్ళింది. నేను ఎప్పుడు కూడా నిరుత్సాహపడలేదు. నేను ఒకే మాట చెప్పాను, ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్ తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రానికి వచ్చింది. ఆ రోజు నేను తీసుకున్న నిర్ణయాల వల్ల హైయెస్ట్ పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్ ఇండియాలో ఎక్కడంటే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం. నేను గర్వపడుతున్నా, ఒక తెలుగు రాష్ట్రం హైయెస్ట్ పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్ వస్తూ ఉందని. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళా ఒక కంకణం కట్టుకొని పనిచేస్తున్నాను. 2029కి మళ్ళా ట్రాక్ మీద పెడతాం. 2047కి హైయెస్ట్ పర్ క్యాపిటా ఇన్కమ్కి చిరునామాగా ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ ఉంటుంది. అది సాధించి తీరుతాం. నేను కూడా ఒక గోల్ పెట్టుకున్నాను, ప్రపంచంలో 2047కి నెంబర్ 1 కమ్యూనిటీగా తెలుగు జాతి ఉండాలని. భారతదేశంలో భారతీయులు ముందుంటే అందులో అగ్రస్థానంలో తెలుగు వాళ్ళు ఉండాలని ఒక ఆశయం పెట్టుకొని పనిచేస్తున్నా. మీరు కూడా సెటప్ ఏ గోల్ టు అచీవ్ దట్. యూ వర్క్ ఇన్ దట్ డైరెక్షన్, 100% you will succeed. This is my message to all of you. You think in that direction, it is possible. Every person, you are all more intelligent, at least you are all very lucky. Now you had a comfortable education life. I used to work 6 kilometers morning, 6 kilometers evening. Two-way, that means 14 kilometers a day. Rivers, fields, raw hills, everywhere by carrying my own food. So these are all examples for you. Thank you, Samira. Anybody?
Next, Amrita. Student Amrita ki mic ఇవ్వాల్సిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నా.
Yes, sir.
అమృత గారికి చెప్పమాట్లాడండి.
నమస్కారం సార్.
Carry on.
థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ గివింగ్ దిస్ ఆపర్చునిటీ. నా పేరు అమృత. నేను ఎంటెక్ ఇంటిగ్రేటెడ్ 4th ఇయర్ చదువుతున్నాను సార్. సార్, స్వర్ణాంధ్ర విజన్ 2047 కోసం మీరు చాలా స్ట్రాంగ్ ప్లాన్స్ని డిజైన్ చేశారు. అది మాకు చాలా ట్రూలీ ఇన్స్పైరింగ్గా ఉంది. అండ్ మాకు కూడా మా ఫ్యూచర్ మీద చాలా బెటర్ హోప్ వచ్చింది. యాజ్ ఏ ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్గా.
అదేమ్మా, నేను 2047 చెప్పాను
సార్.
ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ సిటిజన్స్ ఎక్కడ ఉండాలో చెప్పాను.
అవును సార్.
నువ్వు ఎక్కడ ఉండాలనుకుంటున్నావు 2047కి?
2047 కంటే ముందే ఒక మీక్ లాగా విజనరీ ఒక ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టూడెంట్ అవ్వాలనుకుంటున్నాను సార్.
ఏంటమ్మా?
2047 కంటే ముందే ఒక విజనరీ ఒక ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టూడెంట్ అవ్వాలనుకుంటున్నాను సార్.
అవును. ఇప్పుడు నీకు ఎట్లా డిగ్రీ వస్తుంది రేపు ఎల్లుండో? వాట్ అబౌట్ యూ? వాట్ ఈస్ యువర్ క్యారియర్? 23 years ఐఎమ్ ఆస్కింగ్.
ఎస్ సార్, మీరు మాకు ముందు నుంచి హోప్ ఇస్తారని అనుకుంటున్నాం సార్. కాంట్రిబ్యూట్ చేస్తాం సార్.
నేను హోప్ ఇచ్చాను.
ఎస్ సార్.
మీరేమి చేస్తారు? నేను ఐఎమ్ ఆస్కింగ్ రివర్స్.
మీకు ఒక గ్రీన్ స్టేట్ కి హెల్ప్ఫుల్ అవుతాం సార్.
హెల్ప్ కాదమ్మా,
ఇన్నోవేషన్ కి వాటికి మా దగ్గర నుంచి నా కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ కి విఐటి యూనివర్సిటీతో మాకు వచ్చిన ఆ నాలెడ్జ్ని మేము అన్ని ఎక్విప్ చేసి అన్ని మీకు ఒక మంచి ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ చేసి మీకు ఒక గ్రేట్ ఇన్నోవేటివ్ హబ్ని మా తరపు నుంచి మేము మీకు అందించాలనుకుంటున్నాం సార్.
అది బిగినింగ్ అమ్మా, తర్వాత ఏమవుతావు?
సార్, ప్రస్తుతానికైతే ఇదే ఉంది సార్. తర్వాత
నువ్వు ఆలోచించకపోతే నా లైన్లో లేవు నువ్వు. యు మస్ట్ బి విజనరీ.
ఎస్ సార్, ఆఫ్ కోర్స్ ఐ యామ్.
అబ్దుల్ కలాం ఎన్నిసార్లు చెప్పాడు? నేను ఏం చేశాను తెలుసా నీకు?
సార్ చెప్పండి.
95లో ముఖ్యమంత్రి అయినప్పుడు పెద్ద పెద్ద హోర్డింగ్స్ పెట్టాను హైదరాబాద్ సిటీ అంతా. డేర్ టు డ్రీమ్, స్ట్రైవ్ టు అచీవ్. కలలు కనండి, దాన్ని సాధించడానికి కష్టపడమని 95లో పెడితే అది చూసిన తర్వాత చాలామంది పారిశ్రామికవేత్తలయ్యారు, విదేశాలకు పోయారు, బ్రహ్మాండంగా రాణించారు. ఇప్పుడు నేను 2047 స్వర్ణాంధ్రప్రదేశ్ అంటున్నాను. స్వర్ణాంధ్రప్రదేశ్లో మీరు ఎక్కడుంటారు? పెళ్లి చేసుకుంటావు, నమ్మకమే, అది తప్పదు. పెళ్ళి ఏమన్నా పోస్ట్ పోన్ చేస్తున్నావా?
లేదు సార్.
ఓకే, అగ్రీడ్. రెండోది, మ్యారేజ్ అయినాక పిల్లలు కూడా ఉండాలి. కాబట్టి పిల్లలు వద్దనుకుంటున్నావమ్మా నువ్వు?
లేదు సార్.
దట్ ఇస్ గుడ్. ఇప్పుడు ఏమైందంటే నేను ఉద్యోగాలు రావాలని కోరుకున్నాను. చదువుకొని ఐటీ వచ్చిన తర్వాత పిల్లల్లో స్వార్థం పెరిగింది. డబుల్ ఇన్కమ్, నో కిడ్స్, లెట్ us ఎంజాయ్. మన తల్లిదండ్రులు కూడా ఆ విధంగా అనుకుంటే మనం వచ్చేవాళ్ళం ఇక్కడికి. ఇప్పుడు ఒకప్పుడు నేను ఫ్యామిలీ ప్లానింగ్ ప్రమోట్ చేశాను. ఇప్పుడు ఫ్యామిలీ ప్లానింగ్ పెట్టాను. 2 పిల్లల కంటే ఎక్కువ ఉంటే మీరు స్థానిక సంస్థల్లో పోటీ చేయడానికి అర్హత లేదని పెట్టారు. దానివల్ల బ్రహ్మాండంగా చేశారు. ఇప్పుడు జనాభా తగ్గిపోతూ ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు నేనేమంటున్నానంటే ఫ్యామిలీ ప్రమోషన్ కూడా జరగాలి. కాబట్టి పాపులేషన్ మేనేజ్మెంట్ పాలసీ తీసుకొస్తున్నాను. అదర్వైజ్ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ చూస్తే రీప్లేస్మెంట్ లెవెల్ 2.1, మనం 1.5, 1.6కి వచ్చేసాం. ఇది తగ్గిపోతే జనాభా తగ్గిపోతుంది, అనేక సమస్యలు వస్తాయి. ఇది కూడా మీరు గుర్తుపెట్టుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉంది. ఇప్పుడు నాకు చెప్పమ్మా, ఏమవుతావు? ఇప్పటికైనా ఆలోచించావా?
ఆలోచించాను సార్.
ఆలోచించావా లేదా? నేను రాబోయే రోజుల్లో పిల్లలు, స్టూడెంట్స్ మీకు ఒకటే చెప్తున్నా,
మీరెక్కడున్నా మీరు ఏమవుతారో కూడా మీరు ఆలోచించుకోవాలి. నేను ఒక విజన్ ఇచ్చాను. ఇది అన్స్టాపబుల్. ఒకరిద్దరు ముందుకు రాకపోవచ్చు. ఇట్ విల్ హ్యాపెన్. 2047కి 55 లక్షల రూపాయలు తలసరి ఆదాయం వచ్చుతుంది. $2.4 ట్రిలియన్ ఎకానమీగా తయారవుతుంది. ఈ పెద్ద ఆర్థిక వ్యవస్థలో మీ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్ ఏంటి? మీరెక్కడుంటారు? 2 మీ కాంట్రిబ్యూషన్, మీరు ఏ విధంగా పొజిషన్ అవుతారు, ఈ 2 కూడా వర్కౌట్ చేయాలి.
తప్పకుండా సార్.
ఏమ్మా, మళ్ళా నేను కలుస్తాను నిన్ను.
ఓకే సార్.
నిన్ను వదిలిపెట్టను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
నువ్వు చదువు మళ్ళా నాకు చెప్పాలి. కనీసం ఆఫ్టర్ 1 మంత్ 2 మంత్స్ 3 మంత్స్ టైం ఇస్తాను. మళ్ళీ నువ్వు వచ్చి నాకు చెప్పాలి.
I will do it, sir. I am ready to eager to serve the society.
Serve the society. You have to grow and serve the society.
రెండు చేస్తాను సార్.
Excellent, amma. Congratulations. I wish all the best. God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, amma.
Thank you for the powerful speech, sir.
Thank you, amma.
విజన్ కి డెఫినేషన్ మీరు పాత తరానికి ఆదర్శంగా, కొత్త తరానికి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్గా ఎప్పుడూ మీరు నిల్చుంటారు సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఇప్పుడు ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి చేతుల మీదుగా VITAP న్యూస్ లెటర్ లాంచ్. ఇప్పుడు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి సన్మానం చేయవలసిందిగా VITAP ఛాన్సలర్ G విశ్వనాథన్ గారిని కోరుకుంటున్నాం. సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇప్పుడు డాక్టర్ జగదీష్ చంద్ర ముదిగంటి రిజిస్ట్రార్ గారిని ఓట్ ఆఫ్ థ్యాంక్స్ ఇవ్వవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం.
A very good afternoon to the August gathering. It is a matter of immense pride and privilege to offer this vote of thanks to the most eminent personalities on the dais and distinguished guests in the gathering. The earliest proponent of technology in governance, architect of Cyberabad, creator of jobs for lakhs of young graduates through IT revolution, new age Bhagirath who linked Godavari with Krishna, driving force of Polavaram, architect of people's capital Amaravati. We are fortunate and privileged to share space with none other than our beloved Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Sri Nara Chandrababu Naidu Garu. Sir, you envisioned a future before many could even imagine it. You transformed barren lands into smart cities, dreams into realities, aspirations into achievements. You have reminded us that leadership is not just about holding positions, It is about creating opportunities, inspiring change, and building futures. To the students of VIT-AP University and the youth of India, you are a true role model, sir. On behalf of our Honorable Chancellor, management, faculty, staff, and students, I extend our heartfelt thanks to you, sir. We are ready to march along with you in building Swarnandhra. Thank you so much for blessing us with your presence, sir. We'd like to extend our heartfelt thanks to Honorable Minister for Tourism and Cinematography and Minister in charge of our Guntur district, Shri Kandulu Durgesh Garu, for warmly receiving us and kindly consenting to grace this event with his gracious presence. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. Our well-wisher and people's leader, we sincerely thank Honorable Member of Legislative Assembly from Tadikonda, Shri Tenali Shravan Kumar Garu, for joining us on this occasion. Thank you, sir. Eminent educationist, former parliamentarian, and a mentor and our guiding light, Honorable Chancellor Dr. G. Vishwanathan is an inspiration to many in India and abroad. Thank you for your gracious presence and guidance, sir. We like to thank our Vice President, Sri Shankar Vishwanathan, sir, for his vision and steadfast leadership. Thank you for leading us to a successful event, sir. Our sincere thanks to Assistant Vice President, Ms. Kadambari S. Vishwanathan, for her guidance and support which brings the best in us. Thank you so much, ma'am. We immensely thank our VIT trustee and our very kind Srimati Ramani madam. We seek your continued blessings in taking VIT to greater heights. Thank you, ma'am. We like to express our deep sense of gratitude to the Secretary of Honorable CM, Shri Pradyumna Garu, for helping us host Honorable Chief Minister, sir. Thank you, sir. Special thanks to the Collector and District Magistrate of Guntur, Srimati Nagalakshmi Madam, for guiding us in all arrangements to the minutest detail. Thank you for always being with us, ma'am. We would like to thank our distinguished guests, Shri Murali Bukkapatnam, Chairman TIE Global, Shri Challa Nag, Heads TCS Hyderabad, and Ms. Etya Walsik, CEO IBS Global, for gracing the event. We would like to thank our Vice Chancellor, Dr. S.V. Kota Reddy, for leading us from the front and being the force behind the success we see. Thank you, sir. We thank our deans, directors, section heads, faculty, staff, and students for working tirelessly for the success of this event. Our sincere thanks to the officials from CMO, Superintendent of Police, Guntur, Satish Kumar Garu, SSG officials, protocol officials, RDO and Tehsildar Guntur, District Police, Fire Services, APCRDA, APSPDCL, and other government agencies for helping us conduct this event. Finally, we'd like to thank the members of press and media for their presence. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, sir. National anthem ki andaru legishi nilpadavalinదిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం. Thank you so much, everyone.
గట్టెక్కించే నాయకుడిప్పుడు ఒకటే 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 జాతికి ప్రగతిని తెచ్చే పాలకుడిప్పుడు అతడే 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 గడ్డం గట్టెక్కించే నాయకుడిప్పుడు ఒకటే 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 జాతికి ప్రగతిని తెచ్చే పాలకుడిప్పుడు అతడే 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 సూర్యునిలాగా చీకటి చెల్చి చంద్రునిలాగా వెన్నెల నుంచి అందరికీ అభివృద్ధిని తెస్తాడే చంద్రబాబు నాయుడే ఒకే ఒక్క నాయకుడే గడ్డం గట్టెక్కించే నాయకుడిప్పుడు ఒకడే 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 జాతికి ప్రగతిని తెచ్చే పాలకుడిప్పుడు అతడే అతడే అతడే
There was good grunt off the line too, as 85% of the engine's torque is available at only 2,000 RPM. The standard low-speed traction control system did a good job of controlling torque steer, a problem in GTIs of old. A close ratio 5-speed manual is the sole transmission available, but GTIs use cable shift linkage instead of the Golf's rod type, so the long throws feel a bit rubbery. Still, the well-matched drivetrain pulled our GTI through the quarter mile in a brief 15 seconds flat at 95 miles per hour. But it takes more than raw speed to successfully negotiate a road circuit, in our case, West Virginia's 2-mile-long Summit Point Raceway. There we found the front-wheel drive GTI to be very tossable, steerable by wheel and by throttle. Its 4-wheel independent suspension features a larger anti-roll bar up front and firmer gas shock valving all around. Although our test car wore good-sized 50 series tires, their harshness conspired with copious body roll for more side-slipping corners than expected. Still, the GTI was more fun to slice around Summit Point than some race-prepared cars we've tried. And they won't raise their inside tire in the traditional VW Salute either. Stopping on track or off is made easy thanks to huge 4-wheel disc brakes with standard anti-lock. They took our 2,800-pound GTI from 60 to 0 in a fine average of 117 feet. Stops were straight and sure with good pedal feel and no fade. Back on the street, our GTI was perfectly at home in everyday driving. Any lack of decorum on the track was made up for by a very commendable ride. EPA ratings are 18 city and 25 highway, with our test loop producing 22 on average. And our 67 decibel sound rating is very good for a performance car. To stock Golf 3 styling, the GTI adds fog lamps in the bumper, 2 rather than 3 grille slats, along with a bright VR6 logo, and a telltale swept-back radio antenna resides on the roof. Styling out back is also pure Golf, but GTI adds a window-mounted spoiler with center stop lamp, larger, darker tail lamps, and the name of the little missile that just passed you. Inside, you're greeted by brightly patterned cloth seats and a voluminous interior. This is still a great car for the Jolly Green Giant. Dash and interior trim are purposeful, not luxurious, and control placement is generally excellent. The only leather in a GTI covers the steering wheel, which in turn houses the driver's airbag. There's one for the passenger, too. Although not as complete as we'd like, the analog gauges are as clear as any we've seen. The sport bucket seats provide great support with a variety of manual adjustments, including VW's signature up and forward, down and back motion, and a tilt wheel to provide endless driving positions. Standard seat heat is appreciated too. The CFC-free HVAC system works with only 3 large rotary knobs and a few oversized switches. And while those controlling the premium cassette stereo unit could be a bit larger, its 8 speakers provide great sound. A 6 CD changer is optional. Standard is a multi-function trip computer operated by a fingertip control. The remote hatch release hides inside a locking console storage compartment, adjacent to twin cup holders. The GTI's upright cabin means lots of rear seat headroom too. A cup holder here pops out from the rear console. Practicality is well served by the 60-40 split bench, which folds in sections or entirely to form a flat cargo area of 41 cubic feet. The easy opening hatchback provides 17.5 cubic feet of covered storage when the rear seat is in use. Leaving the GTI is a unique experience thanks to the central locking system's convenience close feature for the power windows and the glass sunroof. GTI safety includes dual airbags, anti-lock brakes, traction control, and 5-mile-per-hour bumpers. And though 2-door GTIs have anti-intrusion side door beams, they don't quite meet the Fed's 1997 standards like the 4-door Golfs do. And the tab for all this performance, practicality, safety, and fun? $18,875. And that was the sticker on our test GTI too. Options are limited to clear coat paint and a CD player. So in these days of pricey performance, the GTI certainly qualifies as a bargain. But the GTI is much more. It's the final signal that Volkswagen is back in the groove, with a clear vision of a future that begins in the past.
You know, proper car care is always important,
but some vehicles require more care than others, and no one knows that better than our own Pat Goss.
John, one of the fastest growing segments of the automobile industry are the sport utilities, and most sport utility vehicles are also equipped with four-wheel drive. And depending on how you use that vehicle, well, there's certain things that you should be checking on a regular basis to avoid costly repairs. The first thing, if you ever drive it in salt, snow, or in water, maybe you get it out on the beach and you get it in salt water, anything at all where the water gets up close to the differentials in it, then you want to check the condition of the fluid in the front and the rear differential and also in the transfer case. Sometimes water can migrate into those areas. You'll see this as a milky condition in that fluid. Use what your owner's manual recommends for the proper type of gear lubricant. Also, after anything like that, lubricate all of the grease fittings in the front end, because most of these fittings are not watertight and water can get in there. When you grease them, it pushes the water out and protects the tie rod ends and all of these other parts. Again, use the proper lubrication. Also, flush the brake system. Get fresh brake fluid in it at least once a year. Now, that's good advice for any vehicle, but especially on a four-wheel drive. And you know how four-wheel drives, many times when you're out on the highway with them, how they have kind of a jiggly feel to the front end? Well, you can do away with that, like I did on this one, by installing a steering stabilizer. And no, they're not just for off-road use. Makes an amazing difference in the way the car drives on the highway. Also, pull the wheels off of the vehicle periodically. When you do, you want to put some grease on the inside of the hub, because many times salt and water and so on will cause the wheels to corrode, which damages the wheels. It also makes them just like weld themselves to the vehicle itself. While you're doing that, have the brake calipers checked and lubricate the calipers, because again, many times the calipers will become corroded. Now, here's something where you can really save yourself a lot of dollars. The wheel bearings on many of these vehicles, the front wheel bearings, have to be packed periodically. But there's a trick. See, all of this stuff has to come off to pack the wheel bearings. We've even gone a step further. We have taken the spindle off of this one, and lo and behold, in the back side of this spindle on many of these vehicles is what we see here. A very small bearing, which is many times overlooked. And if you fail to take care of this one, it can lead to much pain and suffering as the vehicle gets older. And if you have a question or a comment about your four-wheel drive, or any other vehicle for that matter, write to me. If I use your letter, I'll send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address? Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
Our car of the week is definitely one that you won't see every day. It's a very rare 1970 Seata Spring, and it's owned by Ed Heinman of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Submit your car of the week photos to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Many writers of adventure novels never get any closer to the action than their computers. But when Craig Singhaus recently met author and noted car collector Clive Cussler out on the high road, he soon realized that he had found a definite exception to the rule.
For Clive Cussler, best-selling author of such titles as Raise the Titanic and Sahara, research goes well beyond the library. Cussler's fictional swashbuckling hero, Dirk Pitt, is an avid collector of exquisite classic cars, and details of his automobiles appear throughout the 11 Dirk Pitt novels. Automobiles owned by Cussler himself.
This is the car that was featured in the book Sahara, right?
Yes, it's in Avians Voisin. Dirk Pitt and his buddy Al Giardino drove this across the desert in Sahara. And the neat thing is, at the end of the book, Dirk always gets to keep the car and take it home.
What a great arrangement.
I think the styling and the engineering that appeals to me on a classic car of the 20s, 30s, they really are mechanical masterpieces of art. The one-off coachworks particularly. And to me, it's like a Rembrandt painting. And they're cars that will never be repeated. When you see a car like that, you'll never see another one ever built in 1,000 years, perhaps.
Now, this is the Stutz that in the book Dragon, Dirk Pitt chases after the bad guys in the limousine, right?
That's true, and it's really not that far-fetched because he could keep up on the straightaways because this had a lot of torque and a 4-speed transmission, and I know he could corner with a limousine.
So in its day, this is quite a performance car, then.
Oh, Stutz was really marvelous.
In addition to his collection of pre-war and European classics, Clive Cussler also harbors an affinity for Finns.
My interest in the American cars, particularly in the late 50s, we'll say, is because of the fact they were such big barges, they were chrome, they had 350 or whatever horsepower engines, they were huge, they were boxy, and there again, it's an era we'll never see. These are the last of them. It's just a mechanical and a design era that is lost and gone forever.
So even though Clive seeks to preserve these pieces of history, don't expect them to be locked away from the lure of the high road.
They were meant to be driven. That was the whole idea. You build an automobile to drive. I've never really looked at the cars as an investment. Oh, I went overboard in a lot of it, but I don't care. I just love old cars.
Here at Motor Week, we subscribe to the philosophy that you can never get too much of a good thing. So back now to more about the latest cars. Here's Lisa Barrow with Motor News.
In the news this week is Toyota's redesign of its compact pickup, now known as the Tacoma. California designed and built, Tacomas will come with 2- or 4-wheel drive in regular and extra cab versions. Toyota provides ample standard power with a pair of dual overhead cam 16-valve 4-cylinder engines. A 142 horsepower 2.4-liter unit is standard on 2-wheel drive models, while 4x4s get a 150 horsepower 2.7-liter. Optional on both is this 3.4-liter V6 with 190 horsepower from the larger T100 pickup. 4x4 Tacomas have more aggressive front fascia and fenders than 2-wheel drive models. All Tacomas sport a driver's airbag, a new coil spring double wishbone front suspension, and rack and pinion steering. Not surprisingly, the new Tacomas ride smoother, corner better, and are much quieter than the pickups they replace. Toyota sells more compact 4x4 pickups than anyone else, and they aim to keep it that way. Shift-on-the-fly capability is now possible via an optional one-touch high-force switch on the extra cab SR5 V6. Standard towing capacity for all V6 models increases from 3,500 to 5,000 pounds, while V6 payloads reach as high as 1,860 pounds. Brakes are front discs, rear drums. A 4-wheel anti-lock system is optional on all models. Toyota debuts the Tacoma at this week's Chicago Auto Show, and they should be on sale by mid-March. Prices should rise about 5% and range from $10,500 for the 2-wheel drive regular cab to $21,000 for the 4-wheel drive SR5 V6 extra cab. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
Sport utility vehicles are very popular these days. But ask anyone who's bought one recently and they'll also tell you they're very expensive. But take heart, there are still some bargains in the 4x4 market, and one's a classic design from the company that started it all.
It's the Jeep Cherokee. No, not the Grand Cherokee, but the original 4-door compact sport utility, Cherokee. This daddy of today's hottest trucking trend has changed little in appearance since its debut in the fall of 1983. And while it hardly carries the somewhat more aerodynamic lines of its successor, time has not stood completely still for the good old Cherokee. But its mechanical changes have had a profound impact on the evolution of the old rough-and-ready 4x4 into today's more modern sport utility. Mechanical changes for 1995 are less significant than those of previous years, but when one hops behind the steering wheel, they'll notice a big change. That wheel is now home for an airbag, making the Cherokee as well set up with safety equipment as some of its newest competitors. Otherwise, the Cherokee's flat dash hasn't been altered much since our 1987 test. It's just a bit neater now with less of the 80s imitation chrome trim. And while the gauges aren't as slick as those of some newer sport utes, they're still large and comprehensive.
But just about every other current 4x4's cockpit is larger than that of the Cherokee. The seats may not look fancy, though you can order leather, and they're firm and supportive. A comfortable rear seat is never out of style, and the Cherokee just qualifies. The seat back doesn't split, but it does fold completely flat. So the standard cargo space of 35.7 cubic feet nearly doubles to 71.8 with the seat down. While the standard spare tire mounts inside, an outside hanger is optional. Every top-line sport utility has a V6 under the hood nowadays, but in our Cherokee Sport, it's an inline 6. Jeep's near-legendary engine displaces 4 liters, making 190 horsepower and 224 pound-feet of torque. So Cherokee horsepower beats the Ford Explorer by almost 20%. Our Sport pumped power through an optional 4-speed automatic. And Jeep's standard command track shift-on-the-fly part-time 4-wheel drive system. In 2-wheel drive, it romped from 0 to 60 in only 8.9 seconds and a quarter mile of 16.8 seconds at 82 miles per hour. The Cherokee remains one of the fastest in its class. And it also tackled our slalom course with the same level of competence and actually quicker maneuverability than some more sophisticated designs. On the open road, the Cherokee lacks some of the ride comfort of modern sport utes. There's still a lot of jostling from side to side. But off-road, Cherokee roughs it with the best of them. Coil springs in the front and leaf springs in the rear, combined with very quick steering to make the Cherokee a good companion in tight spaces. And what you may sacrifice in refinement for the Cherokee, you'll make up for in price. The Cherokee 4-wheel drive line begins at only $15,215 for the 2-door SE. Step up to a 4-door 4-wheel drive Sport and you'll shell out a still reasonable $18,606. Our well-optioned test vehicle drove away for $23,943, or about where competitive 4x4 prices start. So if you're eager to join the sport utility ranks, but your bank book makes you hesitant, the Jeep Cherokee may be the perfect choice. It's an oldie, but a goodie.
It's easy to pick out the really hardcore enthusiast at an auto show. They're the ones that never leave the Ferrari stand. They're also the ones that keep calling and writing to us asking for more tests of the cars from Maranello. And believe me, we'd love to oblige, but there are only so many Ferrari models to test. So while we wait for the next ones, we'll have to settle for one more look at our last Ferrari experience in this week's Road Test by Request.
Don't let their color fool you. These two latest Ferraris, both variations on the 348, are as red-blooded as any machine that ever came from Maranello. The coupe is the limited edition 348 Speciale. But the most significant of the two is this one, the 348 Spider. It's Ferrari's first 2-seat convertible since the Daytona Spider of 1973. But unlike the Daytona, the 348 carries its engine amidships, which makes turning it into a convertible a tricky affair. Our congratulations then to Ferrari's engineers. The manual top that they designed does a fine job of mimicking the standard hardtops lines. It's also the most efficient convertible top that Ferrari has ever produced, folding easily and storing neatly beneath a soft tonneau cover. But the Spider is more than a 348 with the top chopped off. Cosmetic changes include body-colored lower trim panels, while mechanical ones are a stiffened chassis, revised suspension settings, and a wider rear track. Like the Spider's driver, the engine now gets more air, thanks to less restrictive intake and exhaust system. Horsepower stands at 312 and torque is unchanged at 229 pound-feet. Better breathing also means a more authentic Ferrari exhaust note than the standard 300 horsepower 348. The Spider has also adopted the 348 TB's transverse gearbox, but with revised ratios for improved acceleration. The shifter remains gated and Ferrari firm. But test drivers with strong right arms still pulled a 0 to 60 time of 5.8 seconds from the Spider. The quarter mile took 14.2 seconds at 101 miles per hour, thanks to the massive torque and mile-wide power band. The 348 Spider stops as well as it goes, averaging a stable 101 feet from 60, thanks to its 4 anti-lock equipped discs. And as with the shifter, some serious muscle is required. Ferraris are not cars for people with weak legs or weak shoulders. Our drivers needed all of their strength to wrestle the Spider's massive cornering abilities through the heavy manual steering and onto the asphalt. There is convertible body flex, but not very much, thanks to the 348 stout chassis design. That's rare in even the most expensive convertibles. And the 348 Spider is certainly one of those, with a price tag of $122,000. Out on the road, the Spider's highway ride remains as firm as that of a standard 348, but the new suspension settings and wider rear track mean a more stable feel. And minimal wind intrusion with the top down means a very pleasant driving experience. Interior design doesn't vary from that of the standard 348. It's one of Ferrari's best efforts ever. We'd add a bit more travel to the tilt wheel and a few more gauges to the main cluster, but the orange on black analog dials are very easy to read. Oil and fuel gauges live down below in the center dash. Seating is exotic car firm, and the unusual floor-mounted motorized seatbelts take a bit of getting used to, but the driving position is Ferrari's best to date. The low center console houses comprehensive climate controls, while up top there's a hidden compartment for the stereo of your choice. Since the trunk is up front and the spare tire is just a can of tire sealer, the convertible top has no effect on luggage space. But even if it did, the enjoyment of driving Ferrari's superb 348 Spider would still be undiminished. The 348 is, after all, a pure driving machine, and the addition of the Spider's open-air cockpit makes it one of the most enjoyable exotics ever. If you simply must have a solid top, however, but still want something unique by Ferrari standards, that is, there is the very limited edition 348 Speciale. Only 100 of these more muscular 348 coupes have been built and sold, each with a price of $112,000. Like the Spider, the Speciale gets full body color trim, but a slightly different taillight treatment, and carbon fiber racing seats straight out of the legendary F40. It's a lot of work to get into them, but they hold you in place through hell or high water. Mechanicals in both cars are identical, from the suspension to the 312 horsepower engine. And both our cars produced identical performance in a straight line. But the coupe's stiffer body means less front plow, making the car more nimble in corners. Our staff all thought that the Speciale was a more handsome car than the standard 348, and lamented the fact that so few were built. If you have one of these, you're a very lucky person indeed. Of course, the same thing could be said about the 348 Spider, or any Ferrari for that matter. As we finished our stint with our magnificent screaming yellow pair, we felt rejuvenated. Perhaps more than any other reason, because they do wear the prancing horse. And whether we drive one Ferrari or a whole herd, the pleasure is almost immeasurable. If we'd done it ourselves, we could not have given Race Car Flashback a better title. This collection of vintage motorsports articles from the pages of Old Cars Weekly is a real blast from the past. Assembled by editor John Gunnell, it covers the evolution of American motorsports from 1900 to 1980. Its softback format and black and white photos aren't fancy, but hardcore race fans with an eye for history will enjoy its look back at the golden days of speed.
Be sure to join us next week for more Motor Week and our annual Driver's Choice Awards. We'll also put Ford's latest Explorer through its paces, as well as drive Hyundai's economical new Accent. Pat Goss will show us how to remove dents but not paint, and we'll also have all the latest motor news. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064 or send $29.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to this address.
This time on Motor Week, a new era at Buick, aerial automobiles, and high rollers on the high road. So come drive with us. Next.
Motor Week, television's automotive magazine. Your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. The modern Buick Riviera leapt onto the American automotive scene in 1963. And in the more than 30 years since, that name has resided on a long line of sometimes stylish, sometimes conservative two-door coupes. And while the Riviera has always sold well enough, tough new competitors have forced Buick to take a different tack and introduce the most striking Riviera yet. We know we were struck by the new Riviera's looks when we first saw it late last fall. By daring to be different, Buick stylists designed a car with every bit as much classic character as the original '63 Riviera, created by GM's legendary chief stylist, Bill Mitchell. Yet the '95 Riviera is as modern looking as any car on the road today. Its series of compound curves or oval shapes give this long hood coupe vastly different appearances when viewed from different angles. The front end alone presents a number of smooth elliptical shapes that help the Riv achieve a very fine 0.32 coefficient of drag. The rear deck carries through with the elliptical theme, yet has one of the industry's horsiest tail lamp assemblies. Rivieras feature two styles of 16-inch alloy wheels. These 12-spoke rims with 60 Series Eagle GA tires are included with the supercharged V6. Riviera shares its all-new G platform with Oldsmobile's upcoming Aurora sedan, yet the coupe-only Riv is 2 inches longer than the four-door Olds. Another difference will be their engine. While Auroras get V8 power, Buick chose two 3.8-liter V6s to drive the Riviera's front wheels. The first 4,000 cars will receive a supercharged powertrain developing 225 horsepower and 275 pound-feet of torque, good enough to move the Riviera from 0 to 60 in just 8.5 seconds. Later in the year, a refined version of GM's normally aspirated 3800 V6 becomes the base Riviera engine. Its 205 horsepower and 230 pound-feet of torque should provide 9.7-second 0 to 60 times. GM's fine 4T60E electronically controlled 4-speed automatic is the Riviera's only transmission. To develop a Riviera that was both safe and agile, engineers created the most rigid body structure in Buick history. New suspension and steering systems give Riviera a quiet, comfortable ride, yet surprisingly precise and balanced handling. In piloting Buick's flagship through the desert landscapes around Phoenix, we were impressed with the accuracy of the magnetic variable assist steering system that controls maneuvering effort with electric current. A glance inside the Riviera confirms that this is an American luxury car. Its spacious interior features a retro-look hooded instrument panel, but includes the modern safety of dual airbags. Indeed, these huge recessed white-on-black analog gauges come straight from the 1960s. Buick believes that its seats are as up-to-date as any in the world. Our car's optional leather bucket seats fit perfectly. A cloth bench seat is standard, as are 6-way power adjustments and a leather-wrapped tilt steering wheel. Driver's seat heat is optional. Both climate control and sound systems are neatly stacked within easy reach of driver and passenger. Buick's dual temperature controls allow both front occupants custom comfort. Oddly, the compact disc loading is separated from the rest of the stereo. Otherwise, controls are easy to use. Buick engineers were also aggressive in their efforts to control Riviera noise levels. The Riv registered the lowest 35-mile-per-hour decibel readings of any car ever tested by GM. Riviera also tested well with others in the automotive media. Popular Mechanics said, "One look at the 1995 Buick Riviera tells you that this is something new and different, and overall the new coupe delivers luxury without excessive softness." While Automobile Magazine concluded, the result is the quintessential 90s American luxury car, big, quiet, with a newfound body rigidity, a remarkable ability to cling to twisting roads despite considerable body roll. Add in Riviera's reasonable $27,600 to $32,700 price range, and it also becomes the bargain choice in the luxury coupe class. But luxury coupe buyers are a fiercely loyal bunch, and price alone may not sway them. But we are convinced that the Riviera's striking looks, outstanding comfort and performance, and classic execution will. As the number of cars on the road increases, traffic jams have become a way of life for many drivers. And almost everyone who's ever gotten stuck in one has dreamed of being able to take off and fly above it. But as FYI reporter Lisa Barrow now shows us, a few inventive souls have done more than dream.
Over 30 flying car designs have made their way to the Patent Office since 1936. This model, the Fulton Amphibian, distinguished itself as the first of only 2 flying cars to be licensed for production by the FAA. Flying cars have been with us since about 1917. Henry Ford dabbled in them when his airplane designer, William Stout, created the Sky Car in 1930. We found this model tucked away in storage at the Smithsonian Institute. Unfortunately, Ford lost interest in the project when one of his friends was killed during a test flight. But other flying car projects were to follow. The Fulton Amphibian was designed by Robert Fulton in 1945. The fuselage was attached to the wing and tail unit by a set of pins which made for easy separation.
The driver or pilot would switch from road to airplane by a lever on the floor of the cockpit, where it would switch the plane's engine from driving the propeller to driving the transmission.
Fulton eventually sold his flying car design to a light plane manufacturer who never put it into production. It wasn't until 1946 that any flying car design showed real commercial promise. That year, Moulton Taylor began building his Aero car. The wings, tail, and propeller converted into a convenient trailer package that was towed behind the car. After much notoriety and numerous unsuccessful attempts at commercialization, Taylor has continued to refine his design to what you see here, a home-built Aero car that utilizes a Honda CRX body. Other modern-day flying cars are in the works, and their designers promise maiden test flights in the near future.
The Sky Car is a vehicle that combines the attributes of the helicopter, the ability to take off and land vertically, with the cruise efficiency, the capability of flying at forward speeds efficiently in one aircraft. So we're talking about a vehicle with 400-mile-an-hour top speed that can fly as high as 30,000 feet and can go 900 miles.
Mahler sees the Sky Car as part of an elaborate computerized airway network. You simply punch in your desired destination, and the Sky Car will take you there. Also on the horizon is the Air Car from Sky Technology. Wings and tail intact, the Air Car fits in a standard parking space. Trying to meet today's requirements of both a car and an airplane will not be an easy task. But as our roads and highways become more congested, the idea of a flying car just might take off in the future.
Now it's time for some down-to-earth car care advice from MotorWeek's top technician, Pat Goss.
John, this time I have a letter from Phoebe Hahn of Berkeley Heights, New Jersey. She writes, "We just bought a '93 Toyota Corolla wagon and would like information about using a CB in it. According to the owner's manual, we should not install electronic items such as mobile two-way radios." Okay, well, that could be a big problem because, see, lots of people do it wrong when they start dealing with CB radios or other types of electronic equipment. First off, CBs. There are 2 basic types of them. One are the portable types. They're primarily designed for emergency use. They plug into the cigarette lighter. They're not permanently mounted to the vehicle. Now, one thing that you do wrong here is when you install the antenna. The antenna, of course, is magnet mounted to the roof of the vehicle. Well, what happens? You take the antenna, put it on the right side of the car, and run the lead-in around the right door. This is so you don't have this lead-in wire hanging behind your head as you're driving. Well, now, typically, you're going to have the CB radio someplace in the center of the vehicle, so you run the lead-in wire from the antenna across the front of the passenger seat on the floor. Well, guess what's in that area on lots of cars? This little unit right here. This is the onboard computer. This is what controls everything on the automobile. You have to be very, very careful not to get a lead-in wire anywhere near any onboard computer. You have to have a minimum of 8 inches of clearance between the antenna lead-in and the computer. But what about other types? See, there are permanently mounted CB radios, and they have their own set of problems. Number one, you have to make sure that they're connected into the right circuit in the vehicle. Can't hook them just into any hot circuit at the fuse panel anymore. Secondly, you have to make sure that once the CB radio is installed, that somebody uses an SWR meter, that's standing wave ratio meter, to determine if the standing wave ratio of the antenna is correct. If it isn't, it could have an effect not only on the function of the radio, but on the electronics in the car. In addition to that, you have to make sure that at no time does the lead-in wire run parallel to any of the wire harnesses in the vehicle. It has to cut across the wire harness at a 90-degree angle. Now, I would recommend that before you do any type of installation of anything electronic, be it a CB radio or an aftermarket tape deck or anything like this, that you get the specifications for installation from the manufacturer and follow them to the letter. And if you have a question, write to me. If I use your letter, I'll send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address is Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
This sharp little car of the week comes courtesy of 2 Canadian viewers. It's a 1962 Volvo P1800 that belongs to Robert and Marie Joss and resides in Montreal West, Quebec. Submit good color photos of your car of the week to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Now, if we had to crown a king of the passenger car market, Honda would certainly be a candidate. But while Honda has excelled in family car sales for years, it's been shut out of the fast-growing light truck market by lack of product. So until their own designs arrive, Honda is buying Isuzu's underrated rodeo sport utility and rebadging it as the Honda Passport. But is the Passport good enough to be called a Honda? It is, if recent sales are any indication. Americans are finally discovering the U.S.-built Isuzu Rodeo, with demand up nicely over last year. That's good, since limited time and money made Honda keep changes to a minimum in rebadging the four-door Rodeo as the Passport. And when we say rebadged, we mean that quite literally, because new insignias are the only significant exterior changes. The roomy, efficient Passport interior has also seen few changes. However, the comprehensive, if utilitarian dash is clearly not of Honda design. But all the essential instruments are present, as well as a set of firm supportive bucket seats. No leather is available in our top-of-the-line EX grade test vehicle, but everything else is standard. A Rodeo LS is the equivalent model. Honda could call the simple ventilation controls its own, but they wouldn't place the stereo so low in the dash. They would, however, have christened the split-folding rear seat, which increases cargo space to a full 75 cubic feet. Passport power comes from either a 2.6-liter four-cylinder on the base two-wheel drive DX models or our EX's 3.2-liter overhead cam V6. It turns out 175 horsepower and 188 pound-feet of torque. Both a 5-speed manual transmission and this smooth-shifting 4-speed automatic with power and winter shift modes are available. In four-wheel drive models, a 2-speed transfer case carries power to auto-locking hubs, but you still have to stop and engage the system. This year's icy winter weather prevented our normal track testing, but we spent plenty of time on snow and slush-covered roads, and we were impressed with the Passport's nimble handling and stability over rapidly deteriorating northeastern pavement, as well as our EX's four-wheel disc brakes with standard rear anti-lock system. The Passport line starts at $15,660 for a two-wheel drive DX model. Rodeos begin at $14,969, while $25,660 will get a fully loaded four-wheel drive Passport EX. That's surprisingly a couple of hundred less than a Rodeo LS. With the introduction of the Passport, Honda enters the light truck market in a learning position. Total sales will be about 30,000 units. That may not be enough, given that the Isuzu-built Passport is an already proven performer, and that in conjunction with Honda's strong service network, offers customers a very appealing package, one that is worthy of the name Honda. When we need to know about an upcoming new car model, we turn to Lisa Barrow. So here she is with all the latest motor news.
The big news this week concerns safety, with Volvo's announcement of airbag protection from side impact crashes. Side impacts trail only frontal impacts as the most injury-producing auto accidents. And while many manufacturers have experimented with door-mounted bags, Volvo's patented SIPS bag, short for Side Impact Protection System, is located in the outer edges of the driver's and passenger's front seat bags. Besides acting as a barrier between car doors and occupants' chests, the tube-shaped SIPS bag also keeps heads away from doors, B-pillars, and side windows, thus reducing head injuries. Measuring about 10 inches long and 5 inches wide, the bag is mechanically triggered, requiring no electrical hookup. And mounting the bag within the seat back keeps it in the proper position to protect the occupant, no matter how the seat is adjusted. Volvo will introduce the SIPS bag on some of its 1995 models this fall. It will be standard equipment on 850 turbo sedans and sport wagons, and a $500 option on non-turbo 850s. As far as U.S. automakers, General Motors will likely be the first to offer side airbags. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
Last week, Craig Singhas showed us how a unique restoration program is both rehabilitating prison inmates and also allowing some of history's great cars to again see the light of day. This week, he shows us the results of that program as these cars find a home in one of America's great car collections.
Whenever I look at old cars and trucks, I often try to imagine the stories they would tell if they could speak to me. The automobiles in the Imperial Palace Auto Collection tell grand stories of days past without needing to say a word. Although these cars make an impressive statement on their own, a conversation with collection administrator Richie Klein helped me fully appreciate the size and scope of this collection.
The Imperial Palace Collection consists of approximately 750 vehicles, 250 of which we have on display to the general public at all times. It's on a rotating basis. We try to change anywhere from 12 to 20 cars a month.
Wow.
So the average person, let's say, comes to Las Vegas twice a year, they'll see an entire different collection every time they come.
Oh my.
What we have here is the pride and joy of the Imperial Palace Auto Collection. This is called the Duesenberg Room. We have 43 Model J Duesenbergs on display here to the general public. Like the regular collection, we rotate it on a monthly basis. You'll see approximately 25 Model J Duesenbergs in this room today.
The Imperial Palace Auto Collection caters to a wide variety of tastes, and it's easy to see why it attracts a worldwide audience of nearly 2,000 visitors a day. An auto collection of this caliber needs no interpretation. It simply speaks for itself.
When discussing historic cars, it's impossible to ignore the contributions to car design made by Britain's Jaguar. Now, like the big cat that it's named for, Jaguar has always followed a solitary path, and it shows in the design of its very unique automobiles. This approach actually began with a tiny company that didn't build cars at all. Here's Jaguar's story, as told by two of the world's most prominent Jaguar historians.
Well, it was a long time ago, 1922. William Lyons met up with a friend, William Walmsley, who was building sidecars. And these were extremely stylish, polished aluminium devices.
And they did so well that they decided they would move to the centre of the motor industry, to Coventry. Then he branched out into making small cars, meaning that he put special bodies, sort of sports bodies, on the famous Austin 7.
Well, in 1931, Lyons launched his first car under his own name, which was SS.
And it was a sensation. It had a very long bonnet and a very short body, which was the sort of 30s look.
It was described as a 310-pound car, which looked like a 1,000-pound car. And that was very well received by the public, because here was really a supercar at an affordable price. Lyons, having put the business on a firm footing with the SS1, really wanted to back up the looks of his cars with real performance, and he hired an engineer, William Haynes, who designed an overhead valve cylinder head for the existing engine. And this was put in a new range of cars called Jaguar. That was in 1935. And really the company never looked back from that point. Along with the Jaguar saloon, there was a sports car too. And this really shook up the motoring establishment, because for £395, here was a 100-mile-an-hour sports car.
William Lyons' policy was to produce a beautiful car with exciting performance to be sold at a price so low that it was almost unbelievable. And that's what he achieved with the SS100. There was no stopping him. At the same time, he was very shrewd. The company always made a profit. He was very close with money, and he became quite strict. We used to know him in the early days as Bill Lyons. Of course, when I joined the company, that was all out of the window, and it was Mr. Lyons after that.
Lyons had many plans to develop the Jaguar range, but these were interrupted by World War II, and the company went straight into manufacturing trailers for the armed forces, and also they also manufactured aircraft fuselages. But in 1945, when hostilities ceased, the letters SS hadn't got very good connotations for rather obvious reasons, and the name of the company was changed from SS Cars to Jaguar Cars Limited. But in 1948, they launched the XK120, and this was a remarkable advance. It was a smooth, civilized sports car capable of virtually 120 miles an hour.
They decided to try at Le Mans in the 24-hour race, which is the world's greatest endurance race. And they did so well with it that they were then encouraged to have a racing program. And from the XK120, they developed the famous C-type and D-type.
It was the D-type Jaguar that sired the famous E-type, or XKE, in 1961. And that was built very much on D-type lines, with a centre monocoque with a framework carrying the engine, and again powered by the XK engine. In the meantime, of course, Sir William Lyons gradually relinquished the reins of the company he'd founded in 1922, and finally retired in 1972.
Of all the automobile buying guides available today, the one that we pick up every year is the Consumer Guide Automobile Book. For $19.94, a colorful Best Buy section, as well as a glossary of common automotive terms and new sections on safety, consumer, and shopping tips have all been added. That's on top of a concise, easy-to-use guide to the specifications and prices of every car on the U.S. market. Now that's a Best Buy. Join us next time on Motor Week for a test of the luxurious new Mazda Millennia. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064 or send $29.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to this address. Motor Week 92, television's automotive magazine, is made possible by funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by the financial support of viewers like you. Your host for Motor Week 92, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week 92. We're glad to have you with us. Long-time Motor Week viewers know this vehicle. It's our favorite workhorse, the Chevrolet Suburban. For 6 years now, a series of Suburbans have carried the Motor Week crews all over America in search of stories. No other vehicle that we've tried has proven to be roomy, comfortable, or reliable enough to meet our needs. But as much as we love the Suburban, even we have to admit the design is getting a little old. Fortunately, Chevrolet has just introduced a new Suburban. It's a lot different from the vehicle our staff has grown to love. So it's only fair that we let them decide, is the new Suburban good enough to retain their loyalty, or is the love affair over? If it does end, it won't be because we don't like the new Suburban's looks. After a 19-year run of the lovable but very boxy Burb, our staff voiced a unanimous "it's about time" when introduced to the 92's sleek new lines. While it's unlikely to be mistaken for anything as small as a Blazer, the rounded edges and flush glass place the Suburban in the same styling family as its smaller relative, which was also redesigned this year. The nose is now smoother with compact headlights. A strong resemblance to Chevy's full-size CK pickup is not surprising, since the new Suburban shares the pickup's basic platform. The new chassis allowed Chevy engineers to design a cleaner, roomier interior. To a group that does as much long-distance travel as we do, this is very good news. The CK pickup's modular look dash replaces the old Suburban's pure utility look, and a less workaholic selection of trim materials in our Silverado grade test vehicle makes this a bright, airy environment. The Suburban has always scored well with us on seat comfort, and the new model does too. The front 3-passenger bench offers padding and support enough for anyone on our staff. Most of the gang were also happy with the new gauge package. It's very comprehensive, but a few thought that the gauges were too close together, making them hard to read at a glance. The switchgear is all CK pickup. Everything is well marked and easy to see. Heat controls are mounted in the pod for easy reach by the driver. Except for the rocker switch to control temperature, controls are quite effective and efficient. Heat and ventilation for the rear seats can be independently controlled by a convenient roof-mounted switch panel. There's a set up front with the driver and one for the rear seat passengers themselves. The AM/FM radio is also located in the dash pod. It has plenty of well-marked buttons. But will someone at Chevy please explain why the cassette player is located way over in the middle of the dash? There were plenty of complaints about that from everyone. All were unanimous in their praise of the roomier, more comfortable rear seat, however, and easier access to the optional third seat was well received. The third seat is now more practical thanks to a footwell that allows tall folks to sit comfortably. It also folds or can be removed completely. With the third seat out and the rear seat down, you get 9 more cubic feet of cargo room for $92. The luggage area is a bit narrower, but just wide enough to swallow a 4-foot wide sheet of plywood. The fancy side panels cover the wheel wells, but also cover space where lots of little things fit in the old Burb. On a positive note, folding panels cover the new footwell to maintain a level floor. If you don't like the traditional double rear doors of our test vehicle, you can opt for this new 2-piece hatch arrangement. Our staff is looking forward to not having to deal with the motorized rear window of our current Suburban. It's given us a fair amount of trouble. The standard engine for the latest Suburban is GM's 5.7-liter V8. It makes 210 horsepower and 300 pound-feet of torque. A larger 7.4-liter version is optional for those who do heavy towing. But unfortunately for MotorWeek's fuel bill, there won't be a more economical diesel in the new Burb for at least 2 years. Our gasoline-fed Silverado 1500 is EPA rated at 12 city, 16 highway. We average 12 miles per gallon on our mixed test loop. The 5.7 doesn't have the torquey feel that we've come to expect from our beloved diesel, but it's strong enough to turn in a faster 0 to 60 time of 12.1 seconds. The quarter mile takes 18.7 seconds at 71 miles per hour. Quite a sprint for such a big vehicle. But while fast, it lacks the diesel's kick-down punch, so highway passing isn't as easy. The 4-speed automatic makes good use of the engine's power and produces firm, positive shifts. It can be linked to Chevy's InstaTrack 4-wheel drive system, which allows you to shift on the move. Unfortunately, some particularly fine November weather prevented us from really testing its capabilities. Blame the greenhouse effect. Stability has always been a hallmark of the Suburban's chassis, and the new platform doesn't let us down. Our test drivers found moderate front plow and lots of stability in corners. Grip is strong for a top-heavy utility vehicle, and steering feedback plentiful. There was also a lot less body roll than we expected. Fortunately, the new suspension has not destroyed the excellent ride. Actually, our crew found the new Suburban's ride to be much smoother and quieter than previous models. 4-wheel ABS has finally arrived on our favorite big truck, but thanks to some rather test-worn tires, stops averaged along 170 feet. Stability was excellent, however, and performance improved as our tests progressed. As before, the Chevrolet or GMC brand Suburban delivers a maximum vehicle for the money. You can own one for as little as $18,155. A 4-wheel drive Silverado model, like the one we tested, starts at $20,355 and costs $27,705 fully loaded. So, after a short deliberation, the MotorWeek staff has decided that the new Chevy Suburban can have a place in our garage any day. We'll miss the superb performance of the old diesel engine, but most facets of the Suburban design are substantially improved, as is, we think, the 1992 Chevrolet Suburban's love affair with us. Purchasing a new car can be a trying experience, but purchasing a used car can be even more exasperating because you don't always know what you're getting. Instead of let the buyer beware, we subscribe to the notion let the buyer be informed. Lisa Barrow has found 3 services available to consumers that can make a used car purchase easier.
Today there are a lot of services to help the auto consumer make better choices. One of those services is called Car Checkers of America. And what they do is they inspect used cars for potential buyers.
People that use our service are people that are buying used automobiles and don't want to buy somebody else's problems, whether it be at a dealer's lot or at a private individual's home.
For a fee of about $75 to $100, CarChecker's mobile unit will drive to the car you want checked out and hook up a diagnostic computer, similar to the ones mechanics use to test more than 3,500 components of the car.
The diagnostic tests that we run at CarCheckers of America are engine related. They will check the computer system, the compression system, the emissions, the fuel injection, but we just don't stop at the engine. We use ultrasound equipment on the body to see if it's ever been in a past accident or if there's going to be any rust developing. We have special suspension analyzers to check your suspension and your front end. And we also have a portable wheel alignment machine to check your wheel alignment.
It takes about an hour to complete the tests, and at the end, a printout is run, pinpointing any problems. The CarChecker specialist will also test drive the car and give an estimate on its value.
There are also a number of consumer information services that you can reach by simply using your telephone. Here are just a few.
This 900 number from Automotive Consumer Services provides wholesale and retail prices of new cars. You can also receive used car prices, including exotics, information on insurance and current rebates, and buying tips to determine a good deal and a dealer. All information is available on a hard copy printout. The call will cost about $2.99 for the first minute and 89 cents for each additional minute. This information service is called Data Touch, and for a price of $20 will provide you with NHTSA recall and manufacturer service bulletin reports for all domestic and foreign vehicles, including motorcycles and recreational vehicles. Reports can be mailed or faxed to you, and the service is available 24 hours a day. Helpful guidelines on how to work with the manufacturer and car dealership if there is a recall or service bulletin on your vehicle are also included. Or you can call NHTSA's toll-free hotline for safety recall information on any vehicle or child safety seat. In addition, NHTSA receives calls for safety complaints and has experts standing by to answer technical questions.
Another service that would have seemed impossible to achieve a few years ago is now a reality. In the comfort of your own home, you can participate in a car auction.
Via satellite, using this 39-inch antenna, you can receive the Eckerd Gallery Network. Eckerd carries cruise automobile auctions as well as a weekly 1/2-hour program hosted by Dean and Mitchell Cruz on upcoming auctions, events, and tips on successful bidding strategies. Art, antiques, and collectible sales are also broadcast. The network isn't cheap and will cost you around $1,300 for installation and a 1-year subscription. Each additional year costs $300.
If you'd like more information on these services, write to us. Our address is Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
If you're a police officer or just curious about their cars, then Police Cars, A Photographic History will probably appeal to you. This softcover book is light on text, but offers over 800 black and white photos of cars and motorcycles used by U.S. police departments from the early 1900s to the present. Author Monty McCord is a police officer himself and must have worked long, hard hours to assemble such a comprehensive collection. Pat Goss often tells us that cars are his life. Well, this week Pat helps make life with our cars a little bit brighter. Pat?
John, this time I have a letter about headlights, and that letter is from Todd Yushiroda of Kealakekua, Hawaii. Now, Todd wants to know about the differences between the new tungsten halogen bulbs that are used in composite headlamps and the old style of sealed beam lamps. He seems to think that the old style were real easy to change and that the new ones might be difficult. Well, the new ones, for most cars, are relatively easy to change. Now, what we're talking about here, so that we understand what's going on, we're talking about composite headlamps. Now, these are lamps that are designed to blend into the body of the car. They're very aerodynamic in most cases, and instead of replacing the whole assembly when the bulb burns out, you replace a bulb within the unit. Now, in the past, what we had were these sealed beam units, and here we replaced the entire bulb, the whole thing, the glass front and everything. And in many cases, they were quite complicated as far as the installation was concerned. We had to take chrome parts off of the front of the car. We had to loosen retaining rings and all kinds of things like that. And typically, once we were done, we had to re-aim the headlights. Well, now, with the composite lamps, what we do is very, very simple. And what we're talking about here are lamps that go into the back of these. We can see them right here. Now, what we would see in the car is something like this. Now, most of these are going to have a ring that retains the bulb in the back of the lamp. You turn that ring counterclockwise and it loosens the bulb. Then you pull the bulb and the ring out of the headlamp assembly. Then what you do is you take the lamp out of the ring, you buy a new assembly, it fits back into the ring, and then the whole thing goes back into the headlamp. Turn it clockwise this time to fasten it in place. Now there's a pitfall here. You have to be very, very careful that you don't touch the glass of one of these bulbs, because the oils from your skin can cause the bulb to shatter when it's turned on. So if you inadvertently touch that bulb, what you have to do is you have to use a tissue and alcohol, and you wipe the bulb clean with this alcohol on the tissue. That sees to it that the bulb doesn't self-destruct. Okay, real easy on most cars. There'll be a few of them, however, that the manufacturers put these wires and things in behind them so they're difficult to get at, but the process is the same on virtually all cars. One other thing that you want to be aware of, you know, bulbs over a period of time lose their intensity. So at least once a year, you want to have a technician check the output of your headlamps to see if they're producing the light that they should. They do that with a light meter such as we have here, and they're either good or they're bad. Now, one other thing that poses a problem as far as composite headlamps are concerned is the aiming of them. See, there are some special things that have to happen because the headlamp isn't flat like it used to be. Well, in order to aim them, if the technician is going to use one of the aiming units that attaches directly to the headlamp, they have to use an adapter, such as we see right here. Now, the thing that throws a lot of technicians is that they don't know that there is a specification that is stamped onto the lens of the headlamp, and it tells them the vertical, up and down, and the horizontal offset. Then this adapter is adjusted to those numbers, and then they adjust the headlamp. And the adjustment in most cases is really simple. There are going to be screws up here at the top that turn, and as they turn, again, they adjust the horizontal and the vertical. Real simple when you know the tricks of these headlamps. And if you have a question about your car, if you'd write to me and I select your letter to be used on the air, I'm going to send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address is Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. That's Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
Last week we showed you what's new from Ford for '92. This week, fans of General Motors get a peek at what's rolling off the production lines for the new model year. The core of General Motors' business has always been about the basics, family cars and light trucks. Getting back to and updating those basics in a big way is the GM story this year. General Motors is taking family safety more seriously than ever before with the addition of standard anti-lock brakes on all of its popular modestly priced small cars. That includes volume leaders such as the Chevrolet Cavalier and Pontiac Sunbird. The low-cost Delco-designed ABS-6 system uses tiny motors instead of expensive solenoids to regulate braking pressure. No other car maker will offer more models with standard ABS this year. That includes the redesigned and no longer look-alike N-bodies, the controversially styled Buick Skylark, aggressive Pontiac Grand Am, and sleek Oldsmobile Achieva. The Achieva is a new name, replacing the Cutlass Calais. It is easily the most attractive of the three compacts on the outside, and inside features one of the best cockpit-styled instrument panels yet. Gauges and controls are clear and large. Seats are generous with an optional adjustable ride control. On the downside, the suspension continues to depend on a solid beam rear axle, and the only automatic transmission is limited to 3 speeds. In-car power includes a new 8-valve, 120-horsepower version of the Quad 4, dubbed Quad OHC. Besides 2 Quad 4 options, the top engine choice is a 160-horsepower Buick-engineered 3.3-liter V6. Up the scale to full size, the 1992 front-drive H-bodies have also been completely revamped. Over the summer, the Buick LeSabre, Oldsmobile 88, and Pontiac Bonneville were all introduced. Departing two from most visual similarities, all are powered by 3.8-liter 170-horsepower V6 engines with an electronic 4-speed automatic transmission. Only the Bonneville SSEI offers the supercharged 205-horse motor that also powers the 92 Buick Park Avenue Ultra. The SSEI will also be the first GM car to offer a passenger-side airbag. While the SSEI offers the most serious tire and suspension combination, optional packages on the LeSabre and 88 provide good grip for the family driver who desires a taste of higher performance. Anti-lock brakes and traction control are available on all three as well. While volume sedans are being revamped, a rebirth is going on at Cadillac. Two models of the Seville and two more Eldorados cover the spectrum of potential Cadillac buyers from import to domestic diehards. The four-door STS compares well to both European and Japanese luxury sports sedans in price, performance, and quality. The Eldorado Coupe is more conservative, using styling and ride qualities that are more easily identifiable as Cadillac. Power for all is from Cadillac's 4.9-liter 200-horsepower pushrod V8. The much-anticipated 32-valve Northstar V8 will make its first public appearance in the Elante next spring. Changes to other GM cars are numerous, including better fuel economy for Saturn coupes and sedans. The big Chevy, Buick, and Oldsmobile rear-drive wagons get a 5.7-liter V8 for improved trailer towing ability. The Chevrolet Camaro celebrates its 25th anniversary with a special Heritage Edition, while the standard Corvette encroaches on ZR1 territory with a 300-horsepower small-block V8. Traction control is now a Corvette standard, as are Eagle GSC directional tires that provide the best combination of wet and dry street performance yet from Goodyear. GM's light trucks, specifically vans and sport utilities, are in for big changes this year. Front-drive APV minivans finally get the 3.8-liter V6 and 4-speed automatic they deserve. A high-output 4.3-liter V6 with balance shafts is available on most smaller GM trucks, including the Oldsmobile Bravada. Meanwhile, the ferocious GMC Cyclone sports pickup gets a turbocharged brother, this Jimmy-based Typhoon. It storms from 0 to 60 in just 6.5 seconds. Larger sport utility products include the all-new full-size Chevrolet Blazer and companion GMC Yukon. Standard power is a 210-horse 5.7-liter V8. Same goes for the all-new Chevy and GMC Suburbans. More glass and more car-like features will have to make up for the lack of a thriftier diesel powertrain until at least 1994. Regardless, these giant wagons are likely to be big hits in both 2- and 4-wheel drive versions. With 6 new family sedans, 2 new luxury cars, and a host of redesigned trucks, the story from General Motors is as broad as its product line for 1992. Our car of the week is a 1948 Plymouth police car. It belongs to Mark Moralski of Salamanca, New York. If you have a special car that you'd like to show off, we'll consider it for Car of the Week. Just send a good color photo and a self-addressed return envelope to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. We all know that Craig Singhas has a penchant for Fords, but he keeps an open mind about cars from other manufacturers, especially when those cars are vintage Mercedes. He also likes a good schnitzel. Well, recently we found Craig enjoying a steady diet of both.
Welcome to the old country, Germany, with its festive music, beer gardens, and gastronomic delights. To get to this Germany, I didn't have to travel very far because the festival was held right here in the United States, in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Of course, being the automotive enthusiast that I am, I immediately looked for the real stars of the event, in this case, one of Germany's most prestigious stars, Mercedes-Benz. Each year, members of the Milwaukee section of the American Mercedes-Benz Club participate in the German Fest by bringing in their vintage beauties, classics that are definite crowd pleasers no matter the age. One walk through the display area and you could have your Christmas list ready. For example, this 190 SL, produced by Daimler-Benz between 1954 and 1963. It, along with the 300 SL, was Benz's first post-war sports car. Powered by a 1.9-liter overhead cam 4-cylinder, The 190 SL was intended to be a sports tourer rather than a full-blown sports car, and many of these cars are still around today. Or, speaking of wish lists, you might prefer the 190's successor, the 280 SL, or pagoda roof Benz. This one belongs to Frank Koza. Styling took a change to produce more angular, conservative lines, and the 280 was powered by a new bored-out M130 engine that put out 180 horsepower. One of the most historically significant and interesting of the vintage Benzes is the 300 SL. This particular car is owned by Dr. David Yehimiak, who has carefully restored it to its original condition.
This is a 1957 300 SL Mercedes Gullwing. Nicknamed the Gullwing, of course, because of the doors. Very significant in Mercedes-Benz history in that the car began as a race car and later turned into this production car. I always loved the car, and 8 years ago I never thought I could afford one. Now I own several. Part of that's due to the fact that I invested in them.
Benz made an unprecedented investment into their racing career with this brutal machine, the W196. Unveiled at the 1954 French Grand Prix, the car's radical streamlined design with its wheels enclosed and its 2.5-liter 8-cylinder engine that was placed on its side caught the racing populace's eye. Driven by the famous Juan Manuel Fangio, the car raced in complete contempt of the other 21 competitors. Some say it was clocked at 170 miles per hour blowing by the pits. Fangio won with ease, and Benz had won a top seat in Grand Prix racing history. It was a real treat for festival goers to get this close to one of Benz's best. The W196 rarely leaves the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Museum. And it was a real learning experience for me to get a little taste of Germany right here in America.
Join us next time for another new car road test. We'll also have a preview of the Dodge Viper. Pat Goss will be back with more car care tips. And a Motor Week producer makes her debut in a microstock racer. Plus, we'll have all the latest motor news. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
Motor Week 92 is made possible by funding from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by the financial support of viewers like you. If you'd like a transcript of this program, send $4 to Motor Week Transcripts, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Residents of Maryland add 20 cents sales tax. Ask for show number 1111. Motor Week is a production of Maryland Public Television.
This time on Motor Week, twin sport utes from GM, the do's and don'ts of jump starting, and Dodge's Ram pickup adds a club cab. So come drive with us next.
Motor Week, television's automotive magazine. Your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. It's no secret that Chevrolet and GMC Truck are selling all of the full-size light trucks they can make. But Ford's Explorer and Chrysler's Jeep Cherokees dominate the booming compact sport utility segment. Well, GM may change that with a pair of new small sport utes, this Chevrolet Blazer and the GMC Truck Jimmy. Based on last year's very successful S-Series pickups, these sleek go-anywhere machines just may catapult GM to the head of the pack. And they'll do that on the strength of a thoroughly reworked platform, one well equipped to handle everything from off-road to urban jungle. Both the 2- and 4-door Chevy Blazer and its almost identical cousin, the GMC Truck Jimmy, have a stronger box section frame and offer 4 different carefully tailored suspension and tire packages. We're delighted how GM smoothed out this compact 4x4 styling without losing the robust look of the original S Blazer. The sloping hood and rounded grille come straight from the S-Series pickups, but it is the rear pairing of sweeping backlight and sharply raked C-pillar that really catches the eyes. The interior benefits from a similar transformation and now compares favorably in space and convenience to its top competitors. The new dash is straightforward yet stylish with the right amount of large, well-marked controls, but only 1 airbag, currently par for the course in the sport utility class, and a comprehensive analog instrument package that includes oil pressure and voltmeters. Women are increasingly becoming primary sport utility drivers, and they'll appreciate the relatively low step up to the front bench or bucket seats. And while we like the optional 6-way power bucket seat adjustments, more lateral support is called for. The Blazer Jimmy departs from GM truck convention by placing 3 car-like rotary switches of the ventilation system parallel to the stereo, which in the case of the optional CD player offers a user-friendly selection of large knobs and small buttons. Convenience features include cup holders front and rear, plenty of storage space, and the Swiss Army knife of sun visors. The rear passenger area is very spacious now and features a low-back split bench seat, which folds completely flat, and along with the relocation of the spare tire to the outside of the vehicle, gives the 4-door Blazer a total cargo volume of 74.1 cubic feet. We also like the split rear tailgate, which offers more flexibility with less weight than a hatch. Pop open the other end, and you'll find the latest version of GM's 4.3-liter Vortec V6 balance shaft engine. Last year's optional motor is now standard, and it churns out 195 horsepower and a hefty 260 pound-feet of torque, which feeds through a crisp, smooth, column-mounted 4-speed automatic transmission that's also standard. A 5-speed manual comes in a few months, but only on 2-door models. Tucked under the dash on 4x4 models is another shifter for the 2-speed Instatrack 4-wheel drive system. This rugged part-time unit allows shifts into 4-wheel high at any speed. A fully automatic transfer case is also due by spring. On the subject of speed, the latest Blazer reached 60 in 8.9 seconds and will finish the quarter mile in 16.8 seconds at 83 miles per hour. It did so smoothly by exploiting the Vortec V6's wide spread of power, slick shape, and new chassis' increased rigidity. Upper and lower control arms with torsion bars up front and a solid axle on leaf springs in the rear are complemented by the decarbon gas shocks of the optional ZW7 luxury suspension package that we drove most. Traction through corners is impressive, but heavy body and tire roll through sharp maneuvers reminded us that this sport ute is still more truck than car. As did the anti-lock equipped front disc and rear drum brakes, which had a vague pedal feel, but still turned in a very respectable 125-foot average stopping distance. Out on open roads, our test Blazer delivered a very plush ride. But for all-around use, we'd probably opt for the standard ZQ1 package, which also offers better towing ability. The Blazer Jimmy is quiet too, with a sound level of 68 decibels at 60. EPA ratings are 16 city and 21 highway. We average 20 miles per gallon. The all-season Michelin tires of our Blazer's luxury suspension package naturally lacked bite off-road,
Despite this, our Blazer put power down on loose surfaces very well. With more aggressive tires, its performance is outstanding. For which the price of Blazer admission is $18,145 for the base two-door, two-wheel drive model. 4 doors and 4-wheel drive raise the price to $21,953. And for a fully loaded LT grade machine, the total will touch $27,000. The 95 Chevrolet Blazer and GMC truck Jimmy are clearly not the vehicles they once were. This new generation of the original small sport ute wagon is clearly a regeneration, now standing tall with the best of the class. For GM, the Blazer Jimmy Duet is a home run.
Jumper cables. Almost everyone who drives a car is familiar with them. But before you use them again, you'd better listen to Motor Week's car care expert, Pat Goss.
John, here's a problem that can destroy your day. As a matter of fact, it can also destroy your pocketbook. The battery goes dead on the car, and the next thing that you do is you get somebody to help you with a set of booster cables. Now, here's where things go wrong, because many of the booster cables that are laying around in the trunks of automobiles are not adequate to properly jumpstart modern cars. Remember, cars today have computers and all kinds of electronics, and you could do everything absolutely correct and still damage the electrical system in one or both of the cars. Now, what are you looking for? Well, the number one thing you're looking for is the quality of the booster cables. We look at this set right here. They have 10-gauge wire in them. Not acceptable. Neither is 8-gauge or 6-gauge. What you need is 4-gauge wire like we have here. You can see there's a tremendous difference. Also, make sure that that wire is made of copper and that it is fine strand. No aluminum in this case. Okay, now, in addition to that, you have to make sure that the clamps on the ends of the cable are good, high quality. They have amperage ratings on them, and they should be rated for a minimum of 500 amps. One of the things that's kind of interesting is some of these clamps will have adapters on the ends of them for the General Motors side terminal batteries to make jump starting a whole lot easier. Now, one thing you've got to remember, you have a Bible with your car. That Bible is your owner's manual. Now, after you have a good set of booster cables, you should refer to your owner's manual for the proper procedure. That is vitally important. Now, there are some other things out here that are a little bit different. Here we have a set of booster cables that have a connector in the center of them. Now, these connectors are designed in such a manner that when they're plugged together, after you've hooked the cables up to the battery, the lights will tell you whether or not you have the cables properly connected. Now, here's something else. Here is what is called a battery buddy. Now, this is ideal for cars that are in storage for a long period of time. What this does is when the battery starts to discharge, it shuts the battery off, disconnects it from the car, keeps the battery from going completely dead. Now, if I had a choice, I'll guarantee you what I would do. I would not use booster cables. I would have the battery charged using a commercial battery charger. But whenever a battery charger is used, make sure that the negative battery cable is disconnected. That protects the electronics inside the car. And if you have a question or a comment, write to me. If I use your letter, I'll send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address, Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
Our vintage muscle car of the week is a 1969 Oldsmobile 442 convertible with a rare W32 performance package. It belongs to Chris Zonio of Endwell, New York. Submit sharp color photos of your car of the week candidate to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Mercedes-Benz is well known as the world's premier builder of large luxury cars. So more than a few of us wonder how Mercedes might cope with a new century full of rigid environmental constraints. To find out, we sent FYI reporter Lisa Barrow to Germany to drive a Mercedes vision of the future.
This is the Study A, a prototype for the Mercedes-Benz A-Class, due out in Europe in 1997. Its aim is to set new safety standards for small cars by utilizing a unique design known as the sandwich concept. The Study A sandwiches the drivetrain between two floor pans underneath the passenger compartment, making this subcompact roomy and safe.
In case of a front crash, the engine slides underneath the passenger compartment and it does not go into the passenger compartment, so it is a very safe structure for a small car.
You may remember this baby Benz when it stole the '93 Frankfurt Motor Show as the Vision A. Developing a subcompact was a first for Mercedes. When it enters production, it will be available with gasoline, diesel, or electric power plants. We spent a day with an electric prototype. The Study A is the first passenger car from Mercedes-Benz that's front-wheel drive, has a smooth ride, and it's got a terrific turning radius.
The range for the U.S. market has to be 100 miles or more, and the top speed about 80 miles per hour. We are using sodium nickel chloride batteries, and we think at present this is superior to others because the range is better, and the charging behavior is better, and also the efficiency and the capacity.
The sodium nickel chloride batteries have a life of 60,000 miles. Using household current, you'll be able to recharge them overnight. A 54 horsepower electric motor underneath this auxiliary equipment propels the Study A from 0 to 60 in 15 seconds. Obviously, when it comes to acceleration, it's no SL600, but as far as electrics go, it's fairly peppy, especially during initial acceleration. Tooling around the outskirts of Stuttgart, I sat high in the Study A and still had plenty of headroom. Visibility is very good and the interior is quite spacious. In fact, leg and headroom are comparable to that of the Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Dual airbags, ABS, and power windows are all part of this neat little package, as is plenty of storage space. So after developing a comfortable feel for this electric-powered newcomer, we wondered, will America get the opportunity to drive it as well?
Yes, our plans are to have a gasoline version first in the U.S. market. All our efforts are focused on electric cars to fill the bill under the Californian regulation. And I think this concept as an electric car will be the right one for the market.
Whether it's powered by gasoline, diesel, or electricity, the A-Class will be designed with families in mind. It's already a hit with young Max here, a future Mercedes engineer, no doubt. But when the A-Class hits the market, you can bet there will be some styling changes. For one thing, according to Mercedes, it will be more emotional, and from a car company that's adhered to a fairly conservative design heritage, that can only mean a much bolder vision for the future.
Lisa Barrow's back stateside now with all the latest motor news.
Competition is heating up in the tough sport utility market as Ford prepares to launch the second generation of its top-selling Explorer, due to hit dealer showrooms in early December. Exterior styling follows the theme set by the new Ranger pickup, with a rounder, more aerodynamic look. Interior changes are highlighted by the addition of dual airbags. Dash layout has a more modern modular look with essential controls mounted high in the center pod. The hood now has pneumatic assist rods, but covers essentially the same 4-liter V6 as in the current model. Supporting that engine, though, is a new short and long arm front suspension that greatly improves ride and handling. Off-road handling was put to the test in the wilds of northern New Mexico, where the Explorer's new fully automatic control track 4-wheel drive system tackled the rough stuff with ease. Four-door prices are expected to start at about $19,000. We'll have a chance to more fully evaluate the new Explorer's capabilities in a few weeks and should have firm prices then. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
This week, Roadside America is back home again in Indiana. I'm Craig Singhas, and we're at the Auburn Cord Duesenberg Museum in Auburn, Indiana. Located in the original Auburn Cord Design Center, this museum pays homage to Indiana's early automotive industry. Of course, as the name implies, it has one of the world's finest collections of Auburn, Cord, and Duesenberg automobiles, as well as other examples of the Hoosier State's greatest automotive designs.
One of the true success stories for the '94 model year was the aggressively styled Dodge Ram pickup. Month after month, Ram is still breaking its own sales records. But with its wide range of powertrains and cargo hauling options, the one thing Ram lacks is an extended cab for more interior room. Well, it's not lacking anymore. Certainly not now that the Ram Club Cab model is a reality. Created by stretching the Ram's wheelbase a full 20 inches, the Club Cab gives the big Dodge the virtue of versatility. And with its expanded seating capacity, the Club Cab certainly is versatile. Up to 3 people can sit in reasonable comfort on the folding bench seat. And 2 of them get 3-point shoulder belts, while the center passenger gets a lap belt. And to keep things from getting stuffy, they also get swing-out quarter windows and cup holders that, while large, are rather awkward to reach. When there are no passengers, the seat folds easily out of the way for over 48 cubic feet of dry cargo space. The only drawback is that entry is only easy through the passenger side. The driver's seat has limited movement. Up front is the same spacious, straightforward cockpit we like so much in standard cab form. Though with a 4x4 like our Ram 1500 test vehicle, it is a bit of climb to get in. Once seated, our top-grade Laramie SLT seats offered plenty of support, and optional 6-way power adjustments allow it to fit everyone well. While everything from lights to ventilation controls are king-size and straightforward. Our last Ram was powered by a 5.2-liter V8. This time we got to try the larger 5.9-liter unit. It pumps out 230 horses and 330 pound-feet of torque to our 4x4's wheels. But here roots it first through a firm shifting 4-speed automatic transmission, and then to a manly part-time transfer case. And finally to these standard 16-inch 75 series tires on optional chrome wheels. The ample torque pushed our Ram to 60 in 10.1 seconds. The quarter mile took 17.6 seconds, ending at 80 miles per hour. The 4x4 Ram's tall suspension required a more judicious approach to corners than its rear-drive sibling, but we were very pleased with its overall generally secure handling abilities. While stopping averaged a longish 140 feet from 60, with power front disc and standard anti-lock equipped rear drum brakes. 4-wheel ABS is available. Of course, full-size pickups aren't for racetracks, they're for work sites. And while crews that need to move 4x8 building materials will likely opt for the 8-foot bed, our Ram 1500's available 6.5-foot bed can still pack its share of cargo. For $95, the tailgate has been widened to handle campers better. Add in the engine's substantial torque and shift-on-the-fly 4-wheel drive, and the Ram 1500 Club Cab 4x4 can certainly work and play hard. If you favor comfort over traction, however, you may find the 4x4 suspension to be a bit harsh for normal driving. Rear drive only Rams have a less bouncy ride. Fortunately, even though demand is so brisk that there are shortages at dealers, the Club Cab will eventually be available with almost all the dizzying array of engines, axles, and options as regular cab Rams, so everyone can be satisfied. As long as they can foot the bill, that is. A Ram 1500 4x4 Club Cab with a short bed starts at $20,194. With the Laramie SLT trim package and a full load of options, our truck comes to $25,102. The addition of the Club Cab to the Ram line will only accelerate its already impressive sales growth. In fact, the Club Cab's extra interior room addresses our only major complaint about the latest Dodge Ram. So now we can say with confidence that this truck has it all. When Motor Week first went on the air 14 years ago, Chrysler had yet to introduce their first minivan. So we've been able to keep close tabs on this widely successful and highly competitive market segment from its inception. Well, the competition got even stronger when earlier this year, Ford introduced its first front-wheel drive minivan, the Windstar. Designed with a long body and a very car-like ride, Windstar is aimed squarely at grand versions of Chrysler's minivans. The subject of this week's road test by request is generating lots of interest among minivan shoppers as the market winds grow stronger. As they'd better be if Ford expects to blow away some of Chrysler's minivan market dominance. To accomplish that, Ford designers set out to better Chrysler's minivans in every way, to make it the standard by which all minivans will be judged, said a top Ford executive. Translate that into making Windstar the most car-like minivan. Its 120.7-inch wheelbase and 75.4-inch width
are the longest of any front-wheel drive minivan. That size equals interior room and cargo space that are second to none, even Chrysler's extended length or Grand model minivans. Total cargo space is 144 cubic feet. Windstar's low cowl and cockpit-like driver's environment contribute to its car-like feel. Most controls and switches are grouped in the center and within easy reach. An analog instrument panel with tachometer, but no oil pressure or volt gauges, is standard, while an electronic panel is optional on top-graded LX models. All Windstars receive an airbag for the driver and front passenger. Another car-like feature is Windstar's very low 16-inch step-up height. The front seats are large, comfortable cloth buckets. Manual controls and a fixed steering wheel are standard, but LX vans get a leather-wrapped tilt wheel and 6-way power seat adjustments, plus power lumbar support. Ford's premium sound system provided plenty of power through its push-button controls. Much easier to use are the 4 rotary knobs that handle heat and air conditioning functions. Yet there's also interior storage available that matches or exceeds all comers. In the doors, in the center of the dash, under the front passenger's bucket seat, and in a center console with a full-size glove box to boot. But it's in the rear where Windstar really shows its flexibility. Their buyers can choose optional buckets in place of the standard 2-place bench seat. Both seat backs fold flat. All Windstars get this easily accessible third bench seat, wide enough for 3 adults. It not only folds, but slides forward a full 7 inches, giving a large 23.8 cubic feet of cargo space behind the rear seat. Ford didn't forget those backseat passengers, though, with available rear climate controls and ceiling vents for their comfort, and standard rear radio controls and headphone jacks for their entertainment, and rear ashtrays and cup holders for their convenience. Windstar's rear hatch area features a low liftover and latches mounted on the side out of the way. The hatch closes easily by pulling this sturdy strap. And if you order power door locks, there's a switch right in the hatch area. Engine power comes from Ford's proven 3.8-liter 90-degree V6. Here it delivers 155 horsepower and 220 pound-feet of torque. That provided enough oomph to move our 3,700-pound Windstar from 0 to 60 in 9.7 seconds, faster than we expected from a family hauler, as was the quarter-mile time of 17.4 seconds, topping out at 82 miles per hour. Handling was reasonably car-like, too, even given Windstar's size, and its wide-track platform and trailing arm semi-independent rear suspension cut down the tendency for rear-wheel slide. Moderate amounts of body roll are to be expected with any minivan. Braking was better than expected as Windstar's standard 4-wheel 3-channel anti-lock system halted its progress from 60 in a short average distance of 124 feet. From every angle, the new Windstar sets a new benchmark for minivans, but it's more evolutionary than revolutionary, for there's no left-hand rear door or traction control available. And while we applaud Ford's effort, only a year away is Chrysler's promise of a gust of its own, an all-new minivan which it claims will surpass all the pretenders to its minivan throne. But for now, Ford's Windstar is the largest, most refined minivan on the market, and an ill win to its competition for sure. Few cars are closer to the American auto enthusiast heart than the Ford Mustang. In Mustang, the affordable sports car, author John Gunnell traces the complete evolution and appeal of America's original pony car, from the first prototype right up to the present day. He also offers the reader sound advice on buying both real and toy Mustangs, and a look at the machines, both production and experimental, that preceded it. Photography is all black and white, but there's plenty of it, along with a detailed, informative text. It's a good buy for the Mustang fan. Be sure to join us next week for more Motor Week, when we'll test Jaguar's new supercharged XJR sedan, plus Honda's long-awaited Odyssey minivan and V6-powered Accord. Craig Singhas drops in on an automotive artist whose works are truly unique, and Pat Goss shows us how to avoid flood-damaged vehicles. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064 or send $29.95 plus $4 shipping and handling to this address.
This time on Motor Week, open-air roadsters from Germany, American muscle on display, and one hot Mustang. So come drive with us next.
Motor Week, television's original automotive magazine. Brought to you by Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. The cleaner that releases brake dust and road grime from all types of wheels on contact, no matter what age your car. Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. Your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. Just when everyone thought the drop-top sports car was dead and buried, last year saw the introduction of a trio of cars, all from Germany. The Mercedes-Benz SLK, the BMW Z3, and the Porsche Boxster. They've revitalized the roadster market and have become a must-have purchase for both serious drivers and the style-conscious. We naturally wondered how these Teutonic drop-tops would stack up in a head-to-head comparison. So we took to the streets and to the track to find out. Just as sport utility vehicles are today, in the 1950s and 60s, the two-seat rear-drive roadster was the car to own if you wanted to be considered ahead of the crowd. Our trio of Deutsche drop-tops display many classic roadster characteristics, but are also thoroughly modern. While they all wear German badges, are as individual as any Italian stallion. The most instantly recognizable of these machines has to be the Porsche Boxster. The first of a new generation of Porsche sports cars, it carries quite a few firsts under its striking 550 Spider-inspired skin. The most critical are in the engine bay. The new flat-six engine is water-cooled, and for the first time since the 914 was canceled in 1976, the engine is mounted ahead of the rear axle. Displacing 2.5 liters, it cranks out 201 horsepower and 181 pound-feet of torque, and feeds it through a 5-speed manual transmission, our choice, or Porsche's 5-speed Tiptronic automatic. While the whole 2,822-pound package, the lightest of our trio, rides on a typically capable McPherson strut suspension. The rest of the Boxster offers a fine selection of modern updates, such as the surprisingly roomy interior's very efficient dash, and a power-operated convertible top that folds neatly away beneath a flush-mounted tonneau cover. It's pure Porsche with a heavy dose of modern convenience, all for a price of $41,000. Not a 911, but not cheap either. But if you favor a front-engine configuration, then our Mercedes contender, the SLK 230, may be more up your alley. Looking like a diminutive twin of Mercedes' big SL-Class coupes, the SLK is actually based on the more compact C-Class platform and departs further from the big SL's look with a chic two-tone interior laced with vintage chrome and stainless steel, as well as imitation carbon fiber. It's as much Beverly Hills as Stuttgart. But the clever folding steel hardtop leaves no doubt about where this car was engineered, and makes the SLK the only true all-season convertible in our test. But size is not the biggest difference between the SLK and its larger siblings. The engine is. The SLK is powered by a 2.3-liter supercharged four-cylinder. This force-fed four may be tiny, but it pumps out 185 horsepower and 200 pound-feet of torque. But unfortunately, funnels power to the rear wheels through a 5-speed automatic transmission. No manual is available here. As if to compensate, Mercedes mounted its 3,036-pound weight, the heaviest of our trio, on a sophisticated multi-link suspension and gave it trick standard features like a sophisticated traction control system, all for a base price of $37,900. That undercuts the more Spartan Porsche by a healthy $3,000. Compared to its two opponents, however, the BMW Z3 2.8 is clearly the most faithful to the roadster tradition. A beefed-up version of last year's entertaining but woefully underpowered Z3 four-cylinder model, the American-built 2.8 is no svelte European coupe. With its widened flanks, hunched-over low-profile tires, and gaping front air intake, the Z3 2.8 looks quite the bruiser, and backs that look up with a big 2.8-liter straight-six crammed tightly under the hood. It makes 189 horsepower and 203 pound-feet of torque. while power flow is regulated by either our car's 5-speed Getrag manual transmission or an optional 4-speed automatic. The interior is as purposeful as the drivetrain, offering drivers as businesslike a cockpit as that of any old MG or Alpha, though with a dose of the modern comfort and efficiency that today's BMW buyer expects. And with the expected choices as well. Buyers may choose either the standard manual soft top or an optional power assembly. It all weighs 2,844 pounds, placing it between the heavier Mercedes and the lighter Porsche. And it's suspended above the road by a front strut and rear trailing arm suspension. Cost? How about $36,470, which makes it the least expensive of our pricey little trio. But while price usually influences the decision of which car to buy, it's performance that is the ultimate authority in the sports car class. With that in mind, we hit the track, specifically the road course at Pennsylvania's Pocono International Raceway. First up was raw acceleration. Launching easily thanks to its excellent clutch feel, the Boxster posted a 0 to 60 time of 6.7 seconds. Next up was the BMW. It ran an even better 6.3 seconds to 60. Its inline 6-cylinder strong bottom end pushing it hard off the line. But the surprise of the test was the Mercedes. It also delivered a 6.3 second time, despite having the smallest engine and the only automatic gearbox. Once into Pocono's curves, however, the Porsche quickly pushed its way to the front. Offering better balance than any rear-engined Porsche ever did, the mid-engined Boxster delighted our drivers with its nimble maneuvers and sharp steering. Boxster power is concentrated in a fairly narrow band above 4,000 RPM, which requires plenty of shifter work. But Porsche's lightest shifter in years and excellent clutch feel makes it easy to keep in the power band. And the sound of that engine running hard was delightful. The Z3, on the other hand, was all torque. Its big six launching it out of corners with minimal use of the gearbox, but it also received several black marks for its less comfortable driving position. Front plow was far more pronounced thanks to its front engine configuration, but its muscular, more demanding feel pleased many of our drivers who compared it to classic roadsters like the Triumph TR6. We honestly didn't expect the luxury-oriented SLK to hang in there with the Porsche and Bimmer on the racetrack. But once again, the little bends that could surprised us all. Its 4-cylinder drivetrain lacked the outright punch of the larger sixes, while its weight and softer suspension produced lots of understeer. But its excellent steering feedback and rock-solid stability allowed us to work the tiny Mercedes almost as hard as its sportier opponents. We turned the wick down a bit for driving on public roads, but obtained similar results. Once again, the Boxster was the hands-down favorite for spirited driving. To be this forgiving, offer a relatively compliant ride, and still feel like a Porsche is no small feat. But the Z3 also had its fans. Its chuckable feel and brawny engine are what sports cars are all about, though a tendency to hop a bit over rough surfaces slowed it in bumpy corners. The SLK once again slightly trailed the others. Stability was less of a factor out here since we couldn't safely maintain the same high cornering speeds, and the automatic transmission was clearly a liability. But it's worth noting that almost all of our drivers chose its smooth, solid ride for long highway hauls. So in the end, who was the winner in this admittedly very subjective comparison? Well, if you've been paying attention, it's probably quite obvious that our staff's favorite was far and away the Porsche Boxster. Its remarkable handling, competition-grade powertrain, and striking styling, all in a package that's forgiving yet offers a true Porsche feel, makes it our undisputed number one. Close on its heels comes the BMW Z3 2.8. With its powerful new engine and retuned suspension, the 2.8 is light years ahead of its 4-cylinder sibling. And while it lacks the outright nimbleness of the Porsche, its robust feel recalls that of the classic roadsters of yesterday. Lastly, but only by a nose, is the Mercedes SLK 230. Though handicapped by a small motor, an automatic transmission, and its obvious luxury orientation, the tough little Benz still delivered a sterling performance. It may not be a true sports car, but it delivers more sports car performance than any luxury ragtop has a right to. But that's our opinion. To form your own, you'll have to drive one or all of these exceptional roadsters yourself. But be warned, cars like this are addictive. And after hundreds of exciting testing miles, we didn't want to give them back. Once given up for dead, the drop-top roadster class has gained a new lease on life. And if car companies keep building machines like the Porsche Boxster, the BMW Z3 2.8, and the Mercedes-Benz SLK 230, we predict it will be a long and happy one. Coming up, hot rods in New Jersey. With today's cars being as reliable as they are, it's usually the little problems that drive us crazy. But Motor Week's top technician, Pat Goss, has a fix for any problem, no matter what the size. So here he is with more handy car care advice.
John, a problem like this could make your day a lot less than enjoyable. I get a lot of letters about tire repair, like this one from Nancy Braidwood of Ferndale, Michigan. She wants to know, what's the proper way of repairing a steel-belted radial tire? Is it a patch or is it a plug? Well, it could be either, but more on that in just a second. First, if you have a flat tire, don't ever drive the car, not even a short distance. This one was driven just a few feet, and we can see the damage on the inside of it. Damage that isn't disclosed on the outside, damage that could mean the tire is assumed to be good, but is extremely dangerous. As an emergency repair, to get you to the repair shop, one of the inflator sealers in a can does a good job. You might be able to do the repair yourself with one of these plug kits, but there's one thing to remember: before you pull the offending object out, always circle it with a crayon so that you know where it came from, because the rubber tends to close up and that can make it difficult to see. Patches? Well, patches may not be the best way to go with a steel-belted radial, simply because the offending object went all the way through the tire. So it's open on the outside as well as the inside. The patch is going to seal the tire very effectively from air leakage, but the outside of the tread is still open and water can get down into the steel belts, water that can damage those belts over a period of time. The absolute best way is this plug patch. It has the patch on the inside, the plug going through the tire. It looks like this. The metal piece is used to get it through the tire, then the metal is pulled off. Very effective, but its problem is that it's expensive. It requires removal of the tire, and maybe your tire isn't all that expensive to warrant it. All right, what do you do? Well, a plug, if it's of the type that is made of a rope-like substance that is self-vulcanizing, does an exceptionally good job, and they're gaining in popularity. A lot of the tire professionals accept these now. One thing to be careful of, always make sure that the repair is in the tread, never over here on the sidewall. Don't want to repair the sidewall of a tire. And remember that a plug or a patch in a tire might make it unsafe for extremely high-speed operation, so be careful on that. And if you have a question or a comment, write to me. If I select your letter, I'm going to send you a Motor Week t-shirt. That address, Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
Our funky little car of the week is a 1,600-pound, 90-horsepower Volkswagen-based electric commuter car. It's owned by Bill Bishoprick of Salem, Oregon. Now, if you have a car that's both fun and environmentally friendly, we'd love to hear about it. Submit at least 2 good color photos and a description of the car to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. A few weeks ago, Craig Singhas journeyed out to California to meet today's new breed of turbocharged front-wheel drive hot rodders. And after watching these lightning-fast, import-based rockets, our old-school Detroit Iron Man was suitably impressed. But it takes more than a fast quarter-mile time to convert an old V8 rear-drive warrior like Craig. So no sooner than he got back to the East Coast than he headed up to New Jersey to revel in push rods and big blocks and get a fix of good old American muscle.
Old American cars never die. They just moved to New Jersey. Here we are at Wheaton Village in Millville, New Jersey for the 8th annual American Wheels Show.
And what a show it is! Held at one of the premier craft centers in southern New Jersey, the show features over 400 cars and trucks built right here in the good old USA.
The reason we named this the American Wheel Show was that if it wasn't really for the American-made vehicles, where we're at today, automotive-wise, wouldn't really have happened. We put the emphasis on American because we feel that this country really deserves a great deal of credit and respect for what it's done for the automotive world in general. And you have cars that run the gamut from the very old to relatively contemporary vehicles. So we try to cover all the bases there, and the emphasis is placed on fun and then competition because we think that that's what really makes the event what it is. The location was scoped out prior to make sure that it has the ambiance that we want for like a nostalgic feel. And again, this brings that something special to an event. We just didn't want to stage it on some cold car lot.
And Wheaton Village in Millville is anything but cold. This community of artisans was originally founded around the blast furnaces and kilns of the T.C. Wheaton Glass Factory. Today, glass blowers and artists of many disciplines practice their craft at the village. Meanwhile, the shady tree-lined lanes of the village are a perfect venue for a car show, as car owners prep for the various awards and trophies. One of the best things about being a semi-celebrity, aside from little kids asking for autographs, is that I get to be an honorary judge and give out my very own Craig Singhas Spirit of Cruising Award. Now, picking one winner from amongst all these great vehicles is a tall order.
Breathtakingly beautiful cars here. What a fantastic place. But the one that really kind of got me was a tremendous combination of the old and the new. New technology with fuel injection, but old technology with styling and flathead engine. Goes to Mr. Charles Gruff, 1933 Ford three-window coupe.
The Spirit of Cruising Award.
Thank you kindly.
Congratulations. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous car.
Thank you. This show has two big things going for it. Number one is the variety of cars. There's something here for everybody to see. And also, you couldn't get a more picturesque setting in Wheaton Village here. It's gorgeous. This area here, as long as I can remember, there's always something happening on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. There's cruises of all types, and it's a great heritage in this area. And if you're a motorhead, it's the thing to do.
We want to keep the momentum of the car hobby going. We want the children to appreciate, as they get older, what we appreciate now, and carry it on so that there's an American Wheel Show number 95 many, many years down the line.
'97 was a great year for the Honda CR-V. From non-existent to 66,752 sales in 12 months is not bad for a low-volume imported compact sport utility vehicle that entered the market not even sure if there was one. We have had more questions about how we like the CR-V than any other vehicle in recent memory. Well, we like it just fine. With 15,500 miles driven in 8 months, it's clear that the CR-V spends a lot of time around town. Indeed, city dwellers love having an all-wheel drive vehicle they can easily parallel park. Plus, at 22.5 miles per gallon, it's cheaper to operate than bigger SUVs. But the CR-V is not a sport ute in name only. You still have 67.2 cubic feet of cargo space, enough for just about any weekend activity. For most of the 17 years Motor Week has been testing cars and trucks, our official crew vehicle has been none other than the king of sport utes, the Chevrolet Suburban. Our latest Burb with Chevy's venerable 5.7-liter small block V8 has performed with flawless support. After 7 months and just over 12,000 miles, mileage has edged up to 13.9 per gallon. Great for a 4x4 SUV. On long trips, we appreciate its great ride, the useful instrument panel with extra power points and sturdy cup holders, and how the climate control keeps all of the 18-plus feet of suburban environment comfortable no matter what the weather. Next week, it's the Dodge Dakota pickup truck and Mercedes-Benz SLK Roadster on Motor Week's long-term road test update. Now we turn from the long-term veterans to the new kids on the automotive block. Here's Lisa Barrow with all the latest motor news.
Having just celebrated its 100th birthday, Oldsmobile is kicking off its second century of production by introducing the all-new 1999 Alero. Replacing the tepid-selling Achieva and offered in both sedan and coupe configurations, the Alero is aimed directly at would-be import buyers. The Alero comes in an attractive package that incorporates many of the exterior styling cues of the Aurora and Intrigue. The interior is roomy and practical, and our pre-production tester reflected the extra effort made to produce a quiet, rattle-free atmosphere. 2 power plants will be available, a base 2.4-liter dual-overhead cam 4-cylinder rated at 150 horsepower, and a 3.4-liter V6 that produces 170 horsepower. Both will be mated to a smooth 4-speed automatic transmission and are carried by an ultra-rigid body structure and strut-type 4-wheel independent suspension. Together they offer a ride that's firm but comfortable and handling that is tight and nimble. Look for the Alero to hit showrooms late this summer or early fall. And for an estimated $18,000 to $21,000, the Alero comes with a long list of standard features, which includes 4-wheel disc brakes with ABS, all-speed traction control, and a theft deterrent system. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
There are few tastier automotive dishes than America's premier pony car, the Ford Mustang. The recipe of rear-wheel drive and a big throaty V8 is absolutely intoxicating. So what happens when you stir in a few more horses and perhaps a dollop of extra handling? Well, you get a car like this one, the Kenny Brown 289 RS Cobra. Now, Mr. Brown has been cooking with Dearborn's favorite thoroughbred for 11 years. And from the looks of his latest work, this master automotive chef has the recipe just right. Of course, as any good cook knows, a recipe is only as good as its ingredients. And Chef Brown has assembled a pot full of the best. His stock for the 289 RS is a hardy, full-bodied Ford Mustang Cobra, the top of Ford's pony car line, but one that has already received the full Kenny Brown Cobra S treatment, which features a supercharger for the Ford V8, race-quality suspension, strengthened chassis, and high-performance wheels and tires. Ladled on top is Kenny's new 289 RS package, the heart of which is this slightly punched-out supercharged Ford 4.7 V8 that now displaces, you guessed it, 289 cubic inches. In addition to a blower and 8 big Wiseco racing pistons, the engine is balanced and blueprinted, gets new rings and bearings, an improved lubrication system, and ceramic-coated exhaust headers, and makes a spicy 413 genuine rear-wheel horsepower and 358 pound-feet of torque, which launches it to 60 miles per hour in only 4.4 seconds, or almost a full second faster than stock. And we topped 137 on the front straight at Roebling Roads Raceway, so this puppy is fast. And we don't mean just in a straight line. The 289 package also includes Kenny's Level 4 suspension upgrade. This entails a complete rebuild of the underpinnings, with new springs, Coney shocks and struts, altered rear geometry with a panhard rod, and new front pickup points, all supported by 17-inch Forge Line alloy wheels, wearing extra-wide Firestone tires. It gives Ford's venerable Fox chassis the feel of a purpose-built race car, especially up front, where the Mustang Cobra's sometimes vague feedback is replaced with a more solidly planted feel, though the stock steering still needs a little work. And at the rear, where the 289's prodigious torque will still light up the rear tires in third-gear corners. This is a car that demands respect. The massive power output and extraordinary level of grip require a high level of both skill and commitment. Braking, however, just needs a gentle push, and the massive Brembo disc and calipers yank the 289 down from triple-digit speeds with eye-popping force. Now, normally, cars with this much pure track ability are all but undrivable on the street, but the Kenny Brown 289 surprised us, with ride quality almost equal to that of the stock Mustang Cobra. Accommodations were also up to par, with the interior retaining all of the standard car's efficiency and features, but adding lots of slick carbon trim on the dash and doors, a serial number plaque, and if desired, available Recaro racing seats. The entire 289 RS Cobra package is available through participating Ford dealers, or you can ship your current car to Kenny's Indianapolis, Indiana workshop for the conversion. If you buy the complete car, the price starts with a 1998 Ford Mustang Cobra for $27,195. The required Cobra S package adds another $15,750.
while the full 289 RS treatment is about $17,000 on top of that, for a total bill of approximately $60,000 depending on options. Too much for the average working hot rodder, but less than a well-heeled Ford fan would pay for many foreign exotics that can't beat the 289's performance. The Kenny Brown 289 RS Cobra is a special dish with a discriminating automotive gourmet. It's a recipe that's been simmering on Kenny Brown's stove for a long time, and it's finally done. But be warned, it's a hot one. I hope you'll join us next week for more Motor Week. We'll test a car that made us smile long before we ever drove it, the 1999 Volkswagen Beetle, and savor the open-air thrills of BMW's M-powered convertibles. Lisa Barrow hits the Mongolian Trail in this year's Camel Trophy Rally, while Pat Goss helps your car find its way home and then stay there. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
Motor Week has been brought to you by Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. The cleaner that releases brake dust and road grime from all types of wheels on contact, no matter what age your car. Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064 or send $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping and handling to Motor Week, Post Office Box 55742, Indianapolis, Indiana 46205.
This time on Motor Week 91, we see the cars that everyone's talking about, GM's new Saturn models. Then we travel to Tennessee to see where and how they're built. Lisa Barrow takes an FYI look at automotive aftermarket products. And we drive the first product with active suspension, the Infiniti Q45. So come drive with us, next.
Motor Week 91, television's automotive magazine, is made possible by the financial support of public television viewers like you. Your host from Motor Week 91, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week 91. We're glad to have you with us. This is a Cadillac Fleetwood, one of the better big cars made today. General Motors has always excelled at building this kind of car. This, on the other hand, is a Chevy Chevette, GM's most recent domestic economy car. It was not what you would call a world-class product. GM's record with small cars has hardly been stellar, so in the early 80s, GM decided to start with a clean sheet of paper and design a true world-class small car. After 7 years of work, the result is the new Saturn line. But is Saturn the design that GM hoped for, or is it yet another also-ran? The new Saturn cars are hardly the crude little econo-boxes that the Chevette was. With a steel space frame for strength and a combination of steel and plastic body panels, their construction is more advanced than any other cars in their class. The Saturn line consists of a front-wheel drive four-door sedan in base, sport, and sports touring trim, and a slickly styled sporty coupe. Sedan styling is smooth, aerodynamic, and handsome, but it has a strong GM family resemblance. If the designers at Oldsmobile were asked to pen a true subcompact car, this is probably what they would come up with. All sedans share the same long 102.4-inch wheelbase. The mechanical differences lie in the drivetrains, or power modules, as the folks at Saturn call them. The base and sports sedan power module consists of a 1.9-liter single overhead cam, 2-valve head, 4-cylinder engine that makes 85 horsepower and 110 pound-feet of torque. It's mated to either a 5-speed manual or optional 4-speed automatic transmission with driver-selectable shift programs. The sports touring module is based on the same all-aluminum block but makes 123 horsepower and 121 pound-feet of torque. It boasts goodies such as dual overhead camshafts, 4 valves per cylinder, and multi-port fuel injection. The time that we were able to spend with these sedan prototypes at GM's Milford Proving Grounds allowed us to record acceleration times for both engines. The best we managed with the base engine and 5-speed was a 0 to 60 time of 12 seconds. On the other hand, with the same manual gearbox, the twin cam engine returned a fine 0 to 60 time of 8.9 seconds. The quarter mile took 16.8 seconds at 83 miles per hour for the twin cam. The standard brakes for all Saturn models are a combination of front disc and rear drums. But in keeping with Saturn's modern marketing approach, all Saturn models can be ordered with GM's new 4-disc ABS system. Top-level Nissan Sentras are the only other cars in this class to offer anti-locks. Both with and without ABS, our Saturn prototype showed good braking balance and stability. The Saturn suspension consists of McPherson struts in front and a rather complex independent tri-link design in the rear. It gives the compact Saturn sedans a precise feel that's not unlike that of a Honda Civic or Acura Integra. Our staff drivers were pleasantly surprised with the high level of grip. The cars plow heavily when they first enter a corner and then swing through the turn in a smooth, predictable drift. While light and tossable, the Saturn prototypes felt more substantial than their small size would lead you to believe. Ride smoothness is above average for its class. The variable effort power steering in the cars that we drove was moderately quick and offered plenty of feedback. We'll stick with our Honda Civic comparison to describe the manual shifter. It's a bit notchier than a Civic's, but it has the same kind of light, accurate throws. Thanks to that long wheelbase, the Saturn sedan's interior is roomy in everything except headroom. It compares favorably to that of a Toyota Corolla. The Saturn sedan is also extremely well equipped for its class, boasting standard features like power steering, a tilt wheel, and intermittent wipers. The gauges are simple and clean, though the speedo and tach look a bit too similar. You just get the basics unless you opt for the premium sedan or coupe, in which case an oil pressure gauge is added. Simple and clean also describes the dash. It could come from any number of more modest import cars, except that the fabric textures are richer and warmer here. There's nothing superfluous or intimidating either. Everything has been kept as neat as possible, and controls work with a solid, expensive feel. The seating is comfortable with moderate support. Saturn designers have opted for motorized shoulder belts instead of airbags. Done, so we're told, for cost reasons. Airbags will arrive in 1994. It's just a short reach from the driver's seat to the clearly marked heat controls. And we congratulate Saturn designers for putting the most fiddled with part of the car, the radio, up where it belongs. By the way, the Delco radio is about the only interior tip-off that this is a GM product. Rear seat room is adequate for a compact sedan. Tall folks might feel a bit cramped on long trips, but average height adults should be comfortable. The low liftover and roomy trunk should score points with those looking for a compact family car. If your needs are less family-oriented, then you can opt for the stylish Saturn Coupe. Its looks, especially in the sleek nose, are a lot less generic GM than its four-door sibling. It's sure to turn a few heads, whether it's coming or going. Interior appointments are basically the same as those in the sedan, with all interior trim and dash hardware transferring neatly from sedan to coupe. Naturally, however, there's less rear seat room. This is a normal 2+2, only children need apply. Like the Civic CRX, the sunroof opens outside to conserve what headroom there is. The coupe comes only with the higher output engine. A short drive in an automatic-equipped coupe allowed us to record a 0 to 60 time of 9.2 seconds. The quarter mile took 17 seconds at 81 miles per hour. Our only disappointment is more engine noise at higher RPMs than comparable Honda and Mazda power plants. Handling is crisp, and the suspension does a commendable job of soaking up irregularities in the road surface. The rear end tracks precisely through corners, and body roll is moderate. Thanks to careful weight control, fuel economy on all Saturns is high. The base engine with a 5-speed is rated at 27-37. The high-output motor with an automatic comes in at 23 city, 32 highway. Our preliminary evaluation of the new Saturns looks promising, especially with their very aggressive prices of $79.95 for the base sedan, $10,295 for the sports touring 4-door, and $11,775 for the sports coupe. Options are few, but include air conditioning at $775 and an automatic transmission for $695. We now look forward to putting Saturns through our complete road test, but we're already convinced that Saturn has taken the compact car far beyond anything wrought by General Motors before. They may not be superior overall to the best in import subcompacts, but they are in many ways both more advanced yet friendlier. Achievements for which Saturn and all its team members should be very proud.
Saturn is more than just a car, it's a company, and it represents a whole new way of operating in the car business, at least as far as giant General Motors is concerned. To get a better idea of how different Saturn is for GM, we decided to see how the new company builds its cars. We took our cameras to the place where the cars are born, Spring Hill, Tennessee.
Spring Hill is a quiet, easygoing farming town, a far cry from the congested urban sprawl that many people associate with modern industry. Yet it is here, among the cornfields and newborn colts, that you will find one of the most modern and efficient industrial sites in the world. And it is here that the Saturn Corporation is trying to prepare General Motors for the 21st century. The first thing that you notice when approaching the Saturn manufacturing complex is its size. This mega factory, 4 connected buildings, is 1 mile long and a half-mile wide and covers some 4 million square feet of floor space. It's not only larger than most modern auto plants, but more human as well. Unlike most plants which are designed by architects and engineers, this factory and its individual workstations were designed by the workers and suppliers. This means that workstations are set up to conserve worker motion, and that helps maximize assembly speed. One such backsaver is this rotating cradle on which instrument panels are assembled. Indeed, most major components are built on the Saturn grounds, but 65% of the parts needed are still supplied from the outside. So loading docks ring the factory, delivering parts directly to where they are needed, drastically reducing the need for storage space. Production flexibility is key here, reflected best in the powertrain building, where both single and dual overhead cam engines are built on the same line. Engine types are built to meet demand. The same goes for transmissions. Both automatics and manuals are built together, frequently by the same workers. Up to 75% of the transmissions can be of one type. Another unique process is lost foam casting, used to make engine blocks and cylinder heads. The name comes from the polystyrene molds that turn into gas when hit by the molten aluminum alloy. This method allows much more complex castings to be made, with less waste than conventional methods. Over in the body systems building, polymer injection molding is used to make body panels. The panels are then prepped and painted as a set, ensuring consistent paint quality for each car. Flawed body panels and scrap plastic are recycled and used again. The body panels will be attached to a steel space frame chassis, which is welded together by sophisticated computer-guided robots. Robots are not as common at Saturn as they are in some other auto plants, however. Following the lead of the Japanese-U.S. transplant auto assembly lines, the Saturn complex demands maximum use of human resources, rather than depending solely on the more efficient but also less flexible and more fragile machine. Everything comes together in the final assembly building, where the chassis ride down the line on mobile platforms called skillets that put less physical strain on workers than a conventional assembly line. The skillets move cars sideways at a leisurely 14 feet per minute, allowing Saturn workers more time to do their jobs properly. The Saturn line is not only one of the slowest moving in the industry, but also one of the most space efficient. Unlike most auto plants, Saturn installs body panels at the end of the line to reduce the chance of dents or paint chips during the assembly process. While huge in scope and complex in execution, the Saturn plant has a simple philosophy: to blend the best mix of people and technology to produce a great car. While the market will cast the final verdict on whether the goal has been met, the attempt by Team Saturn is clearly worthy of praise. Lisa Barrow recently traveled to Las Vegas. She didn't go to gamble away all the money she makes here at Motor Week, but to look at new automotive products. She attended a convention of SEMA, the Specialty Equipment Market Association. That's where manufacturers show all the automotive-related products that may or may not be of use to the car-driving public. Lisa's here to show us some of the products that impressed her.
This is the 25th edition of the Specialty Equipment Market Association, or SEMA show. And once again, we're back in full force. Susan, my co-producer, and I are equipped with some very comfortable shoes and a lot of enthusiasm. After all, we have nearly 1 million square feet of exhibit space to cover in order to find some of the best new products out on the automotive aftermarket. This is a new product out on the market that's very handy if you do a lot of traveling. It's called the Whistler Interstate Travel Mate. It's very easy to use. You just punch in the state that you're traveling in, and we'll use North Carolina. Then you punch in your location, and it'll tell you the closest gas station, hotel, or restaurant. It'll give you the exact exit to take, and it'll tell you how many miles it'll take to get to that destination. Probably one of the best things about this, though, is if you're on a long trip and you get a little bored, it's a lot of fun to play with. You can pick one up for a little under $100. Well, what next? Hey, Susan, what do you think about this product? After talking it over, we settled on this new product.
Lisa, we have an electronic dipstick. As you know, everyone hates to have to lift the hood of the car, pull out the dipstick, wipe it off, put it back in, pull it back out. We electronically sense the level of the oil, and you can do it from inside the car. Simply press the button, and if you're safe, green light will come on, say safe. If you have to add 1 quart, you have a yellow light, or a red for 2 or more quarts. Also works on the transmission. Therefore, you can check your oil level every time you have your gas and do it from inside the cab.
The electronic dipstick sells for $59.95. Now, we couldn't very well come to the SEMA show without showing you something that's neon. It's everywhere you look. This particular product is called Night Lights, and it's a fiber optic cable that goes just about anywhere. It comes in all different colors. The color that's running through this seat is a green. It's a little bit difficult to see because it's bright in here, but if you take a look back here, you can kind of get an idea of what the green looks like. The whole thing sells for about $350, and for that you get enough cable for 2 bucket seats or a bench, you get the light kit, and all the colors. Nothing really outstanding in the way of clothing, but we couldn't resist a peek. Then it was on to our next new product. Ever go around a corner in your car and your coffee goes flying all over the place? Well, the answer is yes. You might like this new product we found. It's called the Incredible Calypso Beverage Holder. And when I tilt the back of this truck, you can see that the water stays in the cup. You can pick one up for about $29.95. Around the corner from the Incredible Beverage Holder, we found something that just might make your trip to the fuel pump a bit quicker. Mark, tell me a little bit about this.
Well, basically, it's a fuel filler cap. You're replacing your traditional gas cap with a fuel filler cap with a window from the exterior of the cap, and you simply just put the nozzle in, fill it up, take the nozzle out, and drive away.
Fuelie sells for $19.95. Okay, now we have just about enough time for one more new product. But where is my partner?
Hey! Oh my gosh. We found several auto security devices here at the SEMA show this year. This one's called the Lock-O-Matic, and it's a lock for your shifter. It works with automatic transmissions. You just push the shifter up to park, turn the key, and it's locked. This item will be especially good if you drive a pickup truck or if you have an older car where the shifter can become disengaged.
The Lock-O-Matic won't go on sale until spring, and the price is expected to be around $117.
If you'd like more information about some of the products we've shown you here at the SEMA show, drop us a line at Motor Week. That's in Owings Mills, Maryland, and the zip code is 21117. Until next time, Susan and I will keep you posted on the latest new products out on the market.
Hey Lisa, what about this new product?
You never know what we'll show you next.
Psst, it's a wheel cover.
Art criticism isn't a Motor Week forte, but Randy Owens is an artist that any car fan can appreciate. This look at 10 years worth of his work highlights a unique style and use of color and shows just how exciting automotive art can be. If you haven't been able to obtain his works or just don't have the wall space, This book will allow you to enjoy his marvelous prints. Often at Motor Week, we test cars with adjustable suspensions. Up to now, all of these systems included shock absorbers or air springs with a limited number of stiffness settings. These systems provide somewhat improved handling feel, but always at the expense of ride quality. Such systems are attempts to make traditional passive suspensions more flexible to road and driving conditions. Now, however, the first true active suspension has come to the market. It is available as a $4,000 option on the 1991 Infiniti Q45. The system is as complex as it is costly. So how does it work? And more importantly, how well? The goal of active suspension is to keep the car body roughly parallel with the road surface. The car and driver should be able to maintain stability regardless of how rough the road becomes or how violent the maneuver. An analogy is how the cheetah, the fastest animal on Earth, keeps its head vertical and body parallel to the surface, absorbing shocks with its legs without a change in trajectory. Another is the downhill skier, flexing and bending his legs in response to information about the terrain received from the feet and senses. The Infiniti active suspension consists of an actuator at each wheel that does most of the work of the traditional shock absorber and spring. It is fed by an engine-driven oil pump. G sensors attached to a computer monitor the bounce, pitch, roll, and height of the vehicle. Signals are then sent to a pressure control unit that feeds hydraulic fluid to the wheel actuators as needed. Pressure in some actuators may rise while others are decreased. For instance, in a corner, roll is suppressed by increasing pressure to the actuators at the outer wheels and decreasing pressure at the inner wheels. Driving results are graphic. On a skid pad, this Q45 remains much closer to level than a Q45 without active suspension. Likewise, on this rough road, far less movement reaches the passenger compartment. We took this active Q45 to Pocono International Raceway to see just how much of the car's composure we could compromise. The first thing we noticed was an improvement in the Q45's overall solid feel. It is now more dramatic. The active suspension gives the taunt resistance we expected, but without the bump harshness of the standard Q suspension. Rumble and bounce normally associated with rough pavement were almost non-existent. Nosedive is reduced during hard braking and during full throttle acceleration. In corners, drivers were able to brake later and hop back on the accelerator sooner. The inertia caused by the 4,000-pound mass of the Q45 becomes less a factor in maintaining driver control. In a slalom, the rear end has less tendency to come around unexpectedly, and while still not a tossable car, it now slides much easier. The back roads around Pocono have lots of frost heaves and potholes. While the active suspension did not eliminate their discomfort, it did reduce it. Kickback through the steering wheel, something that can cause a driver to lose control when bumps are hit at high speed, was also drastically reduced. Yet, despite all of these complex suspension components, the feeling of the driver being connected to the road was not noticeably impaired. Visually, the only exterior difference between active and passive Q45 sedans is this decal below the back glass. Inside, a switch has been added that raises the Q45 20 millimeters. The extra ground clearance is for tackling rally rough roads. Like an airbag suspension, the active system also adjusts vehicle height for heavy and lopsided loads. Now the verdict. Is the expense and effort behind active suspension worth it? Honestly, both the cost and complexity of the system cause us concern, but both should come down in the future. At its present level of development, we don't see active suspensions appealing to typical drivers or those that demand pure performance. But that could change since Lotus, Volvo, and others are spending lots of R&D money on active suspensions. The Infiniti Q45 system successfully achieves the combination of an uncompromised highway ride and above-average road holding. An impressive achievement that makes an already impressive car more so. Our car of the week is a 1940 Pontiac Silver Streak two-door coupe. It belongs to David and Mary Swierczkowski of Weirton, West Virginia. If you have a car that means a lot to you, show it to us. We'll consider it for Car of the Week. Just send a good color photo and a self-addressed envelope to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
That address works for any of us here at Motor Week. Don't be concerned about the lack of a street name or number. The post office always finds us. Next, we find Lisa Barrow prepared with all the latest motor news.
John, the U.S. government has finally settled a long-running safety debate. Last week we reported the Department of Transportation was proposing a tough new automotive standard for side impact protection. This week the proposal became law. The new regulations, which all cars must meet by 1997, require sufficient reinforcement in doors to protect passengers from a 30-mile-per-hour side impact. Automakers who have fought such regulations for years have agreed to comply with the new standard. Some big cars already meet these latest requirements. Additional side impact regulations for minivans and light trucks were also in the works. In our new Under the Sun department, we have something from Isuzu. Isuzu has just introduced the Stylus. This sleek four-door subcompact is powered by either a single overhead cam four-cylinder engine that makes 95 horsepower or a dual cam version making 130. Isuzu's Lotus Design Handling Package is available on the top-line XS model. Prices start at $9,199.
Along with all the test cars we see here from week to week, we keep a fleet of cars for the long term. Cars that generally accumulate 30,000 miles of Motor Week driving in a year. The purpose of keeping these vehicles is to see how they'll hold up and to give you some idea of what to expect should you decide to buy a vehicle like one we're testing. It's time to once again check in on our long-term test fleet. Time to say farewell to one member and hello to another. It seems like only yesterday that our Subaru Justy ECVT arrived at Motor Week. The revolutionary continuously variable automatic transmission that its tiny 1.2-liter three-cylinder engine drives is supposed to deliver the fuel economy of a manual. Well, it does. Our final mileage tabulation is 36.1 miles per gallon. That's even better than the original road test some 18 months ago. That also equates to a very low cost of operation of only 4 cents per mile. But although we have picked the Justy as our best bargain car for 2 years running, we have mixed feelings on the ECVT. The one in our car took careful dealer adjustment before it would pull smoothly. Even then, the balky shifter left us wishing for a manual transmission. But if you insist on an automatic with your high mileage, it is the only way to go. The only other Justy problems were a broken door handle and a rough running engine during cold idle. Our Justy had a carburetor, but new models used fuel injection that cures the idle problem. All in all, the Subaru Justy gave a fine long-term performance and withstood our hard usage very well. We will miss this Justy, even with the ECVT. Our Chevrolet APV minivan continues to provide flawless mechanical service, although the interior trim is showing some weakness. 2 upholstered panels at the rear hatch have sprung loose. The sliding side door is easier to open now, but the window pops open when you close the door. We continue to be pleased with its versatility and seating. Changing seats around is a breeze. It is also very comfortable on the highway. Mileage up a bit remains good for a minivan at 21.1. Our cost of operation currently stands at a reasonable 6.1 cents per mile. Our APV is serving us well. Our Ford Explorer was completely trouble-free during this period, although we did become annoyed at a couple of items. During long trips, the front seat belts rub against your neck. Height adjustment would seem the only cure. Also, the ignition switch lacks a positive detent for the off position. This makes key removal a struggle on most occasions. We, on the other hand, are fond of the comfort and utility the Explorer provides. Its performance off-road continues to be stellar. When it comes to on-road drivability, our only wish would be for a bit better fuel economy. It currently stands at 17 miles per gallon, with an operating cost of 7.8 cents per mile. Given the higher fuel prices we're all experiencing, we consider between 7 and 8 cents average for cars. As is our custom, when we lose one long-termer, we gain another. Our latest invitee is this 1991 Mitsubishi Eclipse GSX. We picked this Diamond Star Coupe along with its Eagle Talon twin as best sports coupe last year. This year it gets even better with optional anti-lock brakes. We'll stop by again soon to see if our enthusiasm for this sexy all-wheel drive coupe continues. Next time we meet, Craig Singhas will return with a story about Italian cars. Lisa Barrow will look at BMW's hydrogen-powered car. And Pat Goss will tell you how to make your engine last longer. We'll also have a new car road test and all the latest motor news. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
Motor Week 91 is made possible by the financial support of public television viewers like you. If you'd like a transcript of this program, send $4 to Motor Week Transcripts, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117. Residents of Maryland at 20 cents sales tax. Ask for show number 1006. Motor Week is a production of Maryland Public Television.
This is PBS.
This time on Motor Week, open-air roadsters from Germany, American muscle on display, and one hot Mustang. So come drive with us next.
Motor Week, television's original automotive magazine. Brought to you by Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. The cleaner that releases brake dust and road grime from all types of wheels on contact, no matter what age your car. Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. And by Michelin, makers of the Zero Pressure Michelin. Designed to let you drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour without air pressure. Just what you expect from Michelin. Your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. Just when everyone thought the drop-top sports car was dead and buried, last year saw the introduction of a trio of cars, all from Germany. The Mercedes-Benz SLK, the BMW Z3, and the Porsche Boxster. They've revitalized the roadster market and have become a must-have purchase for both serious drivers and the style-conscious. We naturally wondered how these Teutonic drop-tops would stack up in a head-to-head comparison. So we took to the streets and to the track to find out. Just as sport utility vehicles are today, in the 1950s and 60s, the two-seat rear-drive roadster was the car to own if you wanted to be considered ahead of the crowd. Our trio of Deutsche drop-tops display many classic roadster characteristics, but are also thoroughly modern, while they all wear German badges, are as individual as any Italian stallion. The most instantly recognizable of these machines has to be the Porsche Boxster. The first of a new generation of Porsche sports cars, it carries quite a few firsts under its striking 550 Spider-inspired skin. The most critical are in the engine bay. The new flat-six engine is water-cooled, and for the first time since the 914 was canceled in 1976, the engine is mounted ahead of the rear axle. Displacing 2.5 liters, it cranks out 201 horsepower and 181 pound-feet of torque, and feeds it through a 5-speed manual transmission, our choice, or Porsche's 5-speed Tiptronic automatic. While the whole 2,822-pound package, the lightest of our trio, rides on a typically capable McPherson strut suspension. The rest of the Boxster offers a fine selection of modern updates, such as the surprisingly roomy interior's very efficient dash, and a power-operated convertible top that folds neatly away beneath a flush-mounted tonneau cover. It's pure Porsche with a heavy dose of modern convenience, all for a price of $41,000. Not a 911, but not cheap either.
But if you favor a front engine configuration, then our Mercedes contender, the SLK 230, may be more up your alley. Looking like a diminutive twin of Mercedes' big SL-Class coupes, the SLK is actually based on the more compact C-Class platform and departs further from the big SL's look with a chic two-tone interior laced with vintage chrome and stainless steel, as well as imitation carbon fiber. It's as much Beverly Hills as Stuttgart. But the clever folding steel hardtop leaves no doubt about where this car was engineered and makes the SLK the only true all-season convertible in our test. But size is not the biggest difference between the SLK and its larger siblings. The engine is. The SLK is powered by a 2.3-liter supercharged four-cylinder. This force-fed four may be tiny, but it pumps out 185 horsepower and 200 pound-feet of torque. But unfortunately, funnels power to the rear wheels through a 5-speed automatic transmission. No manual is available here. As if to compensate, Mercedes mounted its 3,036-pound weight, the heaviest of our trio, on a sophisticated multi-link suspension and gave it trick standard features like a sophisticated traction control system, all for a base price of $37,900. That undercuts the more Spartan Porsche by a healthy $3,000. Compared to its two opponents, however, the BMW Z3 2.8 is clearly the most faithful to the Roadster tradition. A beefed-up version of last year's entertaining but woefully underpowered Z3 four-cylinder model, the American-built 2.8 is no svelte European coupe. With its widened flanks, hunched-over low-profile tires, and gaping front air intake, the Z3 2.8 looks quite the bruiser and backs that look up with a big 2.8-liter straight-six crammed tightly under the hood. It makes 189 horsepower and 203 pound-feet of torque. While power flow is regulated by either our car's 5-speed Getrag manual transmission or an optional 4-speed automatic, the interior is as purposeful as the drivetrain, offering drivers as businesslike a cockpit as that of any old MG or Alpha, though with a dose of the modern comfort and efficiency that today's BMW buyer expects. And with the expected choices as well. Buyers may choose either the standard manual soft top or an optional power assembly. It all weighs 2,844 pounds, placing it between the heavier Mercedes and the lighter Porsche. And it's suspended above the road by a front strut and rear trailing arm suspension. Cost? How about $36,470, which makes it the least expensive of our pricey little trio. But while price usually influences the decision of which car to buy, it's performance that is the ultimate authority in the sports car class. With that in mind, we hit the track. Specifically, the road course at Pennsylvania's Pocono International Raceway. First up was raw acceleration. Launching easily thanks to its excellent clutch feel, the Boxster posted a 0 to 60 time of 6.7 seconds. Next up was the BMW. It ran an even better 6.3 seconds to 60. Its inline six-cylinder strong bottom end pushing it hard off the line. But the surprise of the test was the Mercedes. It also delivered a 6.3-second time, despite having the smallest engine and the only automatic gearbox. Once into Pocono's curves, however, the Porsche quickly pushed its way to the front. Offering better balance than any rear-engined Porsche ever did, the mid-engined Boxster delighted our drivers with its nimble maneuvers and sharp steering. Boxster power is concentrated in a fairly narrow band above 4,000 RPM, which requires plenty of shifter work. But Porsche's lightest shifter in years and excellent clutch feel makes it easy to keep in the power band. And the sound of that engine running hard was delightful. The Z3, on the other hand, was all torque. Its big six launching it out of corners with minimal use of the gearbox. But it also received several black marks for its less comfortable driving position. Front plow was far more pronounced thanks to its front engine configuration. But its muscular, more demanding feel pleased many of our drivers who compared it to classic roadsters like the Triumph TR6. We honestly didn't expect the luxury-oriented SLK to hang in there with the Porsche and Bimmer on the racetrack. But once again, the little bends that could surprised us all. Its four-cylinder drivetrain lacked the outright punch of the larger sixes, while its weight and softer suspension produced lots of understeer. But its excellent steering feedback and rock-solid stability allowed us to work the tiny Mercedes almost as hard as its sportier opponents. We turned the wick down a bit for driving on public roads, but obtained similar results. Once again, the Boxster was the hands-down favorite for spirited driving. To be this forgiving, offer a relatively compliant ride, and still feel like a Porsche is no small feat. But the Z3 also had its fans. Its chuckable feel and brawny engine are what sports cars are all about, though a tendency to hop a bit over rough surfaces slowed it in bumpy corners. The SLK once again slightly trailed the others. Stability was less of a factor out here since we couldn't safely maintain the same high cornering speeds, and the automatic transmission was clearly a liability. But it's worth noting that almost all of our drivers chose its smooth, solid ride for long highway hauls. So in the end, who was the winner in this admittedly very subjective comparison? Well, if you've been paying attention, it's probably quite obvious that our staff's favorite was far and away the Porsche Boxster. Its remarkable handling, competition-grade powertrain, and striking styling, all in a package that's forgiving yet offers a true Porsche feel, makes it our undisputed #1. Close on its heels comes the BMW Z3 2.8. With its powerful new engine and retuned suspension, the 2.8 is light years ahead of its four-cylinder sibling. And while it lacks the outright nimbleness of the Porsche, its robust feel recalls that of the classic roadsters of yesterday. Lastly, but only by a nose, is the Mercedes SLK 230. Though handicapped by a small motor, an automatic transmission, and its obvious luxury orientation, the tough little Benz still delivered a sterling performance. It may not be a true sports car, but it delivers more sports car performance than any luxury ragtop has a right to. But that's our opinion. To form your own, you'll have to drive one or all of these exceptional roadsters yourself. But be warned, cars like this are addictive. And after hundreds of exciting testing miles, we didn't want to give them back. Once given up for dead, the drop-top roadster class has gained a new lease on life. And if car companies keep building machines like the Porsche Boxster, the BMW Z3 2.8, and the Mercedes-Benz SLK 230, we predict it will be a long and happy one. Coming up, hot rods in New Jersey. With today's cars being as reliable as they are, it's usually the little problems that drive us crazy. But Motor Week's top technician, Pat Goss, has a fix for any problem, no matter what the size. So here he is with more handy car care advice.
John, a problem like this could make your day a lot less than enjoyable. I get a lot of letters about tire repair, like this one from Nancy Braidwood of Ferndale, Michigan. She wants to know, what's the proper way of repairing a steel-belted radial tire? Is it a patch or is it a plug? Well, it could be either, but more on that in just a second. First, if you have a flat tire, don't ever drive the car, not even a short distance. This one was driven just a few feet, and we can see the damage on the inside of it. Damage that isn't disclosed on the outside, damage that could mean the tire is assumed to be good, but is extremely dangerous. As an emergency repair, to get you to the repair shop, one of the inflator sealers in a can does a good job. You might be able to do the repair yourself with one of these plug kits, but there's one thing to remember: before you pull the offending object out, always circle it with a crayon so that you know where it came from, because the rubber tends to close up, and that can make it difficult to see. Patches? Well, patches may not be the best way to go with a steel-belted radial, simply because the offending object went all the way through the tire. So it's open on the outside as well as the inside. The patch is going to seal the tire very effectively from air leakage, but the outside of the tread is still open, and water can get down into the steel belts, water that can damage those belts over a period of time. The absolute best way is this plug patch. It has the patch on the inside, the plug going through the tire. It looks like this. The metal piece is used to get it through the tire, then the metal is pulled off. Very effective, but its problem is that it's expensive. It requires removal of the tire, and maybe your tire isn't all that expensive to warrant it. All right, what do? Well, a plug, if it's of the type that is made of a rope-like substance that is self-vulcanizing, does an exceptionally good job, and they're gaining in popularity. A lot of the tire professionals accept these now. One thing to be careful of, always make sure that the repair is in the tread, never over here on the sidewall. Don't want to repair the sidewall of a tire. And remember that a plug or a patch in a tire might make it unsafe for extremely high-speed operation, so be careful on that. And if you have a question or a comment, write to me. If I select your letter, I'm going to send you a Motor Week t-shirt. That address, Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
A few weeks ago, Craig Singhaus journeyed out to California to meet today's new breed of turbocharged front-wheel drive hot rodders. And after watching these lightning-fast, import-based rockets, our old-school Detroit Iron Man was suitably impressed. But it takes more than a fast quarter-mile time to convert an old V8 rear-drive warrior like Craig. So no sooner than he got back to the East Coast than he headed up to New Jersey to revel in push rods and big blocks and get a fix of good old American muscle.
Old American cars never die. They just moved to New Jersey. Here we are at Wheaton Village in Millville, New Jersey for the 8th annual American Wheels Show.
And what a show it is. Held at one of the premier craft centers in southern New Jersey, the show features over 400 cars and trucks built right here in the good old USA.
The reason we named this the American Wheel Show was that if it wasn't really for the American-made vehicles, where we're at today, automotive-wise, wouldn't really have happened. We put the emphasis on American because we feel that this country really deserves a great deal of credit and respect for what it's done for the automotive world in general. And you have cars that run the gamut from the very old to relatively contemporary vehicles. So we try to cover all the bases there, and the emphasis is placed on fun and then competition because we think that that's what really makes the event what it is. The location was scoped out prior to make sure that it has the ambiance that we want for like a nostalgic feel. And again, this brings that something special to an event. We just didn't want to stage it on some cold car lot.
And Wheaton Village in Millville is anything but cold. This community of artisans was originally founded around the blast furnaces and kilns of the T.C. Wheaton Glass Factory. Today, glass blowers and artists of many disciplines practice their craft at the village. Meanwhile, the shady tree-lined lanes of the village are a perfect venue for a car show, as car owners prep for the various awards and trophies. One of the best things about being a semi-celebrity, aside for little kids asking for autographs, is that I get to be an honorary judge and give out my very own Craig Singhaus Spirit of Cruising Award. Now, picking one winner from amongst all these great vehicles is a tall order.
Breathtakingly beautiful cars here. What a fantastic place. But the one that really kind of got me was a tremendous combination of the old and the new. New technology with fuel injection, but old technology with styling and flathead engine. Goes to Mr. Charles Gruff, 1933 Ford three-window coupe.
The Spirit of Cruising Award.
I thank you kindly.
Congratulations. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous car.
Thank you. This show has two big things going for it. Number one is the variety of cars. There's something here for everybody to see. And also, you couldn't get a more picturesque setting in Wheaton Village here. It's gorgeous. This area here, as long as I can remember, there's always something happening on a Friday, Saturday, or Sunday. There's cruises of all types, and it's a great heritage in this area. And if you're a motorhead, it's the thing to do.
We want to keep the momentum of the car hobby going. We want the children to appreciate, as they get older, what we appreciate now, and carry it on so that there's an American Wheel Show number 95 many, many years down the line.
While nothing lasts forever, we're sorry to see our year-long relationship with the Honda CR-V come to an end. In that time, we not only came to respect the abilities of the new crop of car-like compact sport utility vehicles, but grew to understand why the Civic-based CR-V is the class benchmark. If we tell you mileage was high for an SUV at 22.8 after 21,700 miles and that there were no mechanical problems, you might say, so what? It's a Honda. But no vehicle is perfect, and we did find some devils in the details that drove us nuts. Like the fact that the sun visors catch easily in the power windows, or that even if a window is open a crack, rain pours in. Then there's the odd placement of the power window switches on the dash and the golf ball texture of the door armrest that is most uncomfortable. But none of these items would keep us from owning a CR-V. Yes, we'd also like more power for passing, but if you want a big V8, try a Suburban. As we've said before, if you think you need an SUV but don't really want one, then our advice is to look closely at the Honda CR-V, which we have to admit would almost fit into the cargo bay of a Chevy Suburban, this week's other long-term test subject. With an even larger Suburban Fighter coming from Ford, you might wonder if this king-size SUV is about to be dethroned. Still, it may take more than size to match Suburban's combination of smooth ride, tough chassis and drivetrain, and near luxury car appointments. Of all the Suburbans we've had as Motor Week support vehicles over the last 17 years, this LS 4x4 has been the most reliable. 23,000 miles and no visits to the dealer's service department except for routine maintenance. We do miss the 20-something mileage of diesel Suburbans, but 16.5 miles per gallon is pretty good when you consider our 5.7-liter gas burb will carry a family of 8. So any Suburban Challenger better be smart as well as big. Next week, we'll check in on this 1998 Lincoln Town Car on Motor Week's long-term road test update.
Now we turn from the long-term veterans to the new kids on the automotive block. Here's Lisa Barrow with all the latest motor news.
While the current trend in sport utilities leans toward bigger is better, automakers seem to be taking the opposite tact with their largest luxury sedans, as evidenced by this spy video and photos of the next generation Mercedes-Benz S-Class, which show a car that looks considerably more svelte than the current one. Indeed, the wheelbase is the same as the present model, but the new car is reportedly much lighter and some 6 inches shorter in length. The new sleeker design is also narrower and not quite as tall as today's S-Class. And the now familiar Mercedes oval headlights grace a more sharply raked front end. A trio of newly developed V6, V8, and V12 engines will be used to power the S-Class. While available in Europe at the end of the year, the new Mercedes S-Class is not expected to reach American shores until early 1999. And that's it for this week's Motor News.
There are few tastier automotive dishes than America's premier pony car, the Ford Mustang. The recipe of rear-wheel drive and a big throaty V8 is absolutely intoxicating. So what happens when you stir in a few more horses and perhaps a dollop of extra handling? Well, you get a car like this one, the Kenny Brown 289 RS Cobra. Now, Mr. Brown has been cooking with Dearborn's favorite thoroughbred for 11 years. And from the looks of his latest work, this master automotive chef has the recipe just right. Of course, as any good cook knows, a recipe is only as good as its ingredients. And Chef Brown has assembled a pot full of the best. His stock for the 289 RS is a hardy, full-bodied Ford Mustang Cobra, the top of Ford's pony car line, but one that has already received the full Kenny Brown Cobra S treatment, which features a supercharger for the Ford V8, race-quality suspension, strengthened chassis, and high-performance wheels and tires. Ladled on top is Kenny's new 289 RS package, the heart of which is this slightly punched-out supercharged Ford 4.7 V8 that now displaces, you guessed it, 289 cubic inches. In addition to a blower and 8 big Wiseco racing pistons, the engine is balanced and blueprinted, gets new rings and bearings, an improved lubrication system, and ceramic-coated exhaust headers, and makes a spicy 413 genuine rear-wheel horsepower and 358 pound-feet of torque, which launches it to 60 miles per hour in only 4.4 seconds, or almost a full second faster than stock. And we topped 137 on the front straight at Roebling Roads Raceway, so this puppy is fast. And we don't mean just in a straight line. The 289 package also includes Kenny's Level 4 suspension upgrade.
This entails a complete rebuild of the underpinnings, with new springs, coney shocks and struts, altered rear geometry with a panhard rod, and new front pickup points, all supported by 17-inch forged-line alloy wheels, wearing extra-wide Firestone tires. It gives Ford's venerable Fox chassis the feel of a purpose-built race car, especially up front, where the Mustang Cobra's sometimes vague feedback is replaced with a more solidly planted feel, though the stock steering still needs a little work. And at the rear, where the 289's prodigious torque will still light up the rear tires in third-gear corners. This is a car that demands respect. The massive power output and extraordinary level of grip require a high level of both skill and commitment. Braking, however, just needs a gentle push, and the massive Brembo disc and calipers yank the 289 down from triple-digit speeds with eye-popping force. Now, normally, cars with this much pure track ability are all but undrivable on the street, but the Kenny Brown 289 surprised us, with ride quality almost equal to that of the stock Mustang Cobra. Accommodations were also up to par, with the interior retaining all of the standard car's efficiency and features, but adding lots of slick carbon trim on the dash and doors, a serial number plaque, and if desired, available Recaro racing seats. The entire 289 RS Cobra package is available through participating Ford dealers, or you can ship your current car to Kenny's Indianapolis, Indiana workshop for the conversion. If you buy the complete car, the price starts with a 1998 Ford Mustang Cobra for $27,195. The required Cobra S package adds another $15,750, while the full 289 RS treatment is about $17,000 on top of that, for a total bill of approximately $60,000 depending on options. Too much for the average working hot rodder, but less than a well-heeled Ford fan would pay for many foreign exotics that can't beat the 289's performance. The Kenny Brown 289 RS Cobra is a special dish for the discriminating automotive gourmet. It's a recipe that's been simmering on Kenny Brown's stove for a long time, and it's finally done. But be warned, it's a hot one.
And I hope you'll join us next week for more Motor Week. We'll drive Volkswagen's new Beetle and the reborn Isuzu Amigo. Lisa Barrow rallies to the challenge of the Camel Trophy, while Pat Goss keeps us up to date on airbags. Plus, we'll have all the latest motor news. I'm John Davis. We'll see you then.
Brought to you by Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. The cleaner that releases brake dust and road grime from all types of wheels on contact, no matter what age your car. Castrol Super Clean All-Wheel Cleaner. And by Michelin, makers of the Zero Pressure Michelin. Designed to let you drive up to 50 miles at 55 miles per hour without air pressure. Just what you expect from Michelin. To order a video cassette of this program, call 1-800-422-0064.
This time on Motor Week, Japan takes on the big boys, Volkswagen pumps up the Beetle, and a celebration of V12 power. So come drive with us next.
Motor Week, television's original automotive magazine. Brought to you by Pep Boys. No matter what you drive, Pep Boys has over 27,000 items in stock, virtually any part for any car, with all the name brands you know, plus service bays staffed with ASE certified technicians. Pep Boys, parts, tires, accessories, service. And by Duplicolor, for your automotive paint needs, for color-matched scratch repair, for high-performance engine paint and for specialty coatings. Since 1938, get the job done right. Duplicolor. Your host for Motor Week, John Davis.
Well, hello and welcome again to Motor Week. We're glad to have you with us. For decades, the booming market for full-size pickup trucks has been the exclusive domain of American brands. Japanese companies were hesitant to infringe on a market that they considered so critical to our national pride. But now Toyota has decided to slay that sacred cow, and the weapon is this new Tundra full-size pickup. But can even Toyota's legendary quality and design prowess win over buyers in this most American of automotive segments? To do so, it will have to offer everything that American buyers expect in a full-size pickup and then some. To start with, the Indiana-built Toyota Tundra must be a true full-size machine, not a mid-sizer like Toyota's previous big pickup, the T100. And the Tundra is almost a full-size pickup. We drove several four-wheel drive SR5 and limited grade test vehicles with Toyota's four-door access cab at the Tundra's national press introduction in beautiful Kona, Hawaii, and later on the mainland. Those machines measured 217.5 inches long with a 128.3-inch wheelbase, both a good deal longer than the T100. But Tundra width and height are almost identical to the T100s. Parked next to a full-size domestic, a Tundra clearly lacks presence, though buyers coming out of compact pickups will be impressed with its generous dimensions. Helping that is its chunky big truck styling that's led by an aggressive grille and plenty of available chrome, and over 11 inches of ground clearance in four-wheel drive models. That's the best in the full-size pickup class. In the power competition, the Tundra offers the prerequisite V8 engine, only this optional power plant is borrowed from the Land Cruiser. It's the only twin-cam 32-valve engine in its class. At 4.7 liters, it puts out a very competitive 245 horsepower and 315 pound-feet of torque. The standard engine is the same 3.4-liter dual overhead cam V6 found in the compact Tacoma pickup and 4Runner sport utility vehicle. It delivers 190 horsepower and 220 pound-feet of torque. Transmission choices include a 4-speed automatic, which is standard with the V8. The standard V6 transmission is a 5-speed manual. With the V8 and automatic, the 4,518-pound Tundra sprinted to 60 miles per hour in a very quick 8 seconds flat. There was none of the big truck grunt of most V8 pickups, just a seamless rush of power from the bottom to the top of the rev band. The rigid frame rides on an independent double wishbone suspension with coil springs and gas shocks up front, even on 4x4 models, while the rear is a live axle leaf spring designed for heavy cargo loads. This combination, plus plenty of feedback from the power rack and pinion steering, gives the Tundra quicker, more precise handling than its larger domestic competitors. The trade-off is the narrower track, 66.2 inches up front and 64.9 inches in the rear. That gives it a more top-heavy feel in tight turns. The ride, however, puts all big domestics to shame. In fact, it felt closer to a luxury sport ute than a hard-working pickup. But the Tundra can work. The access cab comes with a 6.5-foot cargo box, while the regular cab has an 8-foot box. Both measure 49.3 inches between the wheel wells and are stamped for 2-tier loading and have tie-downs and stake holes. All boxes are Ford-style bolted to the frame. Payload capacity for our four-wheel drive V8 access cab tester is 1,532 pounds with towing capacity at 7,100 pounds. All of which is stopped by large front disc and rear drum brakes. Unlike all domestics, rear ABS is not standard, but Toyota does offer a four-wheel anti-lock system as an option. V8 four-wheel drive is accomplished by the use of a Toyota shift-on-the-fly system with ADD, or automatic disconnecting differential. It uses an electric motor to smoothly engage the front differential. You simply touch a button on the dash for either 4 high or 4 low, and hit the trail. Hawaii's sometimes gnarly dirt roads were no match for the Tundra's powerful V8 and class-leading ground clearance. But many pickups are used solely as on-road personal use family vehicles, and those buyers demand comfort, room, and convenience. The Tundra interior actually has more front leg room than a Ford F-150, but Tundra trails the F-150 in shoulder room. Like competitors, the access cab's folding rear seat lacks adult-scale leg room, but is easily reached through rear doors that open wider, and offers the only exterior rear door handles in the pickup class, though you still have to open the front doors first.
The Dash is the most car-like of any pickup. In fact, it wouldn't look out of place in a Toyota Camry sedan. And the firm supportive seats are very sedan-like as well. Both a split folding front bench, which is a little narrow for 3 adults, and dual bucket seats are available. They face large clear analog gauges and big efficient stereo controls at the top of the center dash, while idiot-proof rotary heat and ventilation controls sit just below, next to a passenger side airbag cutoff switch. The price for this much Toyota pickup covers a very wide range. It starts at $15,415 for a 4x2 V6 standard cab model with a manual gearbox. The version that Toyota expects to sell best, a 4x2 V8-powered SR5 access cab for the personal use buyer, starts at $22,670, while the top-of-the-line four-wheel drive limited-grade machine with the V8 and access cab costs $28,250. We doubt, however, that even this fine effort will convince the most serious American truck fans to abandon their domestic loyalties. But owners of compact import pickups that have longed for a real truck of their own will absolutely love it and make Toyota's new Tundra a genuine force in the American full-size pickup market. To get the most out of four-wheel ABS brakes, remember 3 little words: stomp, stay, and steer. Stomp the brake pedal in a panic stop, stay on the brake pedal even if it vibrates or makes noise, and steer where you want to go. ABS brakes work best when you stomp, stay, and steer.
Now it's time for our weekly stop by Pat Goss's Garage for more top-notch advice from America's #1 car care expert.
John, one of the things that has changed with cars over the years is the way they get cooled. And that is that they get cooled through very small openings. This is the result of aerodynamics. Well, that makes all of these plastic panels and everything that you see under the hood much more critical than what they used to be. In the past, it was a situation where they were mostly cosmetic. Today, they direct the flow of air through the radiator. If one of them is misplaced or broken, then chances are you could have an overheating problem. All right, take care of that stuff. Also, flush the cooling system. Do that at a maximum of every 2 years or 24,000 miles, whichever comes first. Now, there is an exception. There are some long-life antifreezes out on the market today, the most notable of which is DexCool. This first came on the scene in 1995 in some General Motors trucks. Today, it's in everything that GM manufactures, and it's in some other makes, and it soon will be in a lot more. This has a 5-year, 150,000-mile projected life. Probably it will last that long. One thing that's important, though, and that is to use pH test strips at least once every year, no matter what kind of coolant you have in the system. And for any coolant except the DexCool, the pH should be no lower than 9. If it reaches 9, then it's time to flush the system and get fresh coolant in it. A lot of products that go along with flushes and cooling system maintenance, things like water pump lubricants and so on, all of these things will help protect the cooling system and protect the parts in that cooling system, like this heater core. This is what gives you heat in the winter. Doesn't look like much, and in most cases the core itself doesn't cost all that much, but the labor to install it on some cars is enormous. Better care will make it last a long time. Then we have problems like this. Right here we see crud that has built up in the bottom of this radiator tank from poor maintenance. This car had to have a lot of repairs, and it had to have a new radiator. Another thing that's damaging to radiators is lack of flushing that causes this calcium buildup on the tubes. This also can destroy radiators. Now, down here, we have old design and new design. Old is copper. New is aluminum and plastic. The copper radiators had a big problem with falling apart from corrosion. If you take proper care of your car, the radiator and everything in the cooling system will last a lot longer. You'll save a lot of money. And if you have a question or a comment, write to me. If I use your letter, I'll send you a Motor Week t-shirt. The address is Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland, 21117.
Our car of the week is a Trick 1936 Chevrolet pickup truck. This cargo hauling hot rod belongs to Andrea Lynch of Rockland, Massachusetts. It sports a bored-out 350 cubic inch V8, hot cams, and functional exhaust stacks to add some serious go to its show. Now, if you have a happening hot rod, submit at least 2 good color photos and a description to Motor Week, Owings Mills, Maryland 21117.
Car clubs are nothing new. Fans of a particular brand or model frequently get together to admire each other's cars and discuss the pleasures and pains of owning them. But FYI reporter Lisa Barrow recently traveled along to a meeting of enthusiasts not for a particular car, but for a particular type of engine, and witnessed how fans of the vibrant V12 celebrate.
Spectacular scenery, luxurious accommodations, and some of the fastest cars on the road. That's what you'll find at this year's Forza Mille V12 Rally, sponsored by Mercedes-Benz.
The Forza Mille V12 is 4 days of fun. We get 50 cars together, V12s and Ferraris, and we go drive 1,000 miles over wonderful, twisty, windy roads in New England, stay at nice hotels, eat in good restaurants, and basically have a party on wheels for 4 days.
Mercedes-Benz of North America is sponsoring several rallies, really to get people to enjoy driving their cars. Forza Mille, well, the V12s have a very special niche in the performance area. So this is to get drivers of V12, and particularly Mercedes-Benz V12, S-Class V12s, to come out and find out what their cars are capable of. And this is a great way to do it.
Rich Taylor and wife Jean have been successfully organizing rallies for years, and the Forza Mille is another one of their success stories. With scenic routes sprinkled with colorful leaves, moose, little traffic, and some of America's smoothest roadways, we couldn't wait to slide behind the wheel of our V12-powered Mercedes-Benz SL600. With almost 400 horsepower on tap, it was a breeze keeping up and sometimes passing the Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and BMWs. First stop on our 1,000-mile trek, the Owl's Head Transportation Museum, south of Rockland, Maine.
The museum was founded about 25 years ago, and the idea was to bring together different aspects of ground and air transportation, wings and wheels of all different types, forms, sizes, shapes, designs, and styles.
From this 1926 Ford snowmobile to this Fokker triplane, the museum houses 90